The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Pieces are flying off the boards at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. With the rapid portion behind them, Blitz specialists work to rack up as many points as possible. Blitz legend Maxime Vachier-Lagrave went on a tear, storming up the standings to jump into clear first place. However, it's not a one-horse race with multiple chasers hot on his heels. MVL is one of the fastest players on the planet. Can he keep up the pace, or will he be caught? The final day of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, coming up next.
Welcome to the final day of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Players are tired, but still they need to make fast moves. Let's make a fast move to the studio and get the day started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America. The St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents a St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. It all comes down to today, and it starts right now. 9 rounds of intense and entertaining blitz, and we will have a winner today. Welcome everyone, I'm International Master Tania Sachdev, and alongside me, the one and only Grandmaster Yasser, Seirawan, and the legend himself, Peter Svidler.
Tania, it's brilliant to be in studio with you both. Peter, you're looking exceptionally dapper today.
Hello,
I like
everyone.
the three-piece look.
What a day we had yesterday. Yes, a lot of switch-ups in our leaderboard. Should we take a look at the standings going into this final
first,
day?
let me say hello to everybody. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Yes, indeed, as Tania was mentioning, we had a fantastic day one of Blitz. Today, the players will reverse colors. At one time, there was a 5-way tie for first, but one MBL went on an amazing winning streak and separation at the top. Tania, do the honors and tell us the current standings after 4 days of Rapid and Blitz.
Let's take a look. So we had a switch up in the time control in the middle of the tournament, and this was a boon for some and bane for others. We had Robson taking away the Rapid, but he slipped down to a tie for 5th position, having a bad day on day one of the Blitz. But look at that, at the top, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave scoring a fantastic 7 out of 9 on day one. He's at the top of the leaderboard with a 2-point margin, leading ahead of Fabiano Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. Jan, one of those players who had a fantastic swap from his performance in the Rapid going into the Blitz.
Exactly. Well, those are the standings after the Rapid and Blitz. Tell us about the standings in the Grand Chess Tour currently.
And these are extremely important because these are our season standings, and we see that Fabi, who's tied for second in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, is leading the tour with 20 Grand Chess Tour points, $120,000 in earnings. He's going to be playing in the Sinkfield Cup, which will be the final event. And my eyes, Yas, are on that position 4 and tied for 6th, Maxime and Jan. If they're able to get in those very crucial points today, they have a chance to leapfrog Fabi in the overall standings.
Provided that Fabi doesn't keep his currently second position in the Rapid and Blitz. And tell us about the format.
Let's take a look, and once again the players will be fighting against each other in 9 rounds, but the colors will be reversed from day one. It's a point for win, a half a point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. And my favorite part, no draw offers.
Absolutely. It's early days, but in case of a playoff, Tania?
Let's take a look. If there is a playoff, it will happen today right after our final game. If 2 players are tied for first, if they have equal number of points at the end of the 9 rounds, they will play a mini 2-game rapid match with 10 plus 5. If it is still tied, it goes into an Armageddon, which means 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and of course black gets result odds. White gets the extra time on the clock, no increment. Flagging is encouraged heavily in that one. And yes, if there are more than 3 players who are tied at the top of the leaderboard, at the end of the day, then they will play against each other in a 5+3 second increment.
Wow. Well, we'll hold our breath for the playoffs. And again, this is it. This is our final day of play. The schedule.
It is, yes, and it has been fantastic 4 days, and we've led ourselves to this very, very fun day of Blitz one more time. 9 games before we have a winner. We've seen the form these players are bringing in. We've seen the turnarounds, the roller coaster we had on day one, and we're expecting more of that today.
Absolutely. Peter, it's been a tournament of decisive games. It's been
Absolutely.
truly remarkable.
And yesterday broke all records in terms of decisive percentages, even with the last round featuring a very, very low 2 decisive games out of 5, as you will see on your screen right now. We have a whopping 80% decisive games in day 1, 3 rounds of no draws whatsoever. And the special mention has to go to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who made 0 draws in his 9 games yesterday, 6 wins and 3 losses. Very, very exciting day of chess, and I suspect today will be pretty much the same. And now we go to our tournament leader, who yesterday started by winning his first game, then he lost to Jan, one of Jan's early victims, but then went unbeaten for the rest of the day, won an additional 5 games, and is now 2 points clear of the field in clear first. Had a very, very good yesterday. And now we have a very nice graphic for you. This is the standings after the rapid portion with Robson on top there. And 3 players we've chosen seemingly at random. And now through the magic of television, as Yasser likes to say, look at what happened to these 4 people. Robson, who led the tournament after the rapid, as you can see, has had a bit of a nightmare. And the other 3 have had a very, very good day. Maxime scored 7 points, Jan and Wesley scored 6 out of 9. They all improved their standings a great deal, and once again, Maxime by far the happiest of the field. And now, my favorite part of the day, I get to introduce Anastasiya Karlovich, woman grandmaster, who is in the studio watching the action. Good morning, Nastya.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Yasser, Tania, and Peter. It's been a great day so far. And yesterday, of course, social media was booming. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the leader. His fans were congratulating him on this result. But of course, it's not over. And Visha, former world champion, also published a tweet mentioning that Maxime dominated the first day of Blitz. And of course, he couldn't pass by this brilliancy with knights. He mentioned that some lovely knights moves were made in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So. We all know how that actually Visha himself likes knights and he prefers them to bishops. And this game was really a remarkable game of yesterday. So also we had a very nice photo shooting. Our official photographer Lennart Otis made really nice shots of Maxime. This is how you feel when you lead the tournament. And so really nice pictures of Maxime from yesterday. You can see them on the screen. And please don't forget to follow our Flickr account, Grand Chess Tour Flickr, and you can find more pictures there. If you're still actually wondering what players are doing between the rounds, stop wondering, just follow our social media accounts and you will get the first row of the backstage of Grand Chess Tour with all players. You know, you will see them chatting with each other. You will also notice what they eat between the games and many, many other things. So now it's time to get back to the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. I agree wholeheartedly with the social media. That knight e5, that deserves a t-shirt, Tania. It's such a beautiful move. It's a visual, right?
It deserves all kinds of merch. Get that position on a t-shirt,
Exactly.
Get it on the mug, get it on your wall. What a move that was. It also feels so good when you finish
does.
a game like that.
Oh, it's very, very impressive. Tell our audience what they can expect for round 10 of Blitz coming up. We've got pairings.
We've got our matchups, and we start the day with this action in front of us. Jeffery Xiong taking on Sevian. Wesley So, who scored 6 out of 9 points on day 1, will start the day against Fabiano Caruana. An incredibly important match, not only for the tournament standings, but also for our tour standings. And of course, our marquee matchup there, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave,
Nice.
the tournament leader, takes on Liem. The players are in their seats, ready to go.
And-
Action is on.
And they started, boy, they didn't even give us a chance to go through the entire pairings, as we do have a Lapin, right? C2, C3, Sicilian in the game between MVL and Liem. Liem coming into this event once again as a wild card. He is the coach at the local university here, Webster University, and he has a fan base in St. Louis you can't believe. They are cheering him on, and coach was leading through 5 rounds of rapid, so he's really had a very nice event so far. I'm used to seeing white actually getting in an earlier D2, D4 than I currently have, and this move C5, C4 basically said, I like to gain some space. Now, if I play D4 right away, there'll be an en passant, Tanya. What do you think about B2, B3, which was played?
Really nicely pointed out. You want to get out of this clamp hold that black has with the move C4 so that you can advance the D pawn.
Exactly.
You need to develop your bishop, need to get the pieces out. So B3 there, as you pointed out, and the knight comes out, putting more pressure on C4, and now really asking black to take a decision about what you want to do with that C pawn.
Yeah, if you do capture, if black is obliged, I'm not saying he is, but if black does capture, C4 takes B3, A2 takes B3. The rook is developed. My pawn structure has a little bit more influence in the center. He's done it. He's captured. And so I would feel that white is the one for choice. Now, on the other hand, Peter will be sitting there arguing his Grunfeld bishop has an unobstructed view, and therefore black should also be pleased with the outcome. Quick knee-jerk.
No, I agree with you. I think white starts being a little bit by being a little bit better, but black does have dynamic counterplay. E75 break needs to be watched constantly. The pawn on C3 is a bit soft. You could maybe play against it. Bishop G4 followed by some kind of a break in the center is playable. But structurally, I would very much take white here.
Right, Tanya.
I would agree with that, and especially because traditional chess wisdom, you've managed to put one of your side pawns towards the center.
Exactly.
The A pawn has moved towards B3. You've opened up the A line for your rook, so
Exactly.
it's already in the game. Watch out for threats of that knight from A3 jumping onto B5, hitting
Right.
the queen, hitting the pawn. It looks like the trump in black's position is that bishop. So as Peter said, you want to get E5 to open the position. But if I had to pick a color at the moment, I would want to be white in this position.
Exactly, me too. Rook on F1 to E1 has my attention. I like the idea of putting pressure. And Peter mentioned that E7, E5 is the dynamic that black will be looking for. Times, it just feels like the players are playing a little bit slowly, or who's used more time?
It's about level, under 4 minutes for both these players. It's the start of the day, Yasser.
Right.
They're just getting into the groove and the rhythm.
Yeah,
of
they got to
things.
warm up. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, Liem is a former world blitz champion, very, very deserving. Was it 2014?
2013 World Blitz
2013.
champion. And
So he's been around. He's not to be taken lightly.
not at all. He's the winner of so many elite events in the chess world, a speed chess specialist, as you mentioned, a former world champion as well. And he's not a household name like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, like Anish Giri or Jan Nepomniachtchi. But when he's fighting with these guys in a tournament, he's fighting on equal ground every
Exactly.
single game.
Exactly, and he's acquitted himself well, 13.5 points. He shows that he actually belongs in this field. A wild card maybe, but definitely a competitive one at that. When the two bishops, Peter mentioned C3 is a little bit soft, and Liam's wasting no time bringing his rook to the C file to eyeball that pawn. Now here's an interesting moment. Right here, you have the move, he did play bishop E4. I was about to say you have the move knight C4. And it's not something that you really want to do, double the pawns on the C file. But if you think about knight C4 trade, I am opening up my rook, I am threatening bishop A3, potentially C5, potentially D5. He didn't do it. He went bishop E4, and after queen D7,
Yes.
that's
Queen.
a surprise move. queen d7, bishop to g5. So the two bishops are beginning to exert themselves.
Absolutely, and the reason he moved back the queen to d7 is to get out of these knight jumps that you're pointing out. Knight b5, knight c4, it's a prophylactic move. I like what white has done here, bishop g5. It's against the idea of the e-pawn advancing to e5 because that really is the dream for black. To break open the center, to open up that monstrous bishop on g7. So with bishop g5, at least that's stopped for the time being.
Exactly, knight d5, and again, the soft c3 pawn, also kind of inviting white to now bring his knight into
You do have to have a good
c4.
reply to b7, b5, though. This is the
Exactly.
critical question now. How do you reply to b5? And Gabriel will show us in a moment.
Asked, and we're about to find the answer. Knight e3, of course, will hang the pawn on c3. Don't forget the bishop on g5. The desirable bishop takes d5, queen takes d5 also reminds white that you've got two pieces hanging, the bishop on g5 and the knight on c4. Tania, this is a good question.
It's
a
tricky question, and knight e3 I think is the most obvious, the most human response in the position. I was thinking about knight jumping to a5, but the c3 pawn was hanging. It still hangs, but now you take, and he's showing us the way. Knight c3, is there a knight jump? I was thinking knight goes to g4 and you're looking at counterplay, but I also see the d4 pawn is hanging.
Precisely, knight takes d4. That's a devastating threat. So there was no question that bishop takes c6 had to be done. And I guess we're about to see the
We probably start by taking
everything.
on a7 and then
yeah,
on
it gets
e7.
hosed, right? Yeah, that gets traded, that gets traded, that gets traded.
Because if we start by taking on e7, rook d7 becomes an interesting reply, I think.
So there is bishop takes e7, rook d7, bishop c5. Probably we're just going to equalize somehow.
Yeah, but it doesn't
there.
feel like we're playing for a win. So I
No,
think
we're not playing for a win.
starting with rook a7, I think, makes a great deal of sense, and that's what he's done.
Yes.
Picked
Rook
up.
takes a7. I'm assuming we're about to see rook take... Well, wait a minute. Sorry. Rook takes d4. Rook check would be
Devastating?
devastating, followed by bishop h6. So I actually have to play bishop takes d4, and that will be a tempo against the rook. Rook takes e7. I don't know, Tania, but to my eyes, 3 versus 3, 1 versus 1. Ooh, f7, f6. Liem saying, wait a minute, I'm not willing to just make a easy draw. I want to see what is...
g5 probably is a good intermediate move here for white.
Well, the problem is any bishop retreats are met by rook takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
And this gets out of the rook check problem because we've now made look for our king. But you said d5.
Mm-hmm.
d5.
Although in the end there's bishop f8. My idea was if everything gets traded, I want to take on e7 with the rook, which is currently on the back rank, attacking the bishop on g7. But black does have bishop f8 at the very end, and I have the rook hanging, and my bishop on g5 is still hanging. So Maxime is actually, this is I think why he hasn't played d5 yet. He also got to this point and realized he doesn't have an easy way out.
And you're not picking your bishop back up because one of the rooks will slide over to the f file and easily defend the bishop. So move f7, f6 has caused a stoppage. And it's Liem.
Whoa.
Bishop f4, rook takes, knight h6.
Knight g4 for now, yeah. This is a piece
G4.
sacrifice, but a very, very interesting one. I think we can take and then play bishop f8, but Liem says, no, I want to protect the e7 pawn. Goes knight d5, very understandable.
Liem is playing a fabulous control game.
Oh,
His
yeah.
move knight d5 defends the pawn on e7, stopping these ideas of rook takes. By the way, the bishop is hanging, h5 is on tap, rook a8 check. How, does that help? We're not sure.
I guess he wants to play knight h6 check, but that endgame will still be very, very unpleasant because there's g5 in the end.
Knight h6 check, bishop takes h6, bishop takes h6, and as you said, g5 in the end, just sidestepping rook f8 mate. Bishop e3. Tania, I have to say, I'm very impressed by Liem's play in this game. It's been outstanding.
In the meantime, Sam Sevian has won his first round game with black against Jeffery Xiong.
Congratulations.
There's a mate in one that was threatened and stopped with a g5, vacating a square for the king.
And h4, and that's a second pawn. That's a second pawn alert. Take it.
It
There's a
feels-
third pawn hanging.
Maxime's getting desperate right now.
Yeah.
H4, it
Black
feels things
king
have
feels
gone.
safe. Feels safe. Sorry.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I think there's been incredible technique here that Liem has shown in the first round against the tournament
Outstanding.
leader. Jumps up with the rook. Maxime's trying to create play against Black's king here.
Exactly, and it just feels like there's enough places for the king to hide. And by the way, I love this move h3. It's not that the pawn, the doubled h pawn, was playing a significant role, but if I can force g takes h3, rook takes h3, I can get rid of the bishop and swipe yet another pawn on the queen side. h3, love it. g3. And what does Alpha Zero say about pawns on h6 and h3? They can checkmate you. And here we go. You're right. Desperado checks for white, and Liem is about to play king f5 and say, do your worst. I'm not going to take your bishop and fall for a checkmate. King f5. And are clocks a factor? Is the clock a factor?
It's touching the 30-second mark for both players, but that's a whole bunch of extra pawns for Black, and it felt
truly
that Liem made it look so easy, snapping up pawn after pawn.
Right?
The pawn on h3 makes sure that the white rook is stuck on e1, not allowing Black to double up on the first rank. And another pawn's grab gives up the h3 pawn, but that b pawn can get decisive very quickly.
Exactly. And
Who's going for whose king?
Once again, Liem is playing absolutely fantastic. I mean, this is great stuff. And he's the tournament leader. It's over. He had to stop a checkmate coming on the file. I'm just going to quickly update my board. I apologize, but there was a checkmate on h2 after rook check and rook h2. So
Knight g6 now creates maybe an unstoppable threat of rook check on the third rank.
And
so a check followed by
No,
knight g6.
I think we start with knight g6 actually.
Perfect. So we do have, and by the way, knight e7 came with a gain of tempo. So you're suggesting knight g6.
He gives a check first and defends the b5 pawn, and there are mating ideas. Is knight g6 always in the air? So the rook needs to stay on h1 to guard the h2 file, h2 square.
And now
Rook h3 is also a threat if the rook moves.
Knight g6.
It was a check.
Knight g6 checkmate is knight g6 and rook h3 checkmate. That's a coming. And 10 seconds.
A check. He made a move. Still, knight g6, rook h3 ideas. How do you fight against
Liem,
rook h3?
I think it's over.
It's over because if you go rook h1, knight g6, king h5, rook h3, and that's handshakes. Mate was inevitable.
Wow. Our congratulations to Sam, but we're going to go to the Fabi game as
Oh, and the players are playing with 2 seconds on the
Wesley
clock.
So. Ooh.
Whoa!
Somebody
That's
just went
a
check.
checkmate.
Wesley blundered a rook with the last move of the game. He blundered the full rook and resigned.
Sorry, Ray Robson versus Nepo. It looks like Black's.
Jan should be winning here.
Yeah, Black's a2 pawn. Oh, there's a fork. Those tricky knights.
Jumping all over, and it's also going to be a queen, not just the
And
loss
there
of
we
rooks.
go.
And both Fabi and Jan win, and MVL loses. A one point game now.
There was a 2-point match, a two-point difference, pardon me, between MVL, our tournament leader,
Yes.
and the pursuers, and it's narrowed. Alireza was 2.5 points behind MVL, but Alireza won.
Oh, and
It's a black day, a
they
black round.
started really
What
well.
the
All
heck, Peter?
wins with
It's
the black
good.
pieces.
Black is more than okay.
Absolutely, in this round. And once again, we see the same story. We start with very few draws, shall we call it that? And I start with this game between Ray Robson and Jan Nepomniachtchi, in which Jan played a very fashionable line here, eschewing the classical Viennas with bishop b4, just going b5 here. e5, knight d5, knight b5, knight b6, where you get this very strange structure with black doubled c-pawns and the pawn on c4 seemingly very weak. But you get a lot of piece play for the breakage of your structure. And then if we continue forward, all of this is, I think, this is already not theoretical, but in general there is a lot of finesses here available to both sides. Somewhere around here, I thought Ray was doing really well, and he is doing well to a degree, but not that great. The threat of knight g5 is extremely annoying, forced Jan to give up a second bishop. But knight a4 was a very important detail here, immediately attacking the pawn on b2. I wonder if Ray perhaps could have tried not trading b2 for c4, but what he chose was this position. And already you can see the outlines of how this could become a problem for white, because this bishop on e3 is not very active. The pawn on e3 could become a target. And as we've seen in the game, eventually this became a queen.
Right.
And if we go forward, it actually became pretty sharp pretty quick, because he gave up on a3 to play d5 and d6, which I think is very strong, opening up his bishop, picking up the pawn on g7. And this is a very sharp position, which the engine initially assesses as equal. But Jan, I think, just controlled it better in time trouble, and some pawns, as you can see here, let's say if we look at this position, the king is cut off on the back rank, and you still have to solve all of these problems. But 5 moves later, these pawns has progressed. The king is about to come off the back rank, and eventually it ends up somewhere around the b3 square, as you can see in the final position. It's all the way over there.
Right.
The a pawn is queening, and black is completely winning. Another game that black won is the game between Anish Giri and Alireza Firouzja, which featured a very classical IQP type position with white having this isolated pawn on d4. And it seemed like Anish played a very logical, normal game. He got 2 bishops, he got this seemingly annoying pin along this diagonal. But eventually the pin was broken. And once you get to some position like this, I think you start preferring black, unless white can immediately play d4, d5 somewhere and equalize. But this didn't happen. This trade of the bishop, which was the light squared bishop for the knight, solidified the structure with the black having by far the better bishop. White still has this weakness on d4. And black continued improving. And as you can see, white hasn't lost any material, but the position looks visually much worse than it did five moves ago, and black continued making progress, and eventually, as you can see, Alireza infiltrated via the back rank and basically gave mate. So here Anish resigned because queen g5, wherever the king goes, queen g5 is mate in 1.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Tanya, update our standings. 5 black wins. I'm not used to seeing that one. What happened?
Well, the standings might look very similar to how we started the day, but notice how the margin for the leader has reduced.
Narrowed.
And that is what Blitz is about. Get on that hot streak, and you could see a completely different leaderboard. And Maxime still with 17 points. Fabi, Jan still tied for second, but with just a 1-point difference. Alireza also at just half a point behind. This fight is getting close and 8 more games to go.
Thank you, Tanya. And Anastasia, tell us about some of the games that we may have missed.
I kept my eye on the game between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. You caught the moment, the end of the game, actually. And you remember from yesterday, Fabi was telling that he is kind of fighting for the second place only, but now we see that the gap is just 1 point, and he managed to win against Wesley in the first round. So it started all with d4, d5, and here Wesley was stuck for some moments. Probably he was choosing what to play. He played bishop f4. It seemed like London, but I don't know, the consequences of moves didn't really go for the main lines of London, and both players probably were experimenting, and here Fabi decided to play d takes c4, entering very interesting position. It seems like he was in a quite aggressive mood and tried to, even though the position was like about equal, he was still looking for some chances. He pushed his pawn on all the way to a4, trying to get some squares on the queen side. Wesley was trying to do something in the center, played like f3, hoping to play probably e4 at certain point. But I wanted to show one moment when Fabio played this tricky move g5, again trying to, make things a little bit crazy on the board. And here Wesley had a very interesting opportunity. He could have played this interesting move e4, and after bishop e4, suddenly this bishop on h4 is trapped. But it's not that easy. I mean, black still could continue with some moves like rook d4, trying to grab as many pawns as possible, and still, it's very unclear position in my opinion, even though white has this extra piece in the game. So, but Wesley didn't play this move. They didn't have much time at this moment, and you could see what happened after. It was some kind of battle where I think Wesley was better at certain point here. He's pawn up, and but still the fact that black has bishop sometimes helps in the situation even with the pawn down. And you saw the ending. He just blundered the rook. But let me show you what actually happened, because it was very fast. After move f5, white has to take on f5 with the knight because there is no other move for the king. So knight f5, and here black wins the full rook, and Wesley resigned. The second game I was checking was the game between two players, American players, Jeffery Xiong and Sevian. Maybe you remember what happened yesterday. It was absolutely crazy game when Sevian won, actually. And I'm sure that Jeffery was hoping for revenge in this one, but it didn't happen. So I would like to show you a few moments in this game. He made this very tricky. I mean, it was very normal, you know, English opening. Everything was kind of fine. White got some certain kind of comfortable position, and then somewhere here, yes, I would like to show you this moment. Knight d7 was played by Sevian, and he created this small trap bishop before, and suddenly it seems like Jeffery didn't notice it. So he played bishop g2 move, and after bishop before, he just lost in exchange, and the position became very bad. He maybe had some hopes to create something on the king side. He played g4, but after a very, very strong move like rook e2 and e5, he had to resign, because after move knight f5, there is this rook d3 move, and where to go with your queen? I mean, after queen c1, you lose your queen after rook d1. So he just resigned here, and Sevian won the game, and I think he won this kind of mini match between those two as well. So we are going back to the studio.
What a swindle! Wesley was up a pawn,
Yes.
and he had a cold shower moment, that move f7, f5. Through the magic of television, let's just take a look at that moment when Fabi won a game where, again, he could have been he was material down through most of it. Here, just take a look. I mean, you don't expect Wesley So to lose this position, right?
It's equal material now that the pawn's been picked up, but the B pawn is under fire, and I absolutely agree with you. And it was right about in just a few seconds. And look at the clock as well, 3 seconds for Fabi.
Right.
Wesley has those extra seconds, and Fabi sets up this position. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but that white king feeling a bit unsafe there.
Exactly.
Cut off just a little bit.
But check this out. Knight takes b5, and what a swindle.
Taking away the h5 square.
Okay, so
H5
play
check would still be okay,
check.
yeah, but-
H5 check, and here it comes.
And
this
the knight
moment.
is overloaded, and that would be checkmate. White has to capture the pawn. The rook is on pre, and it is handshakes.
What a swindle. That was just, oh, Peter, you just
That
feel like...
will sting for Wesley, because Wesley was mounting a kind of a quiet recovery with 6 out of 9.
showed.
He started at a very low point, but with MVL losing the first game, you would feel that maybe he's in a running for top 3, but losing this position will not be a happy.
And for
thing
Fabi,
him.
that was impressive. We've got another round of Blitz coming up. I mean, it happened so fast. Tell us about the pairings, if we have them, for this round 11.
We will start with round 11 action, and this is
Oh.
what we have.
Stop
on
the presses.
our plate. Look at that third board pairing with
You
Jan
bet.
Nepomniachtchi, tied for second, who started with a win. Takes on the tournament leader, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who started with a loss.
Right.
Can Maxime recover from the first round loss? Will Jan Nepomniachtchi be able to keep up the streak that he's been on in the Blitz? Prediction times. Peter, that's clearly our marquee matchup. What's going to happen?
In terms of tournament intrigue, I'm very much Team Jan, and also this is my fantasy pick, so very easy for me to pick white in this game.
Yeah, biased opinion.
Yes.
No draws. I don't know who's going to win, but no draws.
I would agree with that, and that's also because of their style of play. Yasser, both make dynamic decisions, and obviously this is Blitz, so in general we will have far fewer draws than a longer time format, but we can expect a big fun fight between these two combative players. And of course, it's not only going to be a fight here, but later on as well, when
Exactly.
the Sinquefield Cup starts right after the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Well, November 21st to December 1st. Put that in your schedule. This is the granddaddy of them all, a tournament we're incredibly proud of. We think it's the strongest event in the world. Maybe only the candidates competes, but this is it. And the roster of players is simply outstanding, Tania.
Absolutely. Look at that stellar star cast. Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Jan Christoph Duda, Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Levon Aronin, Anish Giri, Rihard Rapo, and Lenia Dominguez fighting it out in the Cinq Field Cup, the final event of the Grand Chess Tour 2023 season, to crown the eventual winner.
Exactly. We will be missing, unfortunately, world champion Ding Liren, but the wild card replacement of Levon Aronian, outstanding replacement. We miss you, Ding, so please do return. And Peter, for MVL, the worst start possible.
Yeah, he did not want to lose the first game with white and also see all of his competition win. Alireza, Jan, and Fabi all winning their games. Now it's a very, very close race. 1 point with 8 to go is nothing.
It was very hard for me to tell, but I don't know exactly where MVL lost his advantage.
Without the diagram, we probably shouldn't go too deep into the woods, but I really like the suggestion of knight c4 move earlier, where it would have gotten the knights off. I thought it was very strong.
Oh, thank you for that.
Maxime
Wow. Well, we've got a marquee matchup game coming up.
No doubt about it.
The MVL, our tournament leader by 1 point, plays against Nepo. How did they do in their first? Nepo won.
Yes.
Nepo is the only player who beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in day
You're
one.
saying this as from a biased perspective, because I want to remind our viewers who our picks were. I'm ashamed of you all. Nobody picked MVL. What's wrong with you guys?
Looking at you as well, yes, right here. With
Look,
Maxime
I
Vachier-Lagrave.
initiated, I said Alireza, and he's lurking. Here we can see it.
As is a
The
certain
ladies took
world number
Fabi.
2, Fabiano Caruana. He's just in striking distance as well.
Nepo, as you said.
Peter's
Sam
feeling good about
Sevian.
this,
I mean, VAR's got reason to be upset, because Sam could easily have a lot more points.
Sam feels like he's leaving some EV
On the table.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Really does feel like that a little bit.
Absolutely. And once again, the MVL just lost only his second Blitz game.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the end of that game, because I thought from literally start to finish, Liem played a game he can be incredibly proud of.
That
Peter.
was a very nice game, considering I think that he was worse out of the opening to outplay MVL from a position where he had to first think very carefully about how not to be in much trouble.
Now what Liem is doing is he's setting up a checkmating pattern on the H-file with rook on f2 to f3, and his idea is knight to g6 check, followed by rook h3 mate, and
you can't fight it. It's inevitable.
Yeah, exactly. You can't prevent it. And there we see it. Rook
Liam
h3
saying,
mate.
I am inevitable.
I am inevitable.
This was a fantastic game by Liam with the black pieces.
Truly.
It's not just this end position where we see white's king trap, but from start to finish, how he started gobbling up pawn after pawn, targeting the
It's
weaknesses.
h3.
And the move f6, it kept the position alive. It kept the position going. He had and we saw the handshakes right here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's king getting checkmated on h4. It's not something you get to see every day, especially when Maxime is in form.
Yeah, Tanya, Peter. I mean, I like it on chess.com. They have that accuracy reading. I mean, for me, this was a blitz game. Yeah. You're not supposed to have such a high quality, accurate play.
I think Liam's numbers would have been very, very high there. It looked like he was fully in control. Once he assumed the initiative after knight c4 b5, I guess, it felt like all of his decisions were incredibly on point.
Just amazing. As we get ready once again to start this round 11 and Nepo versus MVL. What a matchup. I can't wait. Peter, what are we expecting Jan's blitz repertoire, as you mentioned?
I think he's been playing mostly e4 in this tournament, but he can play whatever he like. The man who prepared for 2 world championship matches can play pretty much anything.
E2, E4. If you play E2, E4, Tanya, you know you're going to get a knight off. I mean, that's just it. So if you want to play a knight off, you want to play a Grunfeld.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a knight off, Jan with e4. Would love to see that happen. But we have seen Maxime switching it up in the Sicilian. The recent tournaments that he's been playing, he has been employing different openings, even against d4. He's been going for these Queen's Gambit decline, not his traditional Grunfeld. I'm expecting one e4 here. A Sicilian. Might be the knight off, or might be another one.
And here we go. Play
And
underway.
it's e4. Will it be c5? It is c5. Will we see the knight off?
Knight f3.
And it's not the knight off.
You said it. He'll mix it up. He could mix it up on you. C takes d4, knight takes d4. And now here's the moment of truth. Sveshnikov, e7, e5. And for sure, because of the whole Fabi Magnus match from 2018, where the Sveshnikov was Magnus's go-to defense, everybody in the world's top studied it. And look at them go. I mean, they're gaining time on the clock.
They have more time than what they started with. As you said, Sveshnikov, of course, it's an opening that's been there for the ages, but really gained in popularity after that 2018 match. What's been very fascinating about Maxime in 23, he's one of those very unique players who's had an extremely predictable opening repertoire. It's the knight off, it's your Grunfeld against d4, and he's stuck to it. But over the last year, I think he realized, and he's spoken about this in his blog post as well, that he realized that he needs to change it, no matter how difficult it is, to start over again. And that also resulted in him not getting the kind of opening positions that he wanted. But finally, he finds his rhythm in these openings that he hasn't played before. We're seeing him employ the Sveshnikov now. We see him play these different lines from the traditional Maxime that we've known over time. And he slows down finally because g3, h4 on the board, it's a good time to take stock of the position.
It's a different approach entirely by Jan. And I think Peter mentioned it best. When you play in a world championship match, the amount of preparation that you do kind of carries you over for the next year or two. You play in 2 world championship matches, you got a lot of luggage, you got a lot of ideas against a lot of openings, and guess what? This looks like a nice treatment that White's doing. He's playing to trade off the light square bishop and just control forever the square d5. Peter, jump in on this one for me. Is g3, h4 well known?
Yeah, it's one of the main ideas in this line, because the problem when you play this c4 variation against the Sveshnikov, your problem is your light squared bishop. Whoa.
Castle's long, Peter?
Whoa.
That's a different approach.
That is a different approach. It looks borderline bad, but in fact it's difficult for black to open files on the queen side. As you can see, you can play a4, a3, or you can play the other pawn forward, but it will always be met by white closing the flank down.
You play a3, I play b3. You play b3, I play a3. Just as you said, closing the flank down. But on the other hand, what is the king doing on b1?
And the thing about this plan is it allows white to just go hell for leather on the king side, because we no longer have to care about the center. We no longer have to. We actually actively encourage the opening of anything on the king side. So this makes the game much sharper, much more double-edged, and this is exactly what Jan needs. If Jan wins this game, he ties for first after 2 rounds.
Exactly. Tania, it's a bold, risky strategy. What do you say? Is this something you would have entertained yourself?
Bold, risky strategy is the style of both these players, and I think they're happy with the opening outcome because this is the kind of position that they like to play. What is the one difference between their style is that I've always found Jan, his attack, aggressive play is often based on intuition, on instinct, while Maxime feels a bit more on calculation based. His tactics are more on solid ground of calculation. So it's really interesting to see this clash of similar style but with different foundation. And for me right now, it feels that white is the one who's getting to black's king first.
No question about it. That move king f8 is an indication of exactly what you just said, is he's getting on his running shoes. The black king is getting ready to skedaddle, Peter.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to run very far. I think white's threat here is probably g5, g6. Because that will be very difficult to ignore, I think.
Well, then you can open up lines. You were mentioning it's very difficult for black to open up lines against white's king.
I like this for white.
It feels like
I really do.
the risk is paying off, Tania.
It's because any pawn break on the queen side is going to result in a blocked structure regardless. You're not going to manage to open up any lines for your rook and your queen.
Right.
Notice how all of black's pieces are on the left side of the board, on the queen side. The black king left completely without any guard. White's pawn's going to shred that king side very soon. We've seen f6 is on the board.
h5 instantly.
And you want to try to block
What?
it with a move like g6, but it doesn't help because white pushes h5 instead. So Maxime stopping h5, but this just results in the king wide open.
This looks horrible now.
It's horrible for
Horrifying.
black.
Yes.
Exactly, even bishop e2 simply, just attacking
Just-
the pawn on h5, connecting the rooks.
I'm stunned by the decision h5. By the way, Maxime made it immediately as if he felt he had to do it. But by putting the pawn on a light square, it becomes an instant target for the bishop on e2. This looks just horrible. Bishop takes h5, rook f1. I think it's game over.
And where is black's attack?
It's not there.
You've got the
There is
stunning
no
knight.
attack.
You've got the stunning knight on d4.
You know, that was a line of six-time champion Walter Brown. He said, pretty as a picture. Does nothing. I mean, the knight is gorgeous on d4, but it's not attacking.
He's done the right thing because if the c4 pawn falls, now with the pawn on b3, he might be able to generate threats. But Jan is in no hurry whatsoever. And
Well, I love this move, rook f1.
yeah.
It's a very nice, contained move. It's basically saying, I don't have to rush. I can play bishop takes h5 on my terms. Tanya.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And if black goes for the c4 pawn, yes, you can take on e2. The queen captures back the knight. You can win the c4 pawn, but the white queen taking on h5 will be far more dangerous for your king, and black is just extremely late for the party.
Yes.
The party is over.
The party is over. Queen takes h5, queen h6. Rook takes f7 would be made. The queen h6 check followed by g6 is likely to be. And you come in to today's action with a 2-point lead. You're feeling good. You lose your first 2 games against key rivals. You're not feeling so good, Tanya.
And that is the point. It's about getting that hot streak going for you, and the opposite of that can put you in an absolute tilt.
G6.
Because
No
yes,
way.
the only piece on the king side is the king. It's the king to the rescue of the king right now. There's nothing to guard.
I'm not buying this, Peter. I don't know
No.
about you. What are you trying to sell?
I'm
King
trying
G6?
to find mate in 3-ish here.
You want to take the pawn?
No, I want to play rook f6
Yes.
check, of
That's
course.
my first reaction as well.
And take with the pawn so that you just open up, the healthy open lines. Rook f6, why doesn't rook f6 win the game?
He has 2.5 minutes and he's doing the right thing. He's
Thinking
double
about
checking.
it? Because rook f6, shall we just put it on the board?
Let's do it.
Make it very clear to our audience what we're seeing. What we're seeing is queen is...
And to add insult to injury, also 97 check.
Oh, well, thank you for that. That's very insulting and very injurious. Oh, my word. Rook f6 has got our attention, and you think it has Jan's as well, right? Rook f6.
He reaches for the queen instead, but this is also extremely strong. I think rook f6 would have been a beautiful move, but queen h3,
What's the idea?
The bishop is on pre, but if the knight leaves the d4 square, you vacate the f5, the defense
Queen
of the f5.
f5,
Queen
check.
f5, queen f7 would be game over.
That's mate, yes. So, but is this setting up rook f6? Is it setting up bishop takes h5 check?
You know what? I think
What
he
was
says
queen?
you have no moves. I don't think there is a direct threat, but black also has nothing that moves.
The knight cannot move. The rook cannot take on c4. Those two things are very clear to me. The bishop on d8 can't move. The king.
I think MVL will play a5, a4.
I think MVL will resign.
Watch him play a5, a4 here. No,
He goes back with the queen.
e8. So he's basically saying bishop h5 and rook f7 I'll defend.
Bishop takes h5, king takes h5, rook f6 for style points.
For style points. Get the king out in the open and before you bag it. Rook f6 again. It just
still
feels
want it.
so badly.
I think rook f6 still looks like the move that should work because you give up a rook, you're also giving up a bishop, but that black king, and no one's coming to the defense on the g line. You can even give up a rook on g1 in the line at the end. Rook f6, bishop takes rook, pawn takes bishop, knight takes bishop. I think rook g1 might work. Give up the rook as well, and once again, the queen is enough to give checkmate.
Exactly. Knight e2. You don't even need rook g1.
Don't even need it.
Queen g2 right away. And here we go. Bishop takes h5.
He'll go knight f6 though. It's stronger.
And knight f6.
This is stronger.
And you take with the rook this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you actually give mate instead of winning material. Knight f6,
knight
bishop
f6.
f6. Envia will play king f8, and then just rook g1.
And he takes with the rook. Rook h6 is a checkmate in 1. And how are you fighting against the mate in 1?
Queen
Queen
f8.
f8.
f8 or h8, and then
we're-
rook g1, and there's no stopping queen g4 mate.
Oh, nicely calculated and nicely finished off by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Beautiful game. I mean, once again, MVL is being victimized by simply fantastic play, Peter.
And the fun point is, even if black plays queen e6 here,
Yes,
we
to
still
stop.
we still play rook g1.
No. Now that will get another visual.
Come on, Jan. Thank you.
It's on the
Queen
board.
e6, rook g1. You called it, Peter. Beautiful play, as the threat is queen g4 check, followed by rook h6 mate.
And if queen takes queen, rook h6 mate anyway.
Exactly.
Oh, this is stunning.
Oh, very, very nice. He'll play rook h8 and spoil our beautiful finish.
You just take the queen now?
Sadly, we just take the queen now, and we will play g6, g7, and we will mate the king.
Maxime continues to fight with 6 seconds on a clock and a busted position to boot. The g-pawn moves
and
forward.
Queen g4, yeah.
And then
And
queen
there.
g4 and finally handshakes. What a masterpiece, an attacking masterpiece by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Where we're going to go? We're going to go to the game of Liem and Wesley So. Wesley is feeling terrible about that loss he just suffered against Fabi. That was very undeserved, very uncharacteristic. What's going on in this one, Tanya?
Just the first look with that knight on d6, white
That's
having
pretty.
more space in the position. Black looks extremely passive. If anyone's enjoying that position, it's got to be Liem.
Right? Wesley just played the move knight e8, however, trying to evict the knight, and the knight was
No
forced
go.
to retreat.
And knight comes back to f5, now with ideas of attack on the king's side. The other rook comes on to the h file, always
Beautiful
sacrifices on
play.
g7 and h6 in the air.
As we have a very, very, very nice view of Begum there. Takes an exchange sacrifice and a good one. I would really want to get rid of that knight on d6. Wesley said, I do not want to suffer.
Hang on a second.
Wait a
We've just
minute.
given up 2 pawns or only 1? Because queen b5, knight takes d4, we run into a fork.
We still.
f7 was
F7.
hanging.
Thank you. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Isn't that still a
Guys,
fork?
there's a lot of pawns for the exchange now. I'm not sure white is better anymore.
Not at all. I have to agree wholeheartedly.
And that knight was far more worth than the exchange, and now black's knight is the one that's putting pressure on the weaknesses. And the point you were making, d4 could not have been picked up earlier, but now it's
Whoa.
rook
Now it
has to
can
give
be,
it back.
yeah.
Take
Queen
on
takes
f7.
Oh, rook takes f7. The queen,
Queen
d5
d5,
draw.
yeah. F2 is hanging, very
F2.
cleverly done, but rook f4 is a good find by the coach.
Hesitation there.
I
He will
see
have
that.
drawing chances. This is not a very easily winning rook ending if Wesley trades queens.
Do you put the rook behind the pawn?
Yes.
He puts it sideways.
Apparently not, no.
Apparently not. I would have put the rook behind and brought my king over to the queen side. Wesley says, I've got to bring my king over to the queen side, but I want to keep my king side. Ooh.
Liem trying to get rid of as many pawns as possible, which
Of
is the right
course.
strategy for the
King
defensive player.
c7. Now the question is,
Are you in time?
I don't think we
yes.
can take, but we probably should still hold. Yeah.
Alireza Firouzja meanwhile
we
takes
holding
down
this?
Ray Robson.
We'll be able to take on
Before-
h6 next move, maybe. Because that's, yeah, we can just take
You're
on
in
h6
time now. Pick it up, and the king pawn ending.
Yes.
Your pawn queens at the same time as black's pawn.
Exactly. I thought he had to play b4.
We're going to see a draw here.
And we will see a draw. That means that we will have one remaining game between Fabi and Sam as these two players figure out a way of getting to king versus king, which they've achieved. We're going to jump over to the game between Fabi and Sam, and it looks like a win for the exchange.
I'm not so sure. I think this is probably a draw, actually.
Wait, Fabi on the clock. He's got 6 seconds on the clock.
Now we can even play b3, b2 and just trade it for the g6 pawn, and it's just a very simple technical draw. Yeah.
Good point.
I don't know if Fabi even plays this out, to be honest. It's just that there's not very much to play for here.
Exactly.
But it's blitz, and the players are playing on seconds, and I think it's going to continue.
Oh, it definitely will
There's
continue.
a mate threat. You've got to move that king away.
Put the bishop on f5. It's what we call an anchor square. The bishop is nicely protected and anchored, and now you can just move your king around. It doesn't matter. There's no mating patterns with the bishop nicely defending.
And confidently
By the way,
played by
Sam
black.
is playing
Sam.
very, very fast. Suddenly.
Very nice.
And now your king can take a walk.
It almost feels like he knows exactly what to do. He's pre-moving this game.
It truly impressive play.
Don't go king h7, yes, that would be a mate on h7.
That would be injurious. Ooh, something happened there. Sam wasn't sure. You don't want to put your piece on pre.
He's really got the time going right now of almost 30 seconds. He's managed to build up on the clock.
Funnily enough, I would have walked away from the g-pawn. I would be playing king d5, king d6, king, and just not getting myself mated on the h file.
Yeah.
There
And
we
that's
go.
it. There we have it.
It's time.
A confident
It
hold
was
by Sam
fun.
Sevian.
What a round, Peter. Oh my goodness.
3 draws, shockingly.
But
We're
the
very
fight for
unused to
first.
this. We're very, very unused to this.
But the fight for first really
Intensifies with Jan beating MVL, so they're now tied for first. Fabi half a point behind, and Alireza also won. So Alireza is
a half a point
a
behind.
half a point behind. So there's a 4-horse race. What we wanted, and starting very briefly with that game that we just watched finish between Fabi and Jeffery Xiong. It was a very, very sharp Catalan type game. Began as a Nimzo, but is now much more similar to a Catalan, and it became really crazy really quickly. As you can see, White has completely ignored the pawn on c4, said, yeah, I'm playing a proper gambit, I'm not trying to win any material back. And Sam correctly, I think, opened up everything in the center by playing f5. And perhaps the early critical moment came here, where White won the pawn back, but Black now has a lot of play. And the engine was insisting that you have to play bishop f4 here. Instead, Fabi played bishop b3. And if you look at the position 4 moves later, this is massively better for Black. The pawn on b2 is gone. The knight went b4, d3, take b2. And Fabi had to scramble not to be completely lost. Somewhere here, I think the engine was suggesting playing the move bishop g4 with the idea of bishop b2 and saying Black is basically winning.
Wow.
This wasn't played. Bishop b7, d5, before queen takes c7 gave Fabi some hope. And then they reached this position, which is obviously already a huge improvement. White is somehow even a pawn up by now. And here Sam played rook d5, bishop d5, rook e3, this exchange sacrifice. And as we've seen, managed to hold it.
Right.
And Alireza, just briefly, his win against Ray Robson, he went back to the well. His
English well.
Now it's not Borislavsky, now it's actually neither, right? Because the pawn is on a3.
Right.
But it's very similar to what he was doing in on day one. He played this reverse Sicilian. Very quickly they got to this structure where there was a trade on d4, then one of the black bishops got traded on b3. And eventually the knights came off the board as well, and we can look at the position somewhere here where material is equal, but the white bishop is just so much better than its black counterpart. And Alireza eventually won a very nice technical game, continuing his very promising start to the day.
Thank you, Peter. And let's take a look at the standings after 2 rounds of Blitz. Tania.
It's very different, Yas, from how we started the day, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave fails to keep his lead on the top. He is now joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi with 2 victories there at 17 points. Along with Maxime, Alireza close behind, along with Fabiano Caruana, just half a point behind the tournament leaders. Liem lay at 15, and then we see a big gap as Wesley So tied for 6th along with Ray Robson.
Fantastic. Let's go to studio with Anastasiya for more action on this round. Anastasiya, over to you.
I kept my eye on the game, which turned out to be absolutely crazy. It was a game between Anish Giri and Jeffery Xiong. And this is one of the critical moments. White played bishop d3, inviting Black actually to go into the trap. So after queen a4 and b3, you can see that this queen doesn't feel so comfortable. And Anish played this move queen d1, hoping with the next move bishop c1 to simply take the queen. But Jeffery actually kept calm and found really nice moves. He played c5 here, bishop c1, queen is hanging, but nevertheless c4 move, and he says that now if you take on a3, I will just take on d3, and after queen d3, b takes a3, I will have actually 3 minor pieces for the queen, which is actually quite enough if we speak about the compensation. So that's why Anish decided to play bishop b1, stay calm, but queen c1 followed. And c takes b3, and you can see what's happening here. It's queen is hanging, and all those pawns become very, very tricky on the queen side. After queen d1, b takes a2. We don't know actually who is fighting for victory here. Even though white has at the moment queen for the rook and 2 pieces, it's still absolutely unclear what is happening right now. So a4 followed, and now it's actually Anish who had to fight for a draw, and this is what was happening for a long time. Jeffery had really good chances somewhere around here, but now at this moment they didn't have much time, both of them, and things were changing many times. And here was another moment when Jeffery had a good chance maybe to try to play for victory. b3, pass pawns, they have to move forward, so b3 was a very important move, which would allow black to try to win this game. After bishop b3, there is nice move bishop b4, and there is no defense against rook e1. So probably he missed this opportunity. And after that, actually now it's Anish who was on the driver's seat, but he didn't find a few exact moves to convert his better position already to the victory. And I think somewhere around here he just felt that it's enough, for today, and he just decided to finish this crazy game in the draw. So now with this draw, Anish at least makes it a little bit easy for himself, and we are about to go for our commercial break, and there will be also a nice chat with Maxime, which we had before the tournament. Maxime, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. In the short video which you made before the tournament, which you sent before the tournament, you specifically mentioned that you're looking forward to have Thanksgiving here. I was wondering what is the most interesting for you about this holiday, and are you going to discover some Black Friday sales, perhaps?
Yeah, for me, it's not really about the Black Friday sales. It's really about, I know that Thanksgiving is a huge tradition in America, and I've never been able to witness it in person. I've seen only scenes from movies and so on. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to look what it's like, in real life. And also, I hope to have great gifts to celebrate for my opponents prior to that.
Can you share actually how many times you've played in Incr Cup before? Actually, how many times you played in St. Louis, and which tournament was the most memorable for you?
So I've played in Incr Cup from 2014 onwards. So that should be 10, but I think in 2020, because of COVID, it hasn't happened. So it's my 9th edition. I won it twice, especially the edition in 2017 that I won ahead of Magnus, ahead of all the top players, and I did beat Magnus in that event, so that one felt quite special.
Yeah, and what do you think about this one? Rapid and Blitz and Incr Cup. What are your expectations?
I'm definitely hoping to do well. It's the last classical event of the year with the Incr Cup, so my play has been erratic, especially in classical this year. So I'm hoping to bounce back to a good rating. So it starts here, I think. And same for the Grand Chess Tour rankings. I'm doing decent, but I still need 2 strong results here to qualify for next year's edition.
Yeah, and you're just coming from Grand Swiss event, yes, in Isle of Man. How can you assess your participation there? And let's say we know that you lost the opportunity to play in the candidates because of this result, but in general, what are your feelings about this event, and how did you try to recover after it?
Yeah, Grand Swiss was a tough event for me. I didn't survive in the physical condition I hoped to. I was a bit sick from the start. I didn't think it'd have that much of a repercussion, but it did in the first half. And then I recovered quite nicely, but it was not enough. So, I'm hoping, to play better here, of course. I don't have any doubt that I can play better, so I will. But yeah, it was a tough event. Lots of things were happening. Like every day, it was a crazy fight. So at least the end of the tournament as a neutral player, like neutral spectator, was fun to watch.
Yeah, but now let's say with this event, I'm really sorry to say that, but you lost this chance to get a spot in the candidates. I mean, did it change your goals and approach, let's say, for the rest of the, let's say, year and the next one? Did you change your goals?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that the Grand Swiss is where I lost the opportunity to play in the candidates. I think it comes down to my first half of the year, where my play was erratic. So after that, it doesn't change my approach for next year's. I'll still be trying very hard to compete for the World Championship cycle. Of course, it's a pity I don't manage to qualify for the 2024 candidates, but then I already set my eyes on the 2026.
Exactly. I mean, of course, and I'm sure your fans also are looking forward for it. Thank you so much, Maxime, for this interview, and all the best of luck for you in both events.
Yeah, thank you.
The 2023 Grand Chess Tour reaches its epic conclusion with its 5th world-class event, the 2023 Sinquefield Cup. It's back to classical chess with front-runners settling in for the final push to the finish line. However, 2 of America's finest stand in their way. Joining the fray is wildcards who will try to cash in on the opportunity while making things as difficult as possible for hopeful tour players. Who can win the illustrious cup, and will it be enough for them to emerge as the 2023 Grand Chess Tour champion? Follow the St. Louis Chess Club's Twitch and YouTube channels to tune into live coverage of the 2023 Sinquefield Cup, November 21st to December 1st to find out.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're about to kick off our next round. And we've already had switch-ups on the leaderboard. Let's bring up our standings.
Let's do the honors, Tanya, as 11 rounds of Blitz has brought us to this moment.
We are going into round 12, and it's no more lonely at the top, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has been joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi with 17 points, and hot on heels, Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana just half a point behind them.
It's getting crowded at the top, isn't it? Yes.
This is getting messy and fun for us, Yasser. It's exactly the kind of tournament that we like, a field wide open. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave stops the day with 2 losses. Definitely time to stop the bleeding.
Which brings us to our pairings, which are very exciting ones at that. Check that out. MVL versus Firouzja. That's hot and heavy right there.
I was talking about having to stop the bleeding. With a matchup like that, we know that we're headed for a decisive, fun game of chess. So with their style of play, it's going to be aggressive action.
Absolutely. Yesterday, it was that matchup of Firouzja versus MVL that catapulted MVL into first place, because MVL won that game with the black pieces. If roles were reversed in this one, it would be Firouzja catapulting himself into first.
And we're talking about how their styles are so like each other, and we saw that Jan Nepomniachtchi, our other tournament leader, our co-leader now, is playing against Wesley So. Peter, what do you think will be the decisive factors when Wesley plays against Jan?
Jan, I think, is currently 0 out of 2 against Wesley in this tournament. He lost the Rapid, also I think lost the first Blitz. So he needs to stop. He needs to stop with that losing to Wesley business.
That's nice.
It is Wesley that has this kind of I want to say dark cloud over Jan. Their rivalry that goes back a number of years, definitely favoring Wesley in their head-to-head battles. But I tell you that all-French matchup between MVL and Firouzja, that one, seriously, if Firouzja wins and he starts with 3 out of 3 and MVL goes 0 for 3, That's a nasty hat trick.
And Anastasiya earlier was talking about Anish returning with his hoodie, chess players being superstitious. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here returns with his cool Cali t-shirt for day 2, but it hasn't worked so far for him.
Not so far. 0 out of 2. Anish is, he's got the black hoodie.
He's still on his black hoodie there, playing against Robson, who had a fantastic run in the Rapid, but it's been a nightmare for Ray so far in the Blitz. It's been about the clock management for him. When you've got a 10-second increment in the Rapid, you can build up on that. But with just 3 seconds, with for increment, or is it 2?
2, you got
I stand
it right.
corrected. 2 seconds. It isn't easy, and we see it is go time. It is the Caro.
When you want to play for a win as black, go for the Caro-Kann, I've always said. E7, E6, Bishop E2, the Nigel Short defense to the Caro-Kann attack, as we have castles on the board. Now here, very big moment, Knight D7, C5. They have become the extremely sharp variations, and I remember trying my best to make heads and tails out of these positions. C5 takes D4 takes C5 as on the board, and we've had our first pause because there's a variation that goes D5, D4. You are threatening D4, D3. There's a variation that goes takes on C4 followed by Knight G6, and it's the latter that Alireza chose.
And we see a lot of development to follow by both these players. To me, the Caro-Kann always feels like the French with the bishop out for black.
That's exactly what we aspire. I always liked the French defense. I didn't like suffering with my light squared bishop. I liked the Caro-Kann because oftentimes I got a French defense position with the bishop actually active. So I naturally chose and preferred the latter. Bishop E2.
Is there an E5
Peter,
pawn hanging? What's
yes,
going on here?
well, that would return the material balance, right? Peter, these positions are very, very sharp. Your take on this particular line?
The choice you described earlier between D4 and D takes C4 that Alireza chose taking on C4, this is a much more conservative option for black. You're only really aiming to equalize. White maybe is a touch better, but generally this is not that bad for black at all. After D5, D4, it would have been an absolute mess. So I think Alireza sort of giving a nod to MVL's excellent home prep and choosing something that is a bit safer.
If you don't mind me mentioning, F.
Are we not losing a bishop here?
I was about to say, do I have to trade queens to
but
avoid
even then,
to
have the G4 square? Yeah, this is maybe a very good point, because if the knight goes back to C6, which seems perfectly logical, I think after G2, G4 we might be
losing a piece.
Straight up losing a piece, yes.
Something strange is going on here, Tanya. Knight C6, which looks like a decent move, G2, G4, the bishop would have to be dropped back, and then after F4, F5, you'd find yourself trapped, a piece down. So we're considering queen takes D1, followed by Knight G4?
It might be the only move to stay alive, but he finds a... Alireza finds...
No, it's a piece sacrifice, right, for 2 pawns?
I don't understand.
G4.
It doesn't look like it's enough, because you also... Maybe he wants to provoke F5, then take on C5, and then play Queen G5 check.
Right, so we take on...
MVL is also committed now. MVL really has no way back.
He's pot committed, yes. Takes, bishop takes C5,
MVL
as you
will
suggested.
have to take.
And he's got a queen G5 check.
Black will
intermezzo.
include the check so that the queens don't come off, and now he will take on C5 and take on G6.
And
he will still be much worse.
Well, I have 2 pawns.
Yeah, Queen D5 is just going to be so painful, because you have to start dropping
Well,
back.
we're going to take the piece.
Yeah, we start by taking the piece. MVL is even pausing here, because you can start with Queen D5 even now, maybe. Might even be stronger.
You don't necessarily have to grab the bishop on G6 right away. You're saying Queen G5, but there is bishop 8. No, forgive me.
This might be even stronger, frankly. No, this has been a very strange decision by Alireza, because he could have gone... I mean, that endgame was also not particularly fun, to be fair to
He's done
Alireza.
Queen D5, just the move that you've suggested. Queen D5. Now I suppose I have to play Queen E7 to defend the knight on C5, not what Alireza was thinking when he went into this material.
This is just winning for white. The
position.
question is whether MVL will convert cleanly or not. But yeah, bishop c4, I like bishop c4 coming, creating a huge threat of rook e1 next move.
Something has happened in Firouzja when he matches up with against MVL. He's not matching up well. Yesterday, the game he lost was a one-sided game, and this one looks the same, Tanya.
It ended with a Maxime win, and it looks like this one's headed that way as well. And I noticed when Alireza made the move queen to e7, the retreating move that we just saw, he looked completely dejected about his position.
What am I doing?
Something has gone very wrong out of the opening, and the only way to keep material balance was to trade the queen at that point before retreating the knight, but he perhaps did not like the outcome of that endgame anyway. And now this is just going to be, it's hard to imagine Maxime not getting the full point.
Exactly.
We see Alireza bringing the rook to e8. If white was to play rook e1, do you give up your queen?
I think you're forced.
Yeah,
and
you feel like this improves your chances somewhat. You're still going to be in a lot of trouble, but I think MVL is unlikely to do that.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that in this particular position, I would love my knight to be on d5. So a move I would find attractive is queen g2, threatening queen takes g6, after rook e8, I'm sorry. I would find, so that I could launch my knight to the d5 square. He has played...
He wants to double up on the f-file.
Okay,
also a really nice idea, just rook f2 with the idea of getting the final piece into the game with rook f1. f7 is such a big target here.
Big time. I remember Viktor Korchnoi, after a move like rook f2, would exclaim, "So simple."
Keep it simple.
It's so simple.
But when you're a piece up and you're the one putting the pressure, especially at that
It's all
level,
good.
it's not that difficult to keep it simple. Well, the queen is attacked. He needs to find the square for it. Your idea of coming back to g2 with pressure on the g6 pawn looks really nice. And then he keeps it on the f7 pawn instead, still eyeing a rook f1, knight d5.
That's the focus, isn't it? Rook d4, this looks like an attempt, but, you know, just b2, b3, just protect the bishop. With each move, with each passing move, I want to say, Peter, I find Black's position going steadily slipping away. I can all but call this
If you want good news here for Alireza, he is still alive, and the position he got after, let's say, queen e7 and the bishop capture, it looked like the game might be over in 5 moves, right?
Right.
He managed to stabilize. If the knight actually lands on e5 and the game still continues, he is still there, he is fighting, but the position remains very, very bad, of course.
Exactly. Tanya, what do you think? Is b7 hanging? Am I a pawn grubber?
I was thinking, yes, you are, Yasser, that's the answer. But I think in this position, perhaps it gives Black the opportunity to come to e3 with the queen attacking the rook and the knight. Something about it Maxime didn't like. He pauses, brings the rook into the game with rook f1. But this does give Black the time to jump in with the knight, not only attacking the queen,
seemingly very
but
strong,
also the pawn.
Knight e5, queen e3, that looks
And things
nasty.
start hanging all over again.
f7, there's a pin against the knight, so again, f7 is hanging. There's a rook getting hit. So knight e5, queen e3, that looks tremendous for white.
And if you go, how do you keep everything defended? Do you have time for queen c7? Is that enough? But rook is hanging on d4, so you've got to go
queen d6, I guess.
d6?
The point being that we have a check from c6 in case of a fork.
Thank you. Queen, yes, I'm forgetting that there is queen e3, queen d6, defends the rook, and also it avoids a knight fork with queen c6 check.
But then queen d6 makes it a bit tricky for white, no? If you go queen d6, you're threatening checks already.
I think this is why you're seeing MVL pause. He's realizing that his very easy conversion is turning into something which is
Less than easy?
now going to require work, yes.
Less than easy. Queen to e2, defends the bishop, which is already defended, but more simply, it pins the knight. And
We still play queen d6, I think.
Queen d6, knight b5,
Check.
king g1.
There's rook g4 check at least.
Rook g4 check. Thank you so
There's
much.
all kinds of jumps that you have to control. Yeah.
c5, rook f4.
So stopping the idea of
this
rook
is
g4.
fantastic news for Black, because we get to get rid of the bishop on c4.
Exactly. I wanted to say exactly the same thing. And the pressure against f7 got neutralized remarkably.
No,
I thought it was dead.
This is entering the potential. I mean, it's still much better for white, but you can imagine not winning this now.
Yeah, 2 pawns and a pretty stable king suddenly.
And 20 seconds, though, on the clock for Alireza, with facing 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But it looks like Alireza has made progress towards that defense. There's still work to be done, and that clock, now under 10 seconds, is going to count for a lot.
Exactly.
Rook's traded, goes for a6, doesn't immediately pick up the bishop on c4.
Hopefully he's thinking that he can dislodge the bishop away from the f7 pressure. Rook takes on the board, a7, a6,
played.
and
Knight d5 jumps in with the knight. And watch out for ideas of the Anastasiya mate with right now the e7 square is defended, very well guarded, but knight e7, rook h4 tricks were in the air.
Exactly, knight d5.
And now we have to deal with the threat of
e8,
b7,
rook
b5. This is becoming,
and
a
queen
bit
d6.
itchy. Yeah?
It wasn't the clean cut victory we hoped for, because once again, this knight on d5 requiring attention. Maybe we have to play b4 in order to just keeping the bishop alive. We do have a result in Nepo's game, by the way. Our tournament co-leader made a draw with Wesley So.
So this is an opportunity for Maxime to jump back on the leaderboard if Maxime is able to win this position, which it feels like he's let a little bit of his advantage slip, but still an extra piece. The bishop is still alive. I am liking the fact that the bishop puts pressure on f7. I'm still counting on Maxime to convert this.
He does have the material edge.
Fabi has beaten Jeffery, whose nightmare tournament continues. Jeffery really isn't having a nice event.
Fabi...
Ooh, and that move made...
luck.
Sorry, Yasser, but he made that move with just 3 seconds on the clock.
Did Alireza?
Yes, just no time left, and bishop f7 is a big threat. You've got to move the queen away.
Queen f6. By the way, good move, queen f6. If you want to trade queens,
improve
at least improve my pawn structure. And by the way, still, I know he's playing only on his increment, but to his credit, Alireza is really hanging in there. I'm impressed.
Can he instead, Yasser, go for rook to f4? And I really want to try and win that f7 pawn. I hit your queen. Where do you move away?
Queen e7.
Probably the only square. And he goes for the queen trade. But that's got to be relief for Alireza.
Oh, big time. King g7. Let's go. And again, not much time. He's only getting 2 seconds for each move that he makes, and he's not able to get a bank of seconds. Rook c3, let's go. Rook c1. I was about to say rook c3, let's go. Rook c1 and rook c3. Okay, king f2. And isn't it time for f5?
Absolutely.
Yep. Peter?
I think he saves this, honestly.
The conversion, if not for the clock is simply an enormous factor at the moment.
On day one, Maxime was so impressive with his endgame play and technique. He won so many crucial points on that. And I have a feeling we're going to see some of that coming in. The pawns on the queen side are getting weak.
And well, in fact, they just went whoop, 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 and bishop e4. That's a boss move. Stops rook c2. Rook takes a5.
F3 check is what Maxime is calculating. Decides not to allow it. Yeah, I think it's a very understandable decision.
And is this going to be about losing the queenside pawn, but trying to create a race on the king side with that f pawn?
No more race. That's 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side. All Maxime has to do is to prevent an accident happening on the king side.
But the race is coming on. g4 is in the air, but the problem is you trade and there's a check on g5, so you don't have time to go g4 just yet.
Exactly. King f6, by the way, he made that move a little herky-jerky.
Because 2 seconds on the clock, he's now up to 4, but he's been making the last 20 moves on just the bare minimum.
Exactly.
G4 finally lands, which is great news for Alireza. At least finally MVL has something to worry about on the other side of the board.
G2 on black's agenda. King d3.
You have to give the bishop back.
Well, now suddenly...
Jump in with a knight.
Some chances, Peter.
How do you start pushing?
Yeah. And
F3. Oops, sorry.
When you say some chances, do you mean for black to hold or for a draw?
For a draw.
Rook before
I mean,
check,
Alireza is absolutely...
Oof. Yeah, if the rooks come off, I think the white pawns are just too quick. The white knight stops the f pawn, but no one's stopping the a and the b pawn.
I don't understand why Alireza has not played f3 earlier. You need to distract.
Yeah, f3 has to be played. Yeah.
White from
Continue
what he's
pushing?
doing. Yeah, White is just pushing.
Whoa, very
Ooh.
strong move there.
Oh,
F2?
Hang on.
F2
What?
because there was a queen.
And f1 is guarded by the
Oh,
knight
and
on
look
d2.
at that cheapo that he set up. He moved his king in order. Oh,
And queen comes in
and
with a
queen
check.
with a check. Well, you got to make a queen. There's no choice. Oh, I was about to say the clock stopped. Something
Whoa,
happened.
What
battery has
happened?
died.
Oh, the clock just stopped.
The battery died.
Whoa.
It's
Seems like-
unelectrical.
Oh my goodness.
Luckily, we have video so that they can set up the clocks correctly with exactly the amount of
This
seconds
is
they had. But this shouldn't.
Not ideal. Yeah,
this is not
This
great.
shouldn't happen.
I don't recall that ever happening.
No, there's a very famous incident which featured
He
the
resigns.
clock dying. Yeah,
he
but
doesn't continue. He doesn't wait for the clocks to come on. It's handshakes and it's game over.
so
Maxime
MVL
Vachier-Lagrave back in the lead.
stops the bleeding.
That was a weird finish.
That was, yeah.
Sorry, you were about to say it.
There was a
famous
very
precedent.
famous incident in Kazan in 2011 candidate matches. The exact same thing happened with the clock in a blitz game between Timur Rajabov and Vladimir Kramnik, and it started a long story.
Let's see the replay because Tanya, the clock just went thump. Here we were down to 7 seconds.
It wasn't flagging,
4,
Yas.
3.
Black's going to queen, white's going to queen with a check, and just as he reaches out to put that queen on the board, the clocks go off.
Exactly, and with 7 seconds to resign the game, okay. The gods were angry.
It is a winning position for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Clear.
But probably Alireza would have continued regardless. It's
If
still
it
work
wasn't
to be
for
done.
the clock, yeah.
And then we saw Alireza just with handshakes. He did not want to continue anymore.
Peter, where was the action elsewhere?
Well, the action will be in Anastasia's report because the two games I chose for this round were both extremely quiet affairs. Ray
well
Robson
done.
against Anish Giri was this. This started as an anti-Berlin, and this type of a structure where Black plays d7, d5 a bit early, as you can see here. Black immediately goes d5 in one tempo and takes on e4. This sometimes becomes an interesting position if one side plays ambitiously and the other side is maybe a bit imprecise. But in this particular game, I think Ray was very happy just to keep things under control, and pieces continued coming off constantly. And
They were peaceful.
yeah, and eventually everything came off and the game was drawn. And a somewhat similar story in a game between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi, a very, very the pianissimo, the Gioco pianissimo with white not even playing c2, c3, and here once again this is a typical structure. A lot of people are now playing these knight c3, bishop e3 structures, but you have to have something in these very symmetrical positions. You have to have some kind of an idea for why you're better. And I think Wesley, he tried, but eventually more pieces were traded, and then the queens were traded. And this rook ending wasn't really very exciting, with the game ending in a repetition about 10 moves later.
2 peaceful draws there, but let's take a look at the standings because I'm still in shock by how that MVL game finished. MVL was only a half a point ahead of Alireza, and that was a huge victory.
That was drama on the board and big drama on the clock as well, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes the lead with a win against Alireza Firouzja. It was a dead lost position for Alireza, but the clock dying like that, no one was expecting it. Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, half a point behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. In Blitz, with so many rounds still remaining, it is once again a field wide open. The half-point margin barely matters. And for more highlights, we're going to head over to Anastasia.
Thank you, Tanya. And actually, Peter was right. Lots of action in the games I kept my eye on. And starting with a game between Jeffery Xiong against Fabiano Caruana, things went quite smoothly in the opening. Everything was more or less under control from both sides. And then Jeffery played this move b5. And at this moment, Fabi was probably afraid to take on a3, following this line, queen a3. And now probably he missed it after b takes c6. He is not obliged to take with the bishop, which would create a lot of troubles after knight d5 and its crazy variations. The rook on c8 is hanging. He could have taken this pawn with the rook, and then actually now there is no knight d5 for the same reasons, because rook on c1 will be hanging in all these lines. But he decided to go for the queen's exchange, and they entered quite drawish ending after that. But look how tricky Fabi is. After a couple of moves, he played this tricky move rook c7, probably waiting for Jeffery answer knight b5, which seems like everything is under control after bishop b5, and white could just continue with bishop b5. But Jeffery was tempted probably with this idea rook c7, and he calculated the line, but Fabi actually calculated better. So after bishop b1, rook c6, I think he missed something like bishop b5, and after rook d6, this very important move knight e4. Some intermediate move, and actually this rook is trapped. After knight e4, it's trapped, and I mean, white has nothing to do, like try to get rid of, take at least something here after bishop a4, rook a1. Black simply take on d6, and ended up in a winning ending after that, you know, two pass pawns on the queen side. So in a few moves, Jeffery just resigned in this game. Fabi is actually, I think, getting some speed in this tournament, and he has a good tournament so far. And the second game, which I was checking today, was again between Sevian and Liem. It was Sveshnikov variation, which was like all these normal ideas which you normally see in this line happened in the game. Bishop took the knight on e3, and I mean, also Sam managed to bring his knight to d5. There were many exchanges, and then suddenly, I don't know where exactly, but around this moment, things went wrong for Liem. He started like to play a little bit passively maybe, and white managed to grab one of the pawns. He took the pawn on a6, and probably understanding the position is not so good anymore, Liem tried to create at least some kind of counterplay on the king's side, and he brought all his pieces all the way to the king's side, but it didn't really help him, because Sam, who played with white pieces, found really good moves. Like, for example, here after queen e3, he came out with this very nice rook d7. Now you cannot take on d7 because of queen f8 checkmate. So he played really well, very precisely, and didn't get any chance to his opponent to create any kind of counterplay, even though it looks a little bit scary for white with this knight and the queen near the king, but it didn't really work in the end. After king g7, again, very precise move, bishop b2, making sure that e5 pawn is hanging, because all these variations with knight g3 now, and for example, maybe like queen f4 is not working because of bishop b5. So a very good actually play of Sam. I really like the way he played this game. So I think so far he's doing really well, 2.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, in 3 rounds. Really good start for him of the day. And now let's get back to the studio for more action.
For that, Anastasiya, indeed, a very big start, as that previous round, I'm still reeling by the whole controversy with the clock. We promised to get you more insights on what happened. It just looked like the clock just like ran out of gas. It had too much. The clock said, I'm finished.
Either that or the gods didn't want the game to continue. So it's enough for Alireza. He's gone through enough in this one start. But that was a moment that I haven't witnessed before.
Absolutely.
Yes, a big one. And you've got some big news for us.
Well, let's just say Blitz socks. I mean, we're at that stage of our show where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what items they're offering us. Check this out. We are proudly we announce the 2023 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz socks. Yes, they were chosen for the drawing of lots. Stay on the move with these custom logoed 2023 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz socks. These full calf length polyester blend socks are comfy and sporty, great for the gym or the chessboard. Also featured are the 2023 Rapid and Blitz vests. These vests sport the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz logo on the chest and represent the Grand Chess Tour and St. Louis Chess Club logos as well. The vests are offered in both men's and women's styles, so it is perfect fit for any chess lovers in your life. Stay warm and stay stylish. Available at QBTSTL.com for all your chess needs. Isn't that just fantastic?
I love those socks. Do you have them on?
No.
Oh, you need to get yourself a pair.
Obviously. I got to stay comfy, Peter. I mean,
Very important.
When they did the drawing of lots, I noticed those socks, and they did look comfy.
I think they're in the goodie bag. Have they passed you by?
No, I got a goodie bag. I just have to investigate carefully.
You're not availing yourself of the important opportunities in life there. Yes.
I know. I have to get out more. I'm sure about it.
The big question right now, yes.
Tell us about the pairings for this round 13. Is it a superstitious number?
Yeah, and will Maxime Vachier-Lagrave avail of the big opportunity of being on the leaderboard once again at the top, and he's playing against Anish Giri, who's got 13.5 points. He's far behind on the leaderboard, but if he's able to get the ball rolling and get in a couple of points, he will at least make his way up. For Maxime, it's time to strike, continue the attack, and Alireza Firouzja, who's also in the mix for the top spot, plays against Wesley So. Nepomniachtchi as well with 17.5 points against Sevian. Liem faces Fabi on that fifth board matchup.
Sam Sevian sneaking in there with 2.5 out of 3, as Anastasiya told us. Nepo has to be careful. This is not going to be an easy matchup.
Absolutely not. And they all know how strong Sam is. They've all played a bunch against him online, if not over the board, definitely online. They all know how good, how fast he is. So.
Feels like Fabi's getting his fair share of good luck, though, to start this day 2 of Blitz.
You make your own luck on the chessboard, yes. And I think that last game that we saw by Fabi trapping the rook on d6, which Anastasiya was throwing, it was beautiful chess right there.
That was nasty. And once more, it's early days, but they suddenly got tight. What happens in case of a playoff? I mean, it's no longer lonely at the top.
It's not. It is extremely crowded at the top. We've seen how close the fight is. Yes, Maxime leads with half a point, but if at the end of the day, 2 players are tied with equal points, they play a mini match of 2 games against each other, 10 minutes on the clock, 5 additional seconds every time they press the clock. Now, if 3 or more players have equal number of points, they're going to play against each other. 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. Now, if everything still remains in balance in these mini matches, then we go on to a chess format that is so dangerous that it's called the Armageddon, which gives white an additional minute on the clock, no increment, and if it's a draw, black wins the match. White gets extra time, but black gets result odds. Are we going to have a tie for first place at the end of it? It is the big question, but these are the standings, Yasser.
Well, it's a possibility for sure, as you see how close those players are with 6 rounds remaining. Now, Tania, that's where we got messed up there. We were playing 5+2 in the Blitz, but then you saw the 5+3 in the tiebreaker. Why these time controls get shifted, I don't get it. I just give me a Blitz time control, give me a Rapid, give me an Armageddon, I'm a happy camper, but when they mix it up, I don't get it. So.
I like that because it's such an additional challenge for the players. It requires the skill set to adapt to these switch-ups in between tournament. You've first got the Rapid, then you've got to swap that with the Blitz.
Shoot the rules committee.
2 seconds, 3 seconds, I'm loving it.
Give me one contact.
Gods of Mischief are very, very happy with this. I think it's very much in the spirit.
Don't you, Peter, like just 3+2, what they play
as
in the
a player, maybe, but as somebody watching them scramble to adjust to yet another format in the space of 30 seconds,
you're cruel.
I'm all for it.
It's a commentator's dream. It's a chess fans across the world. We get to see them struggle with this new time format and show their best chess in it.
I loved it when Boris Gelfand came and gave this wonderful rant about why don't they just have the time controls standardized around the world. I loved it. A man after my heart. I just wanted to say that once again, as the Blitz goes, it goes by so incredibly fast. Wesley So, I thought was going to be creeping back into it. Seems like he's disappearing. Ray's disappearing.
Yeah, Ray really hasn't really recovered from a very, very poor start. I mean, he lost the last Rapid game, perhaps spoiling his mood after all. Despite winning the Rapid, losing the last game is never funny.
Right.
And enjoyable. And then his first day went so poorly that today I think it will be very difficult for him to come back.
Maxime starting with 2 losses, then having a huge, and I mean, and absolutely, if he had lost that 3rd day in a row, I think that was goodbye Maxime, hello Alireza. But by coming back and winning that game, That's impressive.
But he won that piece out of the opening. And
Yes.
then, yes, it wasn't the most accurate play, but this is blitz, Yasser.
Of course.
And he kept the majority of the advantage and converted it at the end. So
Exactly.
well-deserved victory there for Maxime. But of course, the job is far from done. He plays
6
against
rounds
Anish Giri.
remaining.
And it was against Alireza Firouzja that Maxime got his first point of the day. For Alireza as well. And we see that with the trophy in sight right there, that's got to be inspiring for the players as well. Robson, as we were talking about him, it has been a very difficult blitz portion, coming down to that time control, keeping control over the clock, which has been a big struggle for the American Grandmaster.
Lots of stories in this blitz, but there I just saw, if I'm in Alireza's situation, I'm in a rage. An absolute rage. No, I'm angry. I won 2 games. I was on a streak, and I just blundered or lost a piece out of the opening. I nearly saved it. I'm angry.
That's a really good point, because you're not angry at the clock, what happened with the clock, but
That's
with
just
the
bad
way
luck.
the game went. And I
Right.
think he has to just let that go, keep that behind him and keep moving. He's still in the mix for the top, and it is go time.
Exactly, as the players are underway. Anish Giri with the white pieces. Anish has been having a quiet, but on the other hand, also competitive affair. He's had good positions. He hasn't made the absolute most of them, and we have a Queen's Gambit accepted. I've always felt that the third move, 3e4, is the most challenging against the Queen's Gambit accepted, and the players are quickly going into a very theoretical line with e5 takes d4. I'm a little bit more familiar with bishop takes c4 than knight takes d4. Sorry, Tania, please.
No,
Knight
continue,
takes
Yas.
d4.
I was just going to add to your thought, a follow-up to the opening, that the Queen's Gambit accepted is one of those openings that we are seeing more and more from
Yes.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in
That's
recent
right.
history. Someone who really stuck to the Grunfeld for so many of his years at the
Right.
very, very top is switching it up in the openings, making him more unpredictable, making him harder to prepare against.
No question about it, and as somebody
Treason.
mentioned on his blog. Treason!
Peter's not happy.
I hear you, Peter. Knight f6, knight c3. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guess what? Castles, no bishop takes c4 for you. Castles long. Queen e7, and we understand, kind of similar to what MVL experienced against Nepo. Kings on opposite flanks. White's play, Tania, is very clear. I want g4, g5. Here, well, you want to throw the queen side at me. I want to throw the king side at you. Peter, this move, c5, was that ill-timed? It feels wrong to my eyes. Queen d5.
The big question
Queen d6,
now
sorry.
is what happens if black plays a6 and eventually gets to play b7, b5? Do you ever win the pawn on c4?
a6, queen,
Yeah,
d6,
let's say I take,
takes,
and I play
takes,
b5.
b5, a4, let's go.
We're going to see all of this now.
As the we
Maxime,
saw
Maxime
knight
chooses a
c6.
different path, yeah.
I apologize, we got knight c6 instead.
Yeah, and now we
But
will
this-
take and play maybe knight c7, no, knight d6 anyway. Very important the detail there that knight c7, rook a7 maybe was playable for black.
b5, a4, let's go.
e5 first.
No. e5 first. You can't go
The
knight
knight
d7.
needs to go to e8. These are not very pleasant squares.
No, you're absolutely... Knight d7 would allow knight takes c8. And
Is this all theory?
well, they are playing as if it is, or at least from my perspective, Anish is playing like as if this is all familiar to him.
Anish knows everything. It's just
One of
unfair.
Wow.
the best prepared players on the planet. And you see, he's just come under the 5-minute mark, so it was definitely something he's familiar with.
Knight
He's got
db5
so
move
much
11
time
was a
on the
novelty.
clock.
So he's played it very quickly. He's sacrificed a pawn, has white, but I'm not convinced of the righteousness of the sacrifice, Peter.
It's very interesting. I'm pretty sure white has enough not to be worse. The question is does he have enough to be better?
So we start after knight b4 with the move rook d7.
There is a threat of knight d3, knight f2, which actually attacks the bishop on h3.
Deserves respect. Agreed.
So do you spend some time moving your king to b1, getting out of the check?
Perhaps
No,
bishop f5, just to stop that check.
I want to meet knight d3 check with king c2. Bishop f5 would encourage g6 and knight g7, which is a nice way of bringing the knight back to life. But okay, bishop f5, whether we like it or not,
playable,
we have to do it.
It's definitely
Bishop f5, g6, bishop e4 does threaten to win the pawn back with a3.
He goes for it, and I think if he goes for it, MVL will play g6, and if bishop e4, MVL will play f5, I think.
Okay, but then...
Pretty sure MVL
then
goes f5.
the move a3 I find very attractive. You'll have a big majority, but so will I, and I'll have f6.
Yes, and the knight on e4 is just so much better than the knight on e8. That's a very good point, Yasser.
f5, a3, that's a tricky trap. What are the times, Tanya? Is the clock of... Here we go.
It's a 1 minute
F5.
advantage.
Will Anish play that move a2, a3?
That has to be on his agenda, no? Because otherwise you don't have a good square for the bishop to retreat to. You really want to play the move a3, and you were asking about the time. Anish is ahead of the clock. He has paused right now, and he reaches out for the bishop and falls back to b1.
Oh, I really think that there was a chance there with the move a2, a3 that Anish might have been able to turn the tables completely. Bishop b1, knight c7. Do we drop in? Rook to d6?
Or all the way to d7?
Or I don't like letting the
Knight
knight...
e6, yeah.
Yeah, rook d6. I like the move rook d6 because I do have it in mind to play the move a3. So we do see a trade of rooks, rook f8 to d8, rook to d1.
Really nice how white keeps the e6 square guarded, stopping any blockade on with the knight jumping in to e6, d4.
For the moment, though, we're taking away the square c6, so a3, you will have to go to d3. I'll win my pawn back, and then I'll have a protected pass pawn, maybe some nibble for white. So a3, how to deal with this? Should we play a5? Try to keep our... to give our knight a square? Big moment here.
And about 2.5 minutes for black here, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave thinking. What you really want to do is go try and get your king into the center, but you don't have time because of a3. He falls back, hits the rook.
And
rook
again,
d7?
Yes, but we do, after the move rook d7, which was played, we do give our knight the square c6, so a3 is not the killer threat.
When does white start pushing the e-pawn?
Probably never.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You want to keep it defended on e5?
I think the thing we have to keep in mind is g4, and in case of f takes g4, ideas of knight jumping, knight to e4 to f6, as well as knight to e4. But I think White's strategy at this moment is he's got to blast open the diagonal for his bishop. Knight g7.
But do you want to prepare for that, or is it worth even sacrificing a pawn for?
It's worth sacrificing.
I would agree with that. It's more about tempo than...
it's initiative.
It's initiative. You want to get your piece in the center.
Exactly. Now, again, I was thinking that the knight on e8 was actually doing a pretty good job. I would have been more tempted.
A3 knight g5
c6
looks very promising. A3 rook c7 looks very promising. This looks very nice for white.
A3 knight c6 knight d5.
Get it to f6 and then see how black likes it.
I was about to say that's why I kind of felt the knight was actually doing a better job on f8 than on g7.
He comes
Rook back to d6.
This is classic Anish. He wants to keep everything under control.
But an invitation to a draw offer.
He's not going to repeat. No ways.
I don't think he does.
No.
That would be...
tournament situation as well. He has to...
No.
Oh, come on, Anish. You've got to play this on.
MVL should claim. MVL should not be fooling around here.
Oh my God. Now knight g7 and that's it.
3-move repetition. Draw. What else do we have? We have...
But this is a bit surprising, Yasser.
Huge surprise. Let's go to Nepo quickly versus Sam Sevian. Nepo with the white pieces. How's he doing? I like white. He feels more coordinated. The open E file, the doubled rooks. The last move c5 is a little annoying, of course. We like to keep our knight nicely on d4. He's spotted a weakness. What do you think, Tanya?
White's got two weaknesses on a5 and c3, which can be targeted with a queen shift. White, meanwhile, is attacking the b7 pawn that you were highlighting, and I think that needs to be defended. And I'm just wondering, but he doesn't. I was thinking, does he go rook b8, idea with queen c7, but he immediately trades off the weakness on b7 for the a5 pawn. I think this is going to fizzle out to a draw.
Feels like it, most likely. Rook e5, I think, was a good and wise decision. Peter, weigh in on this ending. Feels balanced.
Should be very drawish now, yeah. I think this is very good defense by Sam. Hard to imagine how a6 is not getting traded for c3.
If you don't mind, I'm going to make an executive decision, therefore, and I'm going to go to the game between Liem and Fabi, as we do expect the game between Nepo and Sam to end in a draw. What's going on here?
It's an extra rook for White. It's an extra exchange in the position, and it looks like equal pawns.
Fabi's in a lot of trouble here.
A lot of trouble. As Liem, once again, I mean, this former world champion has really played extraordinarily good chess, and the start of today was absolutely fantastic. He beat MVL in one of the best blitz games I've witnessed. I just don't know how to describe it. It was that good. G5 on the board.
Seat
how good, bad? Is it time for f4? No, he just stopped any back rank checks by the rook.
A bit surprised by how passively he has played the last few moves, but he is still so much
material.
So yeah, like he should still be winning, but
he's so far ahead, right?
Yeah.
We did just see the move knight e1 and knight e5. Have I got that right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, meanwhile, White has picked up a pawn on a6.
A very important pawn.
Very
By the way, h2, h3, that's just one of those extra little moves that you like to squeeze in, give your king a little bit more breathing room. Rook to d2. Tanya, how easy is this?
To me, it feels that White should be able to convert this without too much trouble, especially the knight on e1, which actually guards against any counterplay against White's king. You just make sure that you stay there, no knight f3 checks allowed. He first trades off on the king side.
I love this move, a4, because the pawn is in a pin.
Yes, the knight on e5 is hanging.
And by the way, incoming result, Nepo and Sam did draw as we expected. Glad we moved over to this game. Expecting rook a6
here. You know, I think we exactly.
Ooh, much better detail there. Very nice point. That's another pawn for Liem.
And that's a really big pawn.
And it is a very big pawn.
Now rook d4
and it would have become bigger had Black taken the rook, and then the pawn would be unstoppable after taking the bishop, so that wasn't a possibility.
And we've just seen the move rook d4 by Liem. Yeah, we are now comfortably in resignation territory. Impressive victory from Liem.
Yes, absolutely. And that also playing spoiler to Fabi's tournament.
Firouzja versus Wesley. Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
chaos on the board.
5 seconds once again to Alireza. Let's just hope there are no dying batteries and dying clocks in this one, because the position with Black's king on g6, I would be scared for Wesley here.
No question about it.
But he throws in another...
Queen h8 coming in.
Queen h8, mate, rook h6, there is
but now rook takes
g6.
g5. G5 is protected. What
with the queen on d2.
But there was rook g8, no?
He takes it, and the queen has to come back to start attacking Black's king, but... Look at that. The played in 1 second there, yes.
Played with a single second?
A single second on the clock. Rook f3 is a threat, winning the queen.
And he's moved away. This is where nerves. It's all about nerves here.
Alireza has been making the last 5 moves with a second on the clock.
But he's walked into a lot of self-pins as well. This has not been well played by Firouzja. Not at all.
No.
A lot of his advantage seems to have slipped away from when we joined
check. He recaptures with the pawn, not the... Yes.
Yeah, but that's an extra pawn for Wesley in a rook pawn ending now.
Exactly. Wesley must be much better.
Oh, this has been disastrous, the last few moves for Alireza. From a position which felt dominating, he has to now...
Save it.
Defend this?
Yes, he's trying to save it. There's no question. King g6, that was a nice move. c2, rook
c7,
over.
Rook behind the pawn.
f7, king f5. That was a lovely move.
Rook
f7.
c5, you defend
That might have been enough to save it.
you run towards the c2 pawn, and you pray that the pawn, king and pawn ending
You
isn't
don't
lost.
lose the-
King
Yeah.
e6, king d5?
Well, you
Or
take the pawn.
F5?
You take the pawn. There's nothing to do. You
There's
can't.
no- yeah.
You can't sit there and wait for Black to improve his position. Is the clock? What are the clock times?
It's 6 seconds for Alireza, 5 seconds for Wesley. The pawn on e3 is defended, and
King
After
e2
King
now.
E2, draw.
Yeah, this
A4,
is-
let's go. Draw. No
is just
problem.
king d3. You take
Easy.
the opposition.
Easy draw. now.
Yes,
Oof.
and that's it. And we saw Wesley move back. He knows
Yes.
that there's nothing to be done here.
I
and
think both players are going to be relieved there, Peter, because it just felt like
One game remains, and that at
Oh,
the
one
end
game
felt like a
remaining.
six-time repetition with the king.
Ray Robson.
Defending
and
the
Jeffery
Lucena
Xiong.
position here, which should be a forlorn
Task.
hope. Really, rook e5, please. Thank you.
What every Russian schoolboy has learned.
And
The Lucena.
Yermo's
Yes.
going to be in town in December as well.
Sorry?
And black.
Yermo's going to be in town in December.
Oh, very nice. GM in res.
And that's it. The rook is going to defend. Where do you move with your king? Actually, what is
No,
the
rook,
finish?
rook e1 wasn't really all that precise.
No,
He'll
Yeah.
have
it
to do
wasn't
it.
necessary.
He'll have to do it all over again, but he will do it. Yeah.
And
no.
let's also just break down the Lucena for everyone watching who might not be familiar with it. It's about building a bridge, Yasser.
Exactly. Well, the whole idea, of course, is we want to promote our pawn, and our king is currently on the square where we cannot move our pawn. So we got to get the king out of the way, and we keep getting harassed by
Check.
these rook
or,
checks.
Yeah, rook d5 or rook e3.
And so what we need to do is build a bridge, and now rook to d4 with the idea of playing rook to g4, and
It's on the
that's the handshake and the Lucena position.
And that's the finishing touch, and we saw a resignation there once it's carefully executed. And that was our final game.
Wow, I feel like, once again, I'm just holding my breath and just,
A
no, I
lot
can
of-
just let it go.
A lot of things going on. Yeah.
Peter,
Starting with that game between Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So, where Firouzja once again essayed this move g2, g3, saying, I will play all kinds of theory of a full tempo down.
Right.
c5 once again the reply. We saw Anish Giri go e takes d5 here in the
standard
rapid.
Tarish.
Replied to with d3, d4. Wesley takes with the knight.
Guess
Alireza
what?
says, I don't care. Pawn down positions are great. I'm going to play all of them. And
Aren't you in a Grunfeld of sorts?
this is more of a Catalan, I think. This is or Grunfeld perhaps with colors reversed.
Right.
And it looked like Alireza had a reasonably pleasant position here. If you look at the position somewhere here, the bishop on d6 seems very strong.
Okay.
The black rooks are denied the access to the b8 square. But then it became crazy, and very, very quickly, actually, somewhere here, it still seems like things are reasonably sane, let's say. But then the black queen got into the white position, and things became very crazy somewhere here already, as you can see. Control has been lost, it seems. White might still be better, but control very much has been relinquished. And we started watching from here. Honestly, it never felt like Alireza had it good here. He's already a pawn down. The other one getting picked up on d6 is also falling.
issue, yeah.
Yes, he has some threats, but objectively, I think he was fighting for a draw all the way through, starting from here, and a very nice recovery by him not to lose the game.
Very nice.
And as for Jan's game against Sam Sevian, this was a quietish affair where Jan once again played this very early a4, a5, and then only then followed up with c3 and b4. And we got to this symmetrical Italian position with like going d5, and eventually Jan, as is very thematical in these positions, pushed d4 himself, resulting in this situation where suddenly there were a lot of pawns in the center, now there are none.
Yeah.
And I think Sam very correctly, because you have to do something while white has full control over the e-file, Sam very correctly started blowing up the queen side, and
With c5.
yeah, once we got here, draw was, I think,
Inevitable.
pretty much inevitable.
Thank you for that, Peter. Do the honors, please, Tanya. What's our standings after 13 very eventful rounds of Blitz?
Indeed, we are going into round 14, and this is where we are. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave keeps his lead with half a point ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi. We had only 2 decisive games, 3 draws, and this has been the mix-up. Now there's a half-point gap between the top 4 players, with Fabi at 17.5, Alireza with 17 points, and then again after Liem we see a 1.5 point difference. It's still extremely close and tight at the top. What a round 13 we had, and we've got Anastasiya with a further breakdown. Anastasiya, what caught your attention?
I was actually analyzing both games which had decisive results, and you caught the ending of both of the games. The first one was between Liem and Fabiano Caruana. Things started to get a little bit shaky here. Fabiano decided to take on c4 first, and then decided to play this move e5, weakening a little bit his king side and square f5, and that's what Liem decided to go for. He immediately played knight h4, asking the questions, what about this f5 square? In case if you play moves like g6, of course you don't want to do something like that, because definitely your opponent will sacrifice something sooner or later. So queen f8 was played, queen a4, a6, and then White got, I think, quite good position, and it, I think, was more difficult for Fabio to play all the way this game. And you can see even here that already so many threats, like knight g6 after c takes b5 or bishop g6 are coming. So he played the move king h7, which maybe was not so good one, but very natural to play, especially in blitz. And I must admit that Liem played a very, very good game. He kept things under control for a long time, but still Fabio had one moment where he probably could escape with a draw. It happened, let's say, at the moment you were started to analyze already, somewhere around here. He could have tried to play a move rook d2, and after, like, obvious f3, there was a nice trick. He could play knight f2 and famous draw, yes, after, could follow after take the bishop and king h1. Of course, you don't want to play king f1 because you're gonna be checkmate on f2. So then he could have escaped with this nice move rook d2, but he didn't play this move, and then you saw the ending, what happened after. And as for the game between Ray Robson and Jeffery Xiong, you saw the ending, this rook ending, and the way Jeffery converted it. Things were quite, I mean, drawish for the most of the game. It was Petrov defense from the very beginning, and I thought the game would finish in a draw. I mean, the move 40-30, nothing was changed that much until the moment that Jeffery found some kind of play on the king side, and he tricked his opponent and managed to win this pawn, even though it was not that important. White could still try to keep control if he would have taken this bishop on f6 at one point. But it didn't happen, and then, let's say, Ray started to play not so precisely, and after a few mistakes ended up in this rook ending, which eventually finished with a victory of Jeffery Xiong. So not so great event for Ray Robson so far these last days, but what to do, it's blitz. And now it's time to go for a commercial break, and before that let's find out how players adjust their style according to the different time controls. Grand Chess Tour has different time controls: Rapid, Blitz, and Classics. How do you adjust your playing style or strategy depending on the time control?
Yeah, it's very different going from one time control to the other. I think, I mean, I just got back from Isle of Man, so switching from Classical to Rapid might be tricky. So I think it's important to play some training games to sort of adjust to that, and then, yeah, sort of go from there.
So yeah, I really enjoy playing Rapid and Blitz. It's much shorter than Classical and a lot less stressful. Usually you have more fun playing. I think the main difference is when there's less time on the clock, you can take more risks because the opponent doesn't have much time to punish you. So I think that's basically how most people play. They play a lot more aggressive, more tactical games than usual. And that's probably what I'll try to do as well.
Yeah, by now I'm used to this mix of time control. So, I try to know what I do best, and I play fast and put pressure. So, of course, that's obviously easier both in Rapid and in Blitz. Somehow I've been struggling in the Blitz in the last few tournaments I've played. I've been doing better in the Rapid. That didn't used to be the case, but I prepared specifically for the Blitz as well. Because I feel this first tournament will be important.
I like the format because you play all kind of chess, and adjusting to it is kind of easy because the tournaments are a bit like longer. Like, for instance, one is in June, one is in July, so you can adjust slowly. But in general, I'm a big fan of the format. You play all kind of chess, and you will see who's the best at the end.
Yeah, this is definitely a challenge to do. Not only for the players, I think it's fun to try some different things, but also probably for the people watching. It's interesting to see some blitz and some rapid, and because they all have their own peculiarities. So, and we see some guys who are more, let's say, more motivated for some time control or for others because they enjoy it more. So it'll definitely be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a while to get used to it, definitely. I think it's a very different game between speed chess and classical. I guess as I heard from another player, you just gotta keep improving on chess, try to play your own game, try to play better. And what you turn in classical will hopefully move itself to rapid and blitz.
Yeah, I'm very bad at adjusting my style. Usually I'm always one step behind. So after I finish the rapid tournament, I figure out how to play the rapid, and then it's already blitz and I'm too slow. And then I'm just in the mood for the blitz, and then comes the classical and I'm kind of too fast again. So I'm always a step behind, but I'll try.
I don't think really, this sort of adjustment works at all. It's just about your condition. If it's good, it's good. If it's not, then Alice.
Well, for me here, it's just rapid and blitz, so I guess I don't have to adjust that much, although there's still some adjustment between rapid and blitz. I think for me, blitz is easier because I play blitz way more often, even just casually. Rapid is difficult, I think. Somehow it's in between classic and blitz, and those are the two that I play more commonly. So for me, it's difficult to adjust, so I think the only way is to just play more games and practice more.
So lately I have been practicing this quite a bit. I play some Title Tuesdays, something online. Rapid I have not been playing that much, mainly Champion Chess Tour events, and also in Bill in July this year I played some Rapid there, and as well as World Cup. But I'm very excited to see how I will do because I haven't played such a strong tournament in Rapid and Blitz for a long time.
The 2023 Grand Chess Tour reaches its epic conclusion with its 5th world-class event, the 2023 Sinkfield Cup. It's back to classical chess with front-runners settling in for the final push to the finish line. However, two of America's finest stand in their way. Joining the fray is wildcards who will try to cash in on the opportunity while making things as difficult as possible for hopeful tour players. Who can win the illustrious cup, and will it be enough for them to emerge as the 2023 Grand Chess Tour champion? Follow the St. Louis Chess Club's Twitch and YouTube channels to tune into live coverage of the 2023 Sinkfield Cup, November 21st to December 1st to find out.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everyone. With 5 rounds remaining, it is tied at the top going into round 14. Let's take a look at our standings.
Indeed,
and
Tania.
This is where we are with 5 rounds remaining. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave holding on to his lead, but just by half a point ahead.
Exactly, half a point all the way down from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as well.
Absolutely, Yasser, and then Liem on a 5th position with 16 points, and then there's a bit of gap. But that said, Wesley So has made a lot of progress in the Blitz. Can he keep up the momentum? It's all about the top 4 right now. And look at the matchup that we have.
14th round coming up. Ooh.
Big 14th round coming up, and a big matchup coming up with Fabi taking on Nepomniachtchi. That has got to be our marquee matchup.
Absolutely. We also keep a close watch on the MVL versus Ray Robson, as MVL just clinging on, as you say. Half-point lead, Sam Sevian versus Firouzja, as the players are getting ready for this 14th round. I've just seen a topsy-turvy affair. I'm just not sure who's ready to claim the event.
It's impossible to predict, and we saw Liem in round 13 take down Fabiano Caruana. We're seeing the leaderboard
Liem
shuffle.
take down MVL. Those were two great games. And these two players, Peter, one of these two players has got to put their stamp on this event. Otherwise, it's going to be MVL. MVL is going to say, if you guys don't do it,
absolutely. But
I slipped up. I gave you a chance.
One thing I wanted to point out, though, is that Fabi very much being in the running is very bad news for people in terms of GCT standings, because even if he doesn't win this event, it looks unlikely now that he will finish outside the top 3.
Yep.
And that means he will definitely be leading the GCT standings going into the Sinquefield Cup.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. Good point. And for Nepo, with the black pieces against Fabi, what's his mindset, Tania?
Nepomniachtchi has been playing brilliant chess on day 1 of the Blitz, and he continues that on day 2 as well. It's a confident Nepo. He's played his score is also very reflective of the quality of the games that we've been seeing. Fabi has had an up and down day. On day 1, it was +1 for him. On day 2, he's won some, he lost the last round. So I think it will be about Fabi making a recovery from his loss against Liem. And as we were talking about earlier, from the Grand Chess Tour perspective, the overall standings, it's important for Fabi to at least finish close to the top.
Absolutely.
This would be bad news for those who are following him, including Jan Nepomniachtchi, including Alireza and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we've got action. We've got the English opening on the board.
C4 and E5. By the way, just to buttress the point that Peter made at the opening of the show, Nepo was one of those players. Well, not one of those players. He was the player who didn't make a single draw in day 1 of the Blitz. And how many draws has he had?
I think he made a couple now, which is very regrettable.
Very regrettable.
Should not be allowed.
By the way, B takes E3, E4, the most challenging, I want to say, because after the move Queen E7, the knight is going to get trapped. If you allow H6 and D5, that will be embarrassing to this knight on H3. Hence the move F3. And my goodness, look at the players play. They are going quickly into a position where white's won a pawn. Not the most beautiful, beauteous pawn structure you've ever seen. Doubled C pawns, doubled E pawns. But weigh in on this one, Peter. Is this theory?
Surprising to me, to be honest. I understand that black will always have some compensation because white's not very mobile in the center, but you are a full pawn up with a bishop pair to boot. I'm guessing the justification would be that this dark square bishop is extremely restrained, and Jan playing h5 and h4 on your screen there very quickly further restrains it by saying you can't even bring it out via, let's say, g2, e1, g3.
Right.
And white will struggle to do anything in the center here because you really don't want to be playing g3, g4 and weakening this entire... and I want to say, this is a bathtub I've never seen before, because the bathtub structure normally looks a bit different, but this is a kind of a reinforced bathtub by white.
Tania, were you aware of the bathtub structure? Doubled C, E pawns, and a pawn on D3. I was not, by the way. I mean,
it's a smaller reinforced bathtub, because normally it would be C4, G3, E3, F4.
Normally, again, it would be
C4, D3,
C4, D3,
E3, F4 would be a bathtub.
Yes, that, okay, yeah. Very good.
This one is perhaps a smaller but a fortified.
Smaller bathtub. A crib.
A cot, a crib. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Interesting pawn structure there in the center. But meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi continues to try and keep the bishops as restricted as possible.
Not the bishop so much as the dark square bishop. He's trying to restrict. So what Peter had mentioned earlier was that in case the dark square bishop went from C1 to E1, to g3, that was the whole idea of Jan, was to play the move h4. So yes, we can go bishop to e1, to f2, to g1, to h2, but you may not find your bishop so active or attractive, if you will, on that diagonal. Eventually came the move d3, d4, and this is the siren call for black to play knight a5. Tania.
It's a really interesting situation in the center with the 4 pawns and the king and the bishop lined up. It's crowded in the center for white. There we see the piece placement. Well, right now, an obvious but a big threat on the board that you were pointing out, forking one of the pieces. So it's time to start striking at white's pawn structure?
Absolutely. Knight a5, and that's the big question. I don't think you want to play c5. I'm pretty sure you don't want to play d5. Why did Fabi play d4?
I do not know. I have no answer. And Jan seemingly isn't even interested in knight a5. This is all very confusing to me.
Wow. Knight a5 looks so obvious. By the way, that's a very famous line from Dr. Robert Hübner. Asked a question. Robert thought very deliberately, and he said, "I do not know." And he answered very deliberately. But the funny part about that is, for those of you who don't know who Robert Hübner is, Robert Hübner knows everything about everything.
Everything about everything.
So when he said, "I do not know,"
That's
it
big news.
confused everybody. Bishop d3, Tania. This is somehow white's done something that maybe. Don't you feel white's for choice suddenly? Why did he play g4?
I didn't like the sequence of bishop d7 followed by g4. Black is still not doing that poorly, but yeah, I'm not sure why.
Less and less.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the
eager.
very obvious option there was not preferred over this.
By the way, important breaking news. Our tournament leader, MVL, is better, much better against Ray Robson. Is again, MVL enjoying a half-point lead, depending on the outcome of this game. If we do have a victor,
yes,
we'll keep,
it's a big one. We'll keep a close watch on that. But right now, sticking to this
Rook
endgame.
G7.
And Rook G7 played. And the point that you were making about the knight jump trying to target the pawns in the center, I think that was a really critical moment, because what you really want is to try to force white to push that d pawn further ahead, leaving behind a lot of holes in the position for the knight to jump to. And that was a moment where you could have enforced it by attacking the c4 pawn.
And that was why we were, both Peter and I were so very confused. Why wouldn't you want to encourage white to play d4, d5? As you said, the moment you play d4, d5, you do leave behind two very crucial squares. We're going to make a quick switch here just to jump in on the game of MVL versus Ray Robson.
And what a moment to switch at.
MVL,
we have a big move.
Bam! F6. Blasting open Ray's king, doubling up his pawns, and here it goes. Bam! Bishop takes h7 check, and first looks, that's game over.
And the reason is because you've opened up both the g and the h file. If black was to capture the bishop on h7, you first jump in with the queen giving a check on h5, and the rook joins the party in the next move.
Exactly.
And hits the target from g3.
It looks over.
And the black queen on e7 actually is stopping the black king from escaping.
Yeah,
very
whenever this rook goes, the king goes back to f8, but gets mated on h8 because the queen is actually in the way. I'm thinking you can't take the bishop, and Ray agrees. He says taking the bishop would have been deadly. So he played king g7, bishop f5, bishop takes f5, rook takes f5. Again, this is the big threat. Check and mate,
checkmate.
So you got to get your rook out of the way. Rook h8 so that your king can actually
Ray is one tempo short here.
Rook.
Just one tempo short. If he was in time to play rook h6 and have the option of meeting queen g4 check with rook g6, now rook h5, unfortunately, I think is borderline winning. Yeah,
and he's done it.
But did you see the way Ray just made the move rook h6? He almost just threw the rook. It's just dejection from him. He knows his position is busted.
He knows it. That was a huge move, rook h6. And again, just as you were mentioning, Peter, it was just like you're tempo shy of putting up some serious resistance, and you can see the slouching shoulders there as Ray recognizes rook g6.
This was a Maxime Vachier-Lagrave show.
Wow.
It was from start to finish.
Ouch.
f6, bishop h7, fantastic attacking game there.
And Ray's just got to figure out how
Mate in
could he
one.
maximize some resistance. He's got to play king e8. He's ready to meet a check with a block. That's a skewer of the
Pick
rook.
up the f6 pawn.
I know, that's a good pickup. What do we got? With 2 pawns down or just 1? Please
Who cares
tell me
about the
it's 1.
pawn? Look at the black king there, Yas. We don't even need to do the math right now.
Well,
But if you want to, it is an extra pawn for white.
only 1, though.
1 extra pawn.
Okay, I mean, queen e7, trade queens, I repair my position suddenly. I mean, that's what you've got to play for. You just hope that your opponent helps you.
You'll need a lot of help because white would not really want to ever trade queens in this position.
That'd be a terrible decision, wouldn't it?
I won't be surprised if we actually see Maxime at some point starting to push the h-pawn down the board, forgetting about the king, but that combined with the attack on the king will be undefensible.
Agreed.
It's time, actually. He could have already started with h4. Absolutely agree.
And Ray's trying. It's a very, very narrow path, but he needs king e7 and rook takes d5, and he might have a shout.
Well, actually, the position that we have, maybe it is time to start pushing the h-pawn already because you're not getting to the black king immediately. Everything is defended around it. The c8 square is defended, and there we have it. Maxime combining piece activity with that extra pawn push.
Well, let's take a look. So is it now consequential? h4, king e7.
h5?
h5, rook takes d5.
H6.
h6.
Can't take it because f7 is hanging.
Exactly. No, I think h6 is actually
He offers a
works.
queen trade.
Queen g6. Please trade queens. Well,
would be
queen
surprised.
takes.
And
pawn
rook
takes,
f6.
rook
Oh, you think he's
f6.
going to go for this endgame?
It might be just winning, but...
It might be 2 connected passed pawns,
Yeah.
right? h5 and g4. He's
Does
reaching
it?
for the queen, and he has done it. So like I said, it was that extra pawn.
Extra 2 pawns.
Extra two-
well,
well,
actually, the
extra
connected passed pawns. You
That
lose
was
the
it.
d5.
Rook takes g6.
h5. On the board, the pawns are pushing. But is this trivial?
I wouldn't call it. Rook and pawn games somehow are never trivial. They're always.
MVL taking a very interesting decision, giving up on h5 to keep control and to take on d6 in response.
I'm not sure I wouldn't have played g4 automatically there, Peter. I just.
I actually quite like it. I think centralizing the king is just always going to be a very good idea. Now we play g4, rook takes d6, and I think we win very comfortably.
g4 and rook takes.
Well, even king takes e4, as you can see there by
He's
MVL reaching. Yeah.
Well, rook takes a2, and the game flares anew, doesn't it?
He doesn't want to allow d5. I understand why he's doing that. Yeah. Whoa, check. I don't know why we're doing. Okay. I guess he wants the king on a war square. He feels like it's very well placed on e4, and now it will drop back a square.
But it does
Somehow
control
I
the
felt
G2
it was
square.
very well placed on f3 too,
Yeah.
right?
Controlling the g2 square from where black can actually defend those pawns. So now...
And now we just
c3.
go in g4, king f4, king g5. I think we should be winning here.
Agreed.
So even though the pawns will be in balance, it is 2 pawns for black, 2 pawns for white, but in the race, white is far ahead.
Correct. Exactly, Tanya. That's exactly it. The pawns are going to be on h6 and g5, and you're still going to be, well, in the starting block. On
In the
b7
meantime,
and a6.
Fabi is one correct move away from being absolutely winning against Jan. No, massive.
Ooh.
It's game over then.
It's actually mate.
Let's just jump to Fabi versus.
Whoa. It's over, and
over.
Fabiano has won against Jan Nepomniachtchi. A
checkmate.
huge win for Fabi.
It's checkmate on the board.
We will
Rook
come
is
back
coming.
to this, but
And let's go back to Ray and our tournament leader, MVL, putting the finishing touches on what we think is a winning rook and pawn endgame.
Ooh.
That suddenly
you don't trade, right?
became, well, where do I go with the rook?
It's
Rook
a good
E6
question.
might
Rook
not have
g6
been-
might be the only move.
That might not have been very
A4,
clever.
A1 is check.
Oh my
MVL
God, has Maxime messed this up?
MVL might be worse.
Whoa.
Oh
and
my
the whole point
goodness.
is that the king on g7 is the worst placed square
Well, the
because
rook went to g6. It found itself trapped on b6.
and the queen, but black queens with a check that passes
What
the tempo to black.
But
Blitz.
luckily for MVL, the rook on b5 has no checks. So this is probably still a draw, but this is a huge turnaround.
That's a heartbreak for MVL from the position he had. And now
Well, for Ray, this is
Robson,
just
he saves the day.
remarkable. And, Yeah, rook and pawn endgames, like I said, I mean, there's so many resources. Never trivial. Ooh, b5. Yeah, no, I think that's okay. I was about to say, shouldn't we be starting with rook to g1?
No, we can still do that. And
oh, this is such a big miss by Maxime, who played such an excellent game.
Truly.
The sacrifice in the middle game.
This game is heading for a draw. I just want to say the executive. Unfortunately, there's.
Yeah, this is just going to be a draw.
How did Firouzja
G1.
do with,
He's going to
drew with Sam?
He's going to pick up b3. He's going to pick up g6. The players are going to find a way to trade rooks. There's a check, there's an interception, and that is it. This ends in a draw. Ray Robson relieved. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave bid a big miss.
Which means, of course, that Fabi is now tied with MVL for first. And this is our final game. We've got Jeffery enjoying an extra pawn, but not enough.
Now, Fabi is still half a point behind because I think he was a full point behind. MVL, Jan was half a point behind.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was, yes, you're right. It was Jan in the clear second point by half a point.
Jeffery is, whoa.
What happened there?
Jeffery lost an endgame he really should not have lost. And I think he even maybe resigned in a position which was still holdable.
What?
I think Jeffery is just not enjoying himself and felt...
Kind of tilted. Yeah. King f2 is a draw.
Yeah, the final position is still a draw, but he just didn't...
What, he resigned in this final position? Peter, maybe you can take us through
It didn't
this.
look like he flagged. I think he just resigned, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it looked like...
I think he didn't realize that even in this position, if king c2 he has knight d4 check, if knight b2 he has knight e3, he is still perfectly in control. But
right.
I think he just wants this tournament to be over by this point. It's really not going well for him.
Brutal, brutal. That Fabi Nepo game, we were kind of... Oh, please, Peter, what were you focused on? Sorry.
Fabi Nepo, we've seen the start and the end, but in the middle there...
Yeah, what happened in the middle?
Yeah, starting from here, we left it somewhere around here, and Jan, for some reason, he played bishop a6, bishop f1 was a clever little trick by Fabi. Seems like we're just protecting the pawn on g2, but what we're also doing is we're playing c5 and the bishop can no longer be taken with a check. So once the bishop, we can include c takes d6, and this is a massive, massive improvement for white because we actually got rid of one of our absolute worst pawns on the board, traded it for a healthy one on c7, and now we're a pawn up with a decent structure, bishop against knight, weakness on h4, weakness on f6, and Fabi ended up winning this reasonably comfortably. The other two games I kept my eye on a little bit were the game between, eventually, hang on. Please. Yeah, Wesley against Anish, which was actually a fantastic game, where there is this crazy variation of the anti-Berlin, where black goes bishop g4 here, not with the intention of taking, but with the intention of sacrificing this piece. And this normally leads to a very strange position. I think they, it takes too long to describe, but basically, previous practice would result almost by force, with players by move 20 having a strange position where white still is a piece up, black has pawns on f4, g3, and h4. But they're completely blockaded. And then you have to prove you're better with this extra piece. But Anish actually, I think he burned an important little idea for a blitz game here, surprising Wesley a great deal. Wesley played king h1 here, f5, queen e1, f4, knight takes e5, although this is still best machine moves. And here, as you can see, this is still some correspondence games. Rook f8, bishop d4, rook f6. And here, the engine was showing something completely unbelievable. I will not be able to even reproduce it, I don't think. But there was some line I saw on my screen which I was sort of refusing to believe completely. I think it went something like the main move here was f3. After rook h6 check, you were supposed to allow king g2, bishop h3. No, this is wrong, right? Because we're already losing to bishop h4. But the point was, in a blitz game, if you don't know what you're doing here, you're very likely to go wrong, and this is what happened. King g1, bishop h3, rook f2, bishop h4. Already this is a lot of trouble. Wesley maybe thought he's still somewhat in control. But queen d8, very, very clever move, attacking the bishop on d4 and also creating a threat of queen g5 check. And somewhere here, there's just no defense against h7, h5. And Anish wins a very important game against Wesley. Wesley, after a very good day yesterday, today is struggling, seemingly, and Anish is gaining steam, but there's probably not enough games in the tournament for him to come into contention for the really top places, but he will improve his GCT point standings.
Well, with each victory, your confidence soars. Tania, do the honors, please. Tell us about the standings after, well, 14 rounds.
Well, let's take a look. 4 games remain, and it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave still at the top with the tiniest of margins, half a point. Ray Robson with that miraculous save against Maxime. And I'm sure the other players were also rooting for Ray in that position. They want to keep that margin as little as possible. And it is Fabiano Caruana at second place, clear second there. Again, just only half a point ahead of Jan. And the storyline continues all the way to that 5th position. Anish with that win slips up to the 6th spot. And for more highlights from round 14, we're going to head over to Anastasiya.
Thank you, Tania, but actually you stole my show because I kept my eye on the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Ray Robson, and then you understood that this is the game and you switched to that one. But let me show you at the beginning how things were developing. After this knight d5 move, knight takes d5, e takes d5. Maybe black could have tried to trade this central pawn for the pawn on the king's side after bishop h7, king h7. I don't want to say that it's ideal situation for black and it looks a little bit dangerous, but maybe it was a really good alternative compared to what happened in the game. But still, even bishop c8 was quite fine move after that. But look at f4, very straightforward move by Maxime, which paid off later. So knight d7 is still fine, f5, and here probably bishop g5 was too much for black. He could have just tried to stop this pawn, play knight f6, and just develop later with b5 and bishop b7, rook e8. I mean, position is quite fine after that. But he played with bishop g5, allowing all this play and what happened after. So from here, things are really wrong for black, and he got into trouble, as we could see later in the game. And this crazy ending where Ray Robson managed to escape was, of course, very interesting to follow. And also the second game, which you also checked the end, was between Jeffery Xiong and Liem. I think, yes, I mean, it's psychologically difficult probably to play against the top players, and the fact that Jeffrey resigned in the drawish position probably also shows how hard it is, how much pressure he has on his shoulders during this tournament. And the game was pretty equal until certain point. Let's say, the balance, they have same amount of pawns. Let's say the ending is pretty equal, so probably he just kind of started to tilt somewhere where he lost his pawn and then entered this ending, which normally he would still try to keep. But I really don't understand some of his decisions. For example, somewhere here, normally you try to keep queens on the board. In this type of situations, you don't go to the knight's ending. King h2 was quite a good alternative, but he played queen e1, trading the queens, and maybe he would have saved this ending. But normally you don't do this. You don't go to the knight's ending with a pawn down. Normally it's technically lost position. But I just want to show the very end. Yes, Peter mentioned this moment that he just could simply play something like king f2, and position is still, after d2, let's say, something happened to my board. So this position, yes, it's drawish, but it's really hard, maybe, yes, to play at this moment. He was also tired and disappointed with how the game went after. So on this note, let's go back to the studio to follow the next rounds.
Thank you, Anastasiya. I just wanted to say that final position was worth taking a look at. And what Anastasiya wanted to show you all was that after the move king f2, if you play d2, now you get to play king e2. And after king c2, it appears we can't stop. No, we were in time with a check. King c1, we're in time for yet another check. And that would have been drawn. And I understand, once you get into this mindset where you see that you're losing or feel that you're losing and you're having a bad tournament, Peter, it's very hard to get out of that.
It is very difficult to shake
mindset.
off, and I think Jeffery has perhaps won 2 games in the entire Rapid and Blitz, including the Rapid section, and it must be a very difficult feeling to have to continue showing up and continue playing when it really isn't going your way and everybody seems to be ganging up on you. He will obviously look back on this and think this is a bit silly, but it's understandable.
Tania, it's tied at the top, but let's peek ahead and see the roads for the top players. We'll start with round 15.
We'll start with the matchups that are about to begin, and it's 4 very crucial games. As you said, Yasser, it is crowded at the top with just a half-point lead for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who faces Jeffery Xiong, and we've been talking about Jeffery.
Good time to play Jeffery.
It's a good time to play against a player who is having, I completely agree with Anastasiya, psychologically so difficult when you're on this losing streak to come out, to have this will to fight. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, can he score a big, much required point against Jeffery? Our other player, Nepomniachtchi, is playing against Liem, who actually beat Jeffery in the previous round. And Yasser.
Firouzja versus Caruana.
That's got to be
the marquee matchup. Let's peek ahead. Show us the 16th round pairings and what MVL and Fabi are facing.
Yeah, let's look into the future a little bit because really the next few rounds are super critical with, again, just a half point, the slimmest of leads there. And we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be playing against Wesley. Now, Maxime starts this round against Jeffery and he plays Wesley in the next one. To me, these are 2 players who are not in their best shape.
Right.
So it might be the pairings where Maxime wants to strike. What are your thoughts on this?
Agreed. Jeffery could play the role of spoiler equally well. He could play the role of Santa and start giving a lot of gifts. Fabi versus Anish Giri. Anish Giri will be very pleased with himself, having beaten Wesley with the black pieces.
And
round
notice,
17?
Yes.
Shall we have a quick
And also
look?
we will switch to round 17. We also saw Jan will be playing Jeffery Xiong in round 16. So another pairing that for
Santa Claus
might be Christmas
spoiler.
coming a little early there.
Firouzja Nepo. Ooh.
That is a spicy matchup right there.
And then we have MVL versus Sevian. That'll be very nice. Fabi versus Robson. But it's all about round 15 coming up. Let's jump back to the current situation.
Absolutely,
as I
Yasser.
need to figure out where is my round 15. I don't have my round 15.
We will bring up round 15. With the matchups in the road ahead that we just saw, to me it feels that Maxime, it's really his moment right now. The next 3 games that are coming up, he
has opportunity, doesn't he?
He does have a big opportunity there, Peter.
Even though playing black against Wesley is normally not a dictionary definition of an easy game, Wesley today is not Wesley of yesterday. Yesterday he was quietly tied for second in a Blitz tournament. In this separate Blitz tournament they played yesterday, he tied for second with Jan. Today his play seems to not be the same crisp Blitz that he played last night. So we'll see how that goes.
Alireza versus Fabi coming up. Fabi just won a crucial game against Nepo. No matter how you put it, Nepo just kept slipping. But his opening idea there was remarkable, and I think the result was not indicative of what a decent position he got.
It surprised us all, I think, that you can just give up a pawn like this in an opening and just play quietly. But I think had he played the middle game well, he would have been completely fine.
Right, that whole knight a5 idea. Why he didn't play knight? Why
we will never know.
Play knight a5?
But it is Blitz, and these things happen, and eventually Fabiano Caruana showed some really nice technique in the end to convert that a very important victory. And as you said, yes, it will be all eyes on Alireza taking on Fabi, an extremely crucial game for our standings as the players are walking into the playing hall. We see Anish and MVL there.
Yeah, let me just set this up a little bit further. Alireza comes in to this St. Louis Rapid and Blitz as our defending Grand Chess Tour champion. It was a scant 1 year ago that, well, we didn't expect much from Alireza. He came into St. Louis, he did this nice interview where he said, you know what, guys? It's been my dream since I was a little boy to come to St. Louis and play these exalted masters. Little did he know that 2 weeks later he'd be walking out with a bounty of trophies as he won the Rapid and Blitz, he won the Phil Cup, he won the $100,000 bonus for winning the Grand Chess Tour. Now he's up against Fabi, who is equally in the position that Alireza had a year before. He is leading the tournament. Sorry,
Absolutely. And Alireza is not a little boy anymore. He's a big beast in these formats. The world #1 Blitz player. He's taking on Fabi. He's trailing Fabi by a point. So if he's able to win with the white pieces, that's going to be big news for him. And there he is with a smile.
He looks like he's enjoying the moment, right?
And I'm still thinking about the first Rapid game, the very first day of the St. Louis Rapid.
Where he won.
Where he won in great style, actually.
He did.
Can he repeat it? He starts with the white pieces as he did in that game as well. And I remember his interview where he said, I don't know why Fabi keeps repeating these openings with me. He never gets a good position.
Well, here we go. This is such a big game. And again, for Firouzja, like I said, the game he lost to MVL earlier today, that would have enraged me because you blunder a piece and then you come so close to drawing the game and you let it slip away. What kind of, I want to say, angst will he have? I think he's got to play for the win. Peter, this is a no bars hold'em event. You just play all out.
Those are all words. Certainly.
Yeah, word salad. It's all yours.
Those are all words.
No, I mean, no, seriously.
But I agree with the sentiment entirely.
Yeah, you got to play for a win, and if it means taking excessive risks, you do
so
it.
be it.
Remember yesterday, 3-piece sacrifice.
By Fabiano Caruana. Oh my God, and eventually rook F1, rook F6, rook G6.
Let's go.
Let's go. That was a game on fire. But Fabi really interestingly said that, he just kept on playing. He knows it's Blitz. He's probably lost. He has to take his chances. Some great practical decisions there against his game against Alireza, that was.
Exactly.
Alireza was in a winning position, but complications and Fabi came on top, and it's handshakes, and who's going to come on top this time?
You called it a great gamble, Peter. And will we see another one? Gioco piano, but Hungarian variation with bishop to e7. So none of these bishop g5, h6, knight takes g5 sacrifices. The bishop stays at home just to make sure that bishop g5 doesn't cause any issues. d7, d6, very quietly, Black says, look, I'm going to trade off my bishop on e6. Show me your opening advantage. Tania, I mean, my brain turns to mush when I see so many Gioco pianos. I don't know, like, what's the novelty anymore? I mean, who played this the first time around? How about you?
Forever ago, right? First time around. But the point is that these positions are so complex because of the different move orders that white can have. And they tend to switch it up. And it's so difficult to keep track of all these small advancements. Do you put your pawn on a3? Do you put your pawn on a4? The knight can come from c3, can come from d2. But we see a little non-standard Italian structure in this one.
Truly.
Where a trade has happened on c4, white has doubled the pawn, but in return gets control of the d file and the d5 square as well. Starts expanding on the queen side, and notice how without the light squared bishop, the f5 square becomes also a bigger target for white's knight to jump to.
We've just seen a rerouting. The knight on c6, Fabi judged in his estimation didn't have a future. On d7, the pawn on c4 is potentially weak. Also, this knight can jump to d5 whenever white would like, and maybe you want to have the move c7, c6 to give it an eviction notice. In the moment, it just feels like a nice space advantage for white. Again, the double pawns do serve a practical function of preventing d6, d5. As long as the pawn stays on d6, this bishop on f8 remains passive. Yeah. So it's just a strategic fight and trench warfare at the moment.
Absolutely. I think for black at some point you want to make a move like a5. You want to try to provoke white to perhaps push the b pawn and create some dark square weaknesses.
You'd be eager for that to happen. a5, b5, and as you said, then you've got a c5 square. Knight to d2.
Interesting.
I like this move. It's not like, you mentioned the f5 square, but it's not like you could put your knight on f5 and expect victory. With this move, knight to d2, White's kind of intimating that he's ready to put some energy into knight a5 and just trying to make inroads on the queen side. Peter, you have a lot of experience in these e4, e5 structures. How do you judge this position?
This is a rare structure, though. I don't think anybody has much
e5, as you said, Tanya, on the
volume
board.
Specifically in
Volume,
these structures.
yeah.
In these structures where black takes on c4 and then nothing happens for a while. But honestly, black is sort of more mobile long term. I quite like what Fabi has here. I think it's somewhat easier to play with black. You can play g6, you can put the queen on c7, maybe play h6, h5 at some point.
I was about to say, after a move like queen d2, you're being questioned, do you want to play h5? And
I think it's fine.
Yes.
You can also play king h7. There's nothing really wrong with king h7 either.
Okay.
But, and I was a bit surprised. I can sort of understand the thinking behind it, but Alireza played b2 before so confidently. I would have kept it on b3, frankly. I don't like that we've created a potential target on c4. But this is maybe my semi-pensioner thinking. You know, I feel
pensioner.
I feel that creating weaknesses in my own camp is more important and kind of it is a bigger factor than perhaps denying black the c5 square.
Well, knight a4 was a road to nowhere, Tanya.
And it's come back home to c3. That didn't have future, so it does return. The a file has opened up, though, so you're trying to trade off or control the a line. The one thing that white always has to watch out for is a d5 break. Right now, white has got 2 pawns and 2 pieces controlling the square, but you have to make sure that black, in this case, Fabi, he doesn't land with a successful d5 break, so you have to just don't allow that to happen.
It just feels to me like there's a lot of toing and froing by both players. This knight on f3 kind of like toward the board, was going to go to f5 and nothing really happened. So trench warfare, at a certain moment I was expecting a rook to come to the d file, so at least I would have a c4, c5 type of a break. But at the moment, both players just going back and forth.
It's a lot of maneuvering, and in that process, getting a few pawns traded, a pawn push here and there, creating some weaknesses. But that's the nature of how the Italian or Spanish positions go. There is a lot of to and fro from the pieces before an eventual break in the center.
Exactly. We're just seeing the move f2, f3. Again, keeping the cavalry away from the business squares of f4 and g4. I'm expecting king g2. I would not, I was about to say, I wouldn't want to trade dark square bishop until I realized there is a weakness, Peter, on d6.
It's more or less impossible to attack it with anything rather than the heavy pieces, and the heavy pieces, there's an equal amount of them on the board, so I don't think d6 bothers Fabi a great deal. Yeah, I think it's probably still very much within the equality margins, but in practical terms, I think it's easier to play with black.
You don't see the d6 pawn as a weakness. Why?
No. You can triple up on the g file, and I will just play rook d8, rook d7, rook e8, and there's
You'll meet me anytime I try to go on the d file.
Yeah, there's already, in the current position, there was an option for a b7, b5 break, because the pawn on c2 is currently hanging, so you're not actually sacrificing a pawn there, but Fabi decides against. I'm pretty sure he considered it. He is hinting at d6, d5. Perhaps if white does nothing right now, we can take on a1 and then play g5 next move, but white is unlikely to do nothing. And Alireza takes one pair of rooks off and puts the rook on d1.
It's not that I'm, gung-ho about white's play. It is a position. I always found it easier, personally, when I see a pawn weakness like this. It stands out like a sore thumb, and I've always found it easier to play against a weakness than rather defending it. So I'm thinking it's easier to play white. Tanya, you break the tie between Peter and I. Peter likes black's flexibility. I like the fact that I can see and target a weakness. You?
I've played these positions a little bit with black.
So you have volume?
I'm going to break the tie, and I'll say that I wouldn't be unhappy to get this position with black either. I keep the d6 pawn defended when needed, even if it means a knight retreat from f6 to e8. I've got these ideas.
Necessary.
When necessary, of course. I'm always eyeing the d5 break. I've got the a file for now under control. I was actually a little worried about white's queen jumping onto b6, but I think the point is that queen b6 doesn't get you anywhere. Not only is everything defended, but the rook can actually slide up and kick the queen out.
Go away. You bother me. Queen b6 is something that you need to prep. I was a little bit surprised by the move rook d2. I liked rook d3 followed by queen d2, questioning your d-pawn. You could, in that case, as you said, play knight e8 or maybe rook d8. But in any case, pressing d6, rook a3. So now Fabi is basically saying, okay, since you're playing it passively, let's see what your intentions are. And here we go. Knight comes to e8, just as you prescribed.
And this is what we were talking about, right? Now it's impossible for you to continue putting further pressure on a d6. And how do you actually improve your position? You can't move the knight from b3. The knight jumps on to d4.
Yep.
You want to keep that under control.
Oh, for sure.
If you move the other knight, the knight anyway comes on to d4 because the knight on b3 will be pinned.
Well, my friend Bruce Harper and I wrote a book called King Walks. And the idea is in a king walk is you bring your king to that area of the board that needs reinforcement. After I saw the move rook a3, I like to play king b2. So I'm going to march my king steadily across the entirety of the chessboard and bring the king to the queen side. And, reinforce, as an author of a book, reinforce the work.
Yeah, and then that was an interesting choice. And look at that. That's a big move by black there, and I like it because all of white's forces are on the queen side, and I have a bad feeling for that white king. You take on g5, the queen jumps in. I'm threatening to land with my knight on f4. The h-pawn will move forward, shredding the king's defenses there, and I just feel that white's army might be too far away from his own king.
Exactly. I did not like this knight b1, c3 as played, and I think Fabi sensing
take on g3,
opportunity.
Right? Because there's rook g2, we can take on g2.
And knight f4.
Correct. He's blundered.
But maybe there was nothing better to be done as well. I mean, the position looked very difficult with knight f4 and h4 coming in.
I think Fabi's just completely winning now.
This was just a terrible blunder.
Told you black's better there, yes. It just felt like easier to play.
It certainly turned out that way. There's no question about it. Not only that, but it's pawn and compensation. It's like now, black is not only attacking, he's doing so.
Did you see the way Alireza played that rook?
He's just playing. He's not playing well. He's the #1 player in the world, but he's blundering basic tactics. Right now, he's threatening rook takes h4. That's the only thing he's doing. But I mean, Fabi's got this game.
Fabulous game by Fabi, and not just putting pressure on the board. Look at the clock right there. 5 seconds for Alireza, a very difficult position to defend, and Fabi has enough time to pause at the critical moment to wrap this up in a concrete manner. But we've seen turnarounds. We've seen people mess up. We've seen the players mess up even more winning positions. What are the chances? Ray Robson. What are the chances of Firouzja with a miraculous save?
Well, and anything can happen in blitz. But having said that, I mean, really, Fabi will have to blunder badly to not win this game. I think he's really more or less got this game under wraps. Peter, jump in.
Nothing to add to this. Yeah, this looks absolutely horrible. Everything is going.
Pawns are being captured, and as Firouzja is losing, shall we just check in on MVL for a quick gander there?
Yeah, this one is about to finish any moment, and Fabi looks like he's about to get the big win, and those are 3 versus 2, but black's pawns are pushing.
But wait a minute, queen, wait, whoa.
It's a race.
Maybe.
Gives a check first, and it's Jeffery Xiong playing under 10 seconds right now.
By the way, Fabi did win as we expected. And that was a cute move because we've got queen
a7 and queen a2. Whoa.
Queen ace a2 to defend so a7, he just double checked, and queen h. One.
Still can't queen. Only move queen h1.
By the way, this is not clear.
No, I think black should now be okay.
I think so too, right? Yeah. I mean, the queen is ready to come to H1, from H1 to A8, and then you get to go G3 and G2.
Oh, this may have been a queen b8, queen f3 check, though. It's probably a perpetual. How easy it is to give in a practical game. Oh, with the king on G5, this might not be a perpetual, because you cannot give checks from the fifth.
Oh, gosh.
King
Jeffery
G5.
is playing as though he's got this, he's got a draw in his pocket or something. I don't believe that.
And it seems like the engine agrees. The question is just in practice on 3 seconds, do you ever make a wrong check by mistake? But it seems like this is fine.
Jeffery is playing very confidently. It just feels like white's queen will never find its way to actually block a check anywhere.
I think this is correct. You have to aim for squares closer to the black king and hope.
Ooh, that was queen e5, game over.
Yes. Oh. He nearly voted. Having said you can't interpose the queen, he nearly
walked into it.
It sure did. Oh my goodness.
It's getting tricky, no? As the king gets closer towards the white queen.
Right.
There's no hiding place in the corner.
I thought queen f4 check there, so you can't go king b6 was a little bit more precise. But the diagonal checks.
That's a very key point, that your king will never get to a8 because of the diagonal check on when you get to b7 with your king.
But how can you play this virtually perfectly with no time on the clock?
He's showing us how. He's been doing it for the last 20
And by the way, he's
moves.
fallen into a perpet.
Yes.
He's done it. Jeffery saved a losing position. Let's jump to the game of Ray Robson as Wesley So, as we do have a tie on the top. Fabi defeating the world's #1 player, Alireza.
Yes, we do, and we still have action on in this one. What's going on here? So
I think it's the clock. I think it's all about the clock.
Is he going to just trade? No, he's playing for the win. It does look like black's piece activity. White needs to be the one careful.
Yes, because the black king is so close.
Oh. Whoa! What was that?
I mean, this nervousness is what it is.
Nerves.
Exactly.
If the rooks get traded off, that's draw on the spot. So every decision that Wesley takes to keep the rooks on, he's ambitious.
Exactly. And by the way, the knight can maybe, wow.
It's a lot of hesitation from Wesley.
For sure.
Knight's coming to g3 with a check.
Right? The king. Oh, you're forcing the king to its best
now you
square.
can't go to e1. You have to go in the corner again.
Exactly.
It might still be fine, though. With the rook on a3, the king cannot really join the attack. So
True. Knight e2 check, knight to d4 to f3 though, Peter?
Bishop g4 really stops all of that.
Yes, it does. That was well.
And now it seems that black really has no way to create threats.
But I like that Ray there making sure he doesn't walk into some fork.
Yeah. And it feels like Wesley has maximized every single piece on the position,
Truly.
But there's no progress to be made with the rook and bishop taking away key squares from the king and the knight.
Truly.
King g3 would walk into a one-move checkmate, rook f3.
As I was about to say, are we walking into a nasty pin? No, Wesley, just in time to save his king and rook. Yeah, now who's playing?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Nobody's
And
playing
they're going to find a way for the knight to give up. The knight's going to give itself up for the pawn.
Sure.
And that'll be the end of it. Knight f4, knight h3.
Well done. Oof.
Nicely done there, boy.
Back to being friends.
Roommates. Yeah. Wow, but we do have a tie on top. We're going to have to take another look at those playoff things. Peter, where was the action?
In the MVL Jeffery game, they played a very, very old school French with
the
knight c3.
Rubinstein French.
Yeah, and it seemed like Jeffery actually got a very nice position out of the opening, somewhere around here. c6 is a very clever move here, by the way, using the pin and the fact that d6 can be met by knight d5 interposing, and then the pawn on d6 is in trouble. So I think somewhere here, if anyone is better, it is black.
Sure.
But MVL managed to stabilize, and they ended up in a position like this, which is already very, very level. All the rooks came off. And this is, of course, still very much level. But as you have seen, eventually it became quite sharp. Players continued pushing. Black is trying to create something on the king side, while a5 and b6 could potentially be targets. And as you can see, 3 moves later, we have a race, which eventually resulted in that absolutely crazy queen ending that we saw on our screen, which ended up being a draw. And the game between Ray and Wesley was a quietish affair. They played this English opening, which a bit later. Right now, there's a lot of pieces on the board, but 5 moves later, there's been a lot of trading done in the center, and then some more trading being done, and then the queens also come off. And it looked like it was a very, very level endgame, but both players, since no draw for Zawa allowed,
yeah.
Normally a game maybe would have ended somewhere here with a handshake, but they played more than 100 moves from here without changing the results.
Thank you, Peter, for that. And after 15 exciting rounds of Blitz, Tanya, tell us the standings.
It is a tie at the top.
It's a tie at the top.
It's the tie at the top. Fabiano Caruana, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, both at 19.5 points. Yasser, I'm going to predict it. We're going to have those playoffs at the end of the day. We've got Jan.
Recall our playoff rules. But Jan is trailing by a point, as you were about to say.
He is, and Alireza and Liem a point behind Jan. So still with 3 rounds remaining, there is a lot to fight for. And for a further breakdown of the action, let's head over to Anastasiya.
Thank you, Tanya. And finally, Fabi is leading together with Maxime, so we have chances, right? So I was checking the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is now in the 3rd place. He played against Liem, and definitely he wanted to improve his situation in the tournament. And okay, it was really crazy. Opening stage, very creative from both sides. And now we can see that Black are trying to create some kind of an attack on the king side with the king on f8. So it can backfire sometimes, but still, Liem decided to go for all-in. He plays g4, and Jan, didn't play the best, let's say, moves, but it's hard to actually understand what are the best in this situation. So here, he tried to also open the center, getting some counterplay, because, it seems like Black is coming with queen g5 next move. So queen g5 happened in the game, and f4, look at this. It's really, every move, plenty of variations could have happened, but Jan was literally trying probably to make the position as sharp as possible to get his chances as well. But he went a little bit far here, and after queen d4, good move, king h1. Liem played knight e3, winning the exchange, but he could have tried to play something different, like h3 was the move, which is again hard to spot. And after g takes h3, completely crazy move, computer of course suggests queen d3, trying to create a few threats like on the king side, and also like bishop c3 threat, followed by queen e2. I'm sure that it would be very difficult for Jan to defend here, but he didn't find this move. He played knight e3, and after Jan gave an exchange, things were not so bad for him, even though he was still suffering a little bit. But after a certain point, he just probably decided enough is enough and went with a perpetual check. He could have done it here, but he played a few moves more and repeated the position later in the game. So the game finished in a draw, so Jan keeps 1 point difference between the leaders. And the second game I was checking was between Anish Giri and Sevian. Also, very interesting theoretical battle. I'm sure both players knew it. I don't know until which moment. Maybe somewhere around here it was still on their boards. So I think that move f4 was still ideas of Anish Giri. But things went wrong somewhere around this moment. Black started to play quite, aggressively in a good sense, trying to fight for initiative. And I think Anish literally didn't get it somewhere, and after the trades of queens, especially somewhat around here, it can be clear for everyone that it's black who is trying to win this game. Anish tried to put some resistance, but it was not so well. I mean, king h3 probably doesn't. King should kind of go towards the center, but he played this maybe emotional move, king h3, and after that he didn't get really chances in the game to survive. So this is how it finished. Sevian won the game, and by the way, with this victory, it means that he has done +2 today, and he didn't lose even one game during this second Blitz day. So really good for Sam. And now it's time to go for the commercial break. And before that, let's have a look at the chat which I had with Fabi before the tournament. Fabiano, welcome back to St. Louis, your home. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. How do you feel to come back here after Grand Swiss? It's just 1 week ago, the tournament has finished. How did you assess your result?
Yeah, it's good to be back. Right before Grand Swiss, I was playing an event here, the US Chess Championship. And I had this event in between, which was a very, very big and influential event for a lot of players. And for me, there was a little bit less riding on it because I wasn't trying to qualify for the candidates. But it was a very exciting event anyway, and decided 2 places in the candidates tournament, so that was very important. Vidit and Nakamura made had their success there, and yeah, for me it was a little bit less of an exciting event. Let's say it was going quite decently, and then at the end I kind of ran out of steam, and the finish was very disappointing for me. So overall, it wasn't like very negative or very positive. Certainly a little bit disappointing, but I'm hoping that. What I'm looking forward to is that we have Rapid Blitz now, so it's a bit of a change because I played in the last few months mostly classical chess.
How many games you played, I wonder?
Quite a lot. We played 11 in the US Championship, quite a long and tough event, and then 11 in the Grand Swiss.
Yes,
so a little bit longer than average. And here we have in the Sinquefield Cup 9 classical games, a little bit of a more usual schedule. But it's nice that we have a kind of intermezzo before, so we have Rapid and Blitz chess, a little bit, let's say, less pressure in terms of preparation and that sort of thing, and more based on like your current form and how you're feeling, your mood. So I'm hoping that I'll be in good shape for that. Also for me, it's very important, of course, because I'm in contention in the Grand Chess Tour standings. I'm in a good position, but last 2 events will be very critical.
Yeah, for sure. And coming back a little bit to the candidates tournament and your spot there, I mean, you said that you played in Grand Swiss with a strange feeling, yes, that you already qualified, you reached your goal already. And how was it actually to play there? I mean, having in mind that, let's say, you don't need to do so. And what do you think about the other players? How difficult it was for them?
Yeah, I can say from experience that these events are a lot of pressure. And even this year when I was playing the World Cup, it was a huge amount of pressure. And I felt it very strongly, physical effects, the tiredness and everything. And the Grand Swiss was a bit different because I didn't really feel that pressure, but I'm not sure if maybe it wasn't a good thing. Like maybe it's better to feel that drive to like, you have to win this game. I remember in the Grand Swiss in 2021, I had to qualify for the candidates via that tournament. And I was playing Alireza in penultimate round, 2 rounds before the end. And I kind of felt like I really need to win this game, and I was able to win it and to secure candidates qualification, mostly because of that win against Alireza. And this time, I think if I needed to qualify, I would consider the game against Deac in 2 rounds before the end again, like absolute must win to get top 2, like very, very important to win this game. And I didn't have this feeling of like intensity, so maybe it also sort of let me down in a way in that sense. While during the World Cup, I had a really strong feeling of like intensity, like every game is super crucial. So it gave me a lot of stress. I wouldn't say it's like good for my health, but maybe it's good for tournament performance.
Yeah, like for example, Nakamura had to try to win against you, right, in order to get the spot in the candidates. And speaking about this tournament, I mean, how often do you think about it? You know, it's gonna be on April. There are so many events in between and things to do, but still, do you think about the event and what do you think about the field, which we know already?
The candidates.
The candidates, yes, let's say.
Yeah, I know. For me, it's the biggest event on the calendar for sure. Like every event is important, every event I care about, but there's only 1-2 events a year that I really like put all my effort into preparation and before the tournament and everything. Like coming to Sinquefield Cup, I mostly have a normal schedule. And for candidates, of course, everyone is taking it so seriously because It's a unique chance to play a World Championship match. That, and almost always, first place is the only one which counts. Yeah, last time it was a bit unusual that second place ended up also counting, but usually you really need to win. So of course you need some luck in order, like you need the right circumstances, but you also need very good preparation and you need to be on form. So everyone takes it the most seriously that they can. And I've played many already, so I have a lot of experience, but sometimes I wonder if this experience is like super important or not, because the first time I played in 2016, I had no experience and my preparation wasn't ideal, let's say, looking back on it. But somehow I
almost
was able to pull it off. And Sergei Karyakin was the one who qualified for a World Championship match that time. So sometimes I don't know if it's more like experience or sometimes coming into it for the first time, like we'll see some players in next one, is also like a huge motivation. Like Pragnanta is the first time. I think also Abbasov. I know he's not 100% in, but assuming he plays, then it's also first time for him, and Vidit as well. So we see a few first timers here. I think it's both the most interesting event of the year besides the World Championship match, but also for the players, of course, takes on a unique amount of stress and pressure.
Yes, so this is what I wish you. I mean, all the best of luck in this tournament.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
The 2023.
The whole chess world is looking forward to the candidates, and right now we're looking forward to round 16.
Exactly. Well, take us through it and tell us about the standings, Tania.
Let's take a look. Yes, 3 games remain, and this is where we are for the first time in the Blitz. We've got actually the first time in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. We've got a tie at the top with
5 players.
Sorry, not the first time, clearly. Long day, but we've got 2 players at the top. Fabi's at the top for the first time on the leaderboard, along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And then in third position, you've got Jan Nepomniachtchi with 18.5.
Alireza with another point deficit. But tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 16.
We've got a big round 16 coming up, and it is Jan Nepomniachtchi who's at 18.5. He needs to score a point against Jeffery Xiong. He starts with the black pieces. Jeffery has been struggling in the event so far, so it's a bit of an opportunity there for Jan. Alireza Firouzja at 17.5 takes on Liem. They're both tied, so a really important game for them to leapfrog to go ahead in the standings.
Exactly.
We've got Fabi, the tournament, the co-leader, at 19.5, taking on his good friend Anish Giri. What are our predictions for that one?
Well, I'm just wondering who has the easier task. Wesley So is white against MVL, also our tournament leader. Would you rather play black against Wesley or white against Anish, Peter?
These days, against Anish, it's just very, very difficult to survive the opening. Even with the white pieces, Wesley didn't manage a few rounds ago.
Right.
And this is what we're watching. Anish, having beaten Wesley in a Spanish, is now back to his Nailov playing ways. Bishop D2 is very fashionable now, but no, Bishop D3. Bishop D3 is, by this point, old hat. You know, they've actually started playing Bishop D2 very,
Bishop
very seriously.
F1. Oh, come on. Well, chess coaches around the world are just going mad. How do you explain Bishop B5, Bishop D3, Bishop F1, and you've got a position where White's pawn should be on C4 and his knight should be on C3?
It will be on C4 soon, because I don't think D6, D5 is any good here, so you have to allow the Maratsi bind. And
but it feels to me like you're several tempi behind as White in a standard Maratsi bind. And
Queen D2.
Queen D2.
This
Tania,
is very, very unusual.
This feels very artificial to me. What about you?
All of it, right? Bishop D3, Bishop F1, the repeat that we saw, putting the queen in front of the bishop.
What?
Not the way you usually develop in chess. Again, in my experience with the Sicilian, having played these hedgehog positions.
Sure, we could call them the hedgehogs. Yeah.
I do like what Anish has done and achieved so far. Fabi, of course, once you put your queen on D2, need to fianchetto the bishop on B2.
B3, that's an open invitation
to B5.
To B5. And he took it instantly. We've missed something. Queen takes C3. Well, it's a piece sacrifice.
Take on E6, I think, is the point.
Okay, so that's 2 pawns.
The speed with which Fabi has played this sacrifice, to me, it reeks of some preparation.
Some kind of... Peter, that seems like a ridiculous piece sacrifice if you ask me. But he did it almost as if it was
interesting.
prep.
We can play something like bishop a3 now, perhaps, trying to hint at some knight b5, attacking the pawn on d6.
Okay.
The bishop on a8 doesn't look great. We can maybe fight for the control over the c-file. I don't hate it. I'm a bit surprised considering that Fabi didn't really need to take such outlandish risks in this game, and we were discussing off-air if maybe he is even okay with a shortish draw in this game.
Right.
Clearly not.
Well, indeed, this piece sacrifice shows reeks of ambition.
It does. Opening prep or not, it is very ambitious play. A decisive result extremely likely in this one. So it's a knight for 2 pawns.
For only 2 pawns. Of course, there are 3 on the queen side, but at any moment, d6, d5. If I ever get a knight, if I ever establish a knight on d, I do not believe in the pawns whatsoever. I believe that Black's minor pieces will have an easy time. And that was why Peter went for the bishop a3, to basically put the kibosh on d5, because, again, if Black ever gets pieces, squares for his pieces, and guess what? A2, A4. I find this very, very untrustworthy.
It's not very encouraging that Fabi took about a minute and a half after sacrificing the piece to play the move a4.
I think bishop b2 may have been missed though, because I think Anish played d5 intending to play bishop c5 next move, attacking the knight.
Yes.
But now his rook is hanging, and white will be able to play e4, e5 next, driving that knight to some really annoying squares.
Exactly. e4, e5, bishop c5 would have worked brilliantly for Black, but the inclusion of bishop b2 is, as you say, extremely annoying. I think this was mistimed. Okay, but hold on.
He takes knight h5, takes it back, and then puts it on h5.
Well, because again, you cannot allow any e4 takes d5, knight takes d5 would have, in my opinion, been game over. So again, yes, if you put your pawn on magically go b4, b5, I'm with you. I think that's sufficient compensation for the piece. But at the moment, the pawn is not traversing through b4. Bishop takes b4 is on Black's agenda. Bishop b5. Tania, do you find it easier to play these positions with the pawn in your pocket or the piece in your pocket?
To me, it would depend if I'm familiar with these kind of sacrifices, if I have the plans, and of course, if it's a blitz game, I think it could be. It could be the idea or the gamble that actually does work out.
Right.
We saw the move bishop b5 hitting the knight. There was no way the black knight could have come to b6. It would have actually been trapped after the move a5.
And that would have been nice for white.
It is all about getting the pawns rolling, and I'm wondering if it's time to try and trade off the dark squared bishop, because without that, you really can't play the move b4. So is it desirable to go bishop a3?
He's just played rook c1, eschewing any bishop a3 ideas.
And he probably will recapture with the rook, allowing Black to take on e5. But it's, I think, a difficult decision for Anish to give up control over the c-file, even for that central pawn on e5. It might be very risky.
So once again, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, knight takes e5. How do you continue as white, Peter?
There is knight takes e6, but you can also perhaps play for some rook c7. I'm not entirely sure. I think we'll see in a second. Yeah, we're going there. I think knight e6 is probably likely.
Knight takes e6,
but we can take on f3 even.
Bishop takes e5, d4.
There's an intermezzo with knight f3 check.
That is true, but I was just thinking, get your pawns rolling. You've got your own action. d4, d3. Bishop f6.
We'll see. Even knight e6 is not being played quickly, and rook c7 is completely empty as I look at it now, because after bishop d6 we have to go back, so you have to play knight e6. And yeah,
he went for the intermezzo.
Yeah, Anish says more pawns are better.
More is better.
More is better. G takes f3, f takes e6 on the board, and bishop d4. I think that was somewhat important. Okay, but this bishop, to my mind, is much better than this bishop. How are we handling bishop f6, Peter?
We're trading in some way, I think, and then hoping if we get b4, b5, we're very happy, but we have 3 tempi away. That's 2 pawn moves, and we also have to move the bishop away somewhere. So black will be able to do something about it.
Okay.
But I think it's one of those positions where I'm pretty sure the engine will say black is significantly better. But in practical terms, if you blink and somehow allow b4, b5, you might be in desperate straits.
Exactly. I'm even thinking, I really want to get in d5, d4 desperately. I want to unleash my bishop. So I'm even thinking of the pawn sacrifice, e6, e5, bishop takes e5 and d4. Anish obviously preparing that break, e6, e5. Tania, this feels slow suddenly for black. Bishop
agree.
d6 was somehow, you feel like every move counts double. I don't even know how to say it, but knight f4. Okay, we're back in business. e5, d4 on black's agenda. It's about these pawns, right? Bishop c7, I don't know, you need to get in b4. How are you going to do it?
He's also stopped any ideas of the bishop from b5 jumping onto c6, any trades on that, because knight e2 was a threat, which now has been sidestepped with king to f1. At the right time, white might even look at trying to trade off the light squared bishop if he gets the opportunity.
Oh my gosh, h5, it's such a slow-looking move. I mean, e5 felt like
I like the extra piece, but I'm still liking white here. I don't know why, it just feels as if white's the one who's making all the progress. Look at that move. Rook to c6. I was only looking at bishop c6, but he's saying you can't capture the rook. Bishop takes bishop and a8 to follow.
Okay, so what is that? I guess you're threatening bishop b6 is what you're threatening.
Also takes and bishop e5 always in the air.
Rook takes d6 and bishop e5, as you mentioned, in the air. But for me, it's bishop b6. I'm looking at bishop, big time threat. What am I going to do? I don't, h5, he played it so slowly. I thought e5 was absolutely, absolutely critical.
It feels as if there should be so much sense of danger for black in this position, but making these slow moves on the king's side has allowed Fabi to get the pawn on a7. Rook c6 is actually, the more I look at it, it's a very strong, powerful move.
Agreed. I still haven't come up with a good answer for bishop b6 myself. Looking at bishop b6 because if the rook gives up the c8 square, whoop.
I also just realized, Yasser, you were saying something about the rook?
Yeah, I'm threatening bishop b6, and if the rook moves, then rook c8. You were saying rook takes bishop e5 and picks up the knight. That's attractive.
It's very attractive. And also the fact that Fabi in the last move moved that king to f1, he was actually setting up rook to c6. Because if the king is in g1 and we visualize that position, black can take the rook and then jump in with the knight to e2 and pick up that central bishop on d4.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to say that MVL is losing against Wesley So. So
if Fabi does well here,
and Nepo turned things around. He was losing against Jeffery, and he won. And this move, bishop e7, is a realization by Anish. He blew it. He simply, now he's seriously worse. Oh my goodness. Fabi could be seizing the carpe diem, seize the day.
Big moment, because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in his game against Wesley So is in big trouble. We've got our eye out on that one. But here, if Fabi wins this, he takes the sole lead.
Check this move out. Big time move. Rook b6, intimating that once I get my rook to b8, you'll be completely tied up. King f7, rook b8 on the board, and it feels more and more like Anish is, he's let the position slip away completely. G5, again, slow moves. H5, G5 has nothing to do with the play. Pardon me, Peter.
Yeah, I think Fabi by this point, he knows he can take on a8 and play bishop c6 and win the piece back. But I think he's looking for more. I think he's trying to figure out if he can maybe play bishop b6 first, drive the rook away, and then maybe somehow interpose something on the back rank. And I think a5 indicates that he probably wants to win that piece back, but he wants to get the second a pawn to, let's say, a6 before cashing his chips in.
Same idea, getting in b4 as well. That's another nice little extra. And the pawns just keep marching. I mean, it feels like March of the Ants here.
And it feels like the players are playing two different games here. Anish playing on the king side, these moves h5, g5 doesn't really help the cause. He allowed everything for Fabi to accomplish. And meanwhile, Fabi's just made so much progress on the queen side. Eventually, ideas of rook takes bishop in the air right now. But does he have time for that?
I think this decision by Anish to play e5 is basically correct.
Why have we played before?
But a little bit, it comes late.
I think that was missed.
Well,
that's just a pawn. Or was this the idea? Your knight can't take the bishop because the rook on d8 is
rook
hanging?
f8 or rook g8.
Rook g8. I don't...
Bishop g7 though. Oh, no, now we can take on c7. Now that the rook is protected.
But whoa. And
this I would never have done. I don't know why this happened. Okay, because... Yeah, I still
Rook c8, bishop d6.
I still disagree with this.
By the way, MVL, our co-tournament leader, has lost to Wesley. And bishop takes 8. This game is going, and that bishop on a8 is alive. What does it mean? It means what? Oh, the g pawn just got chopped off. I was about to say bishop goes back to d6, pawn goes to g3.
Bishop c8, bishop b7 an idea here?
Absolutely.
But it stopped with the king coming to c6,
he
but
could
not
have played
for too
bishop
long.
b7 check first and then rook g6. That maybe was much stronger actually.
He
can still do it now.
It's drawn after
you can take twice. Yeah, I don't know why we're taking these massive amounts of risks as Anish. Maybe still, no, now you can't take, there's rook g6 in the end.
Rook g6 wins and Anish realizes it.
And he resigns, but
what a game.
He threw away a half a point there at the end.
Absolutely.
Peter, a very, very eventful round. Do we have all the results? Do we?
I think everything is finished.
No. Liem and Firouzja still hard at work. Let's jump in on that game.
And that's a position with a lot of pieces on the board.
Sure.
What? Players are fighting with king and a couple of pawns. And
we should be pressuring them for Alireza to play king h8 and rook b8, and for Lequan to put the queen on the light square, because then we would have like 25 pieces on the squares of their own color.
Exactly. It feels like checkers.
And
but
white's king is on
something just
d3.
got sacrificed.
I just realized.
Something just got hacked.
Takes on c5. And white's king is playing a big
mating
role.
threats on the king side are very, very dangerous now.
Queen h6 is a check, but it's only a
check
check
from
h6,
now. Check from e6, and then d6 should be winning.
Protected pass pawn and the bishop on f4 is not helping. Oh, nasty.
Professional.
Queen trade, easy win.
I'm not sure. I think he would have given mate if he continued. d5, d6 was pretty sure was mate.
Was just mate.
Yeah, I think he probably missed bishop c1. He thought he will go knight b7 and just win this pawn on c5, but he's not actually winning that pawn. And now king e7.
And he's not winning the e5 pawn either.
Yeah. King d6, knight d8.
Oh, that was a bad bullet. Well, the bishop is kind of trapped. No. The bishop is getting back to f.
It's definitely one of those situations where you should have been playing for mate.
I think so too.
Yeah. Because
I think he will regret that he didn't play for mate.
He just thought he's going to win the c5 pawn.
Of course he did. Of course.
And
he did.
g3, g2 now maybe even. Alireza clearly considering.
Yeah. Alireza saying, hey, wait a minute, aren't you kind of messing things up here, Liem?
Why not knight c3? Maybe knight c3 was actually winning on the previous move. But now the knight cannot return. Hang on, knight c8.
Ooh, nice move. The bishop can't be picked up. Pawn queens.
Looks like Lequan is back to being winning.
Back to winning because
win the c5 pawn.
g5 is hanging and c5 is hanging. A huge victory, a pivotal victory. They were tied. They had the same score, and with that victory, Liem, and that just knocked Alireza completely out. My horse is out of the race. But Peter, one of those five victory rounds that you mentioned.
No draws. People are very, very hard at fighting for those places on the final standings, fighting for those GCT points. And yeah, this was a very dramatic finish. But just to go back and to illustrate here, it says here mate in 7. Mate in 7 should be, just giving this check, and then pretty much at any point, including this pawn in the attack, will result in white. With the additional 97 check being the option added to the equation, you just win very, very simply. And the engine says this is still winning, but as we've seen, it's a tricky
Easy
win. And
to
had
mess it up.
Alireza not played d3 here, as you can see, the engine now currently is saying this is a draw. So d3 was actually a decisive mistake in this position.
Ouch.
In fairness, Lequan was very much in control for most of the game, because this looks like a very, very balanced position. But then Alireza, as I think he likes to do, he just gave up this pawn on a4 for the dark squared bishop. But in this particular position, with the king already very safe on b1 and no immediate attack on the king's side and no way to even challenge the white position, very soon, like already a few moves later here, you can see that white will have a very easy time consolidating. There's never really any serious counterplay. Yes, black has this very beautiful looking blockade on the king's side, but you're only really hoping that white will never find a way to properly improve his position. And he should have lost that game, and eventually he did lose that game. And the game between Wesley and MVL was a symmetrical Grunfeld, in which Wesley played queen b3, a move that goes in and out of fashion, and a5 is one of the fashionable replies to it. And a critical moment came somewhere around, I think, this point. As you can see, a lot of pieces have come off the board. Both bishops are gone, one pair of knights is gone. And strategically, black is doing fine, but there is this break between the b7 pawn and the a4 pawn, meaning that the b7 pawn is a bit of a target. And for now, black has things under control. But in this position, giving up on b7 wasn't necessary. You could play something like queen d8 and keep things together. But knight 6 isn't that bad. But after queen takes b7, you absolutely had to take on b7, play rook e2, and after, let's say, rook d1, you can play very, very, very concretely, because if you allow white to play king f1, white will stabilize.
Right.
But you can play knight a5, attacking the rook on b7,
And
and wherever
c4.
it goes,
Knight
you
c4.
get to play knight c4, and you get to organize counterplay against this pawn on a2. And that would have been enough. In fact, as you can see already, the engine says,
maybe you should try to draw the game.
Yeah, equal with the chance of black black playing for a win. But instead of that, MVL played queen d6, rook b6, rook ac8, knight f3, and white is just completely stabilized. And a few moves later, even the a3 pawn also was gone, and Wesley, of course, converted a 2-pawn advantage very, very efficiently. So a five result round and a big shakeup in the standings.
Well, let's talk about that. Tell me about the big shakeup in the standings. Who's leading? Who's on first?
Well, there's a certain world number 2 who finds himself at pole position with just 2 games remaining. Fabiano Caruana, for the first time in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, takes the lead, a sole lead with a 1-point margin ahead of Peter's pick, Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm feeling good about my pick at the start of the tournament now, Yasser.
Yes, you are. You and Anastasiya both have reason to celebrate. Liem's fortunes rising there as he takes down Alireza. And let's jump to studio with Anastasiya for her highlights of this eventful round. Anastasiya.
Indeed, Yasser, we have many reasons to be happy with Tania, but it's still not over. Wait a minute, a few rounds to go. And I kept my eye on the game between Jeffery Xiong and Jan Nepomniachtchi. What a game it was. Jeffery just almost proved the rule that he is the most dangerous player in the tournament at the moment. Because when you actually having a bad event, you are the one who can become a very dangerous opponent. But, things were crazy. First of all, look at the position. We have Dutch defense, very rare guest on this level. It seemed like Jan just decided to play whatever, showing to Jeffery, I can find a way, probably to beat you. You don't have a good tournament, but look what happened a few moves later. At this moment, Jeffery played the move bishop before, and here, of course, Jan had to play the only move king, more or less the only move king h8, avoiding what happened after. But he kind of said to his opponent, yes, do it, actually. And Jeffery played bishop d6, just winning the pawn. Of course, after queen d6, black will just lose the queen, so he cannot play so. And after queen e8, just to give you an idea, computer says it's +3.5 for white at this moment, and even more. So after that, position is just absolutely winning for Jeffery, but still he had to show some kind of, he wins an exchange, he's an exchange up and also a pawn. So, it's really a huge advantage. And I don't know how it happened, but you can ask me what happened after, but really it was just a question of 2 moves. He blundered. I mean, he started to lose the track at some point, definitely, but it came all this way to this position where Jan played this knight f2 move. Absolutely amazing. And what happens if king f2, black doesn't play knight g4 immediately, but he has this absolutely amazing intermediate move, rook b8, and it turns out that queen has nowhere to go, no square, because like queen c3 is going to be knight g4, and black wins the queen. Very beautiful, and there is no square. Actually, the funny thing is that to stay in the game, Jeffery had to find the move like rook d7, making sure that one of the pieces, knight or queen, will go to d7 after that. But here he just resigned. Let me show what would have happened if queen takes on b8. Then it would follow with knight g4, wherever king goes, like king f1, for example, queen s3, and there is no way to defend against this checkmate on f2. So this is how Jan Nepomniachtchi would have won the game if Jeffery would allow him to show it on the board, but the game finished right after rook b8, and this is how Jan is getting closer to the top. But I'm sure after move like bishop d6 in the opening, he was remembering all the bad words he knows in his life. So the second game I was checking was the game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson. Unbelievable game. I mean, so many times the evaluation was changing. It's really clear evidence that players are getting really, really tired. Just to give you some examples, I really like actually how Sam played in the middle game. He decided to sacrifice an exchange here at this moment, and it turned out to be quite interesting because his knights are coming to the king side, and he got really nice counterplay and compensation for the exchange sacrifice, and later on had really like great chances. Just look at it, knight h7, very nice blow, and after that knight e5, knight f8, he gets material back, and the position was absolutely winning for him for a long time, all the way until move like 56, where he decided, let's say, I don't know, there was this kind of position. You can see that he has just simply the knight up, and he played here queen g2, allowing black to take the knight on d3. He just forgot that there is this spin, and after that, tables were turned, and Ray Robson won the game against Sam Sevian. Finally, Ray also showed that he can get some points in this tournament, and so it's time to go back to the studio.
Anastasia, thank you for that. Huge turnarounds, and queen takes e3. That's a heartbreak. That's just terrible. But Nepo winning that game after bishop takes d6, crazy. Pairings coming up are just fantastic, and including the last round pairings as well. But let's start with round 17. What do you have for us, Tania?
Going into the penultimate round, we've got big matchups as tournament leader Fabiano Caruana. He takes on Ray Robson. This is his moment. This is his opportunity. He needs to score a full point in this one. He plays with the black pieces. He's playing against a player who's struggling in the blitz. He needs to make the most of that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at 19.5, a point behind Fabi to keep himself in the race. Right. Also has to beat Sam Sevian, to another player who's struggling in the event. For both these players, extremely important to get the full point, including tied for second Jan Nepomniachtchi. But for him, I think it's the toughest pairing, yes.
No question about it. And tell us about the round 18 pairings, because somebody scripted this for us.
Had you been asked at the start of the tournament, you could not have scripted this better, because take a look at that fourth board. It will be Fabiano Caruana playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is just unreal. We've set ourselves up for a big final, but it first comes down to how these two players performed in round 17.
Agreed.
Maxime needs to make sure that he's in striking distance to Fabi going into this last round.
Oh my goodness. Well, we do have two exciting penultimate and ultimate rounds coming up. It's so painful. You play 60 great moves, like Sam just played with Ray Robson. You're nursing an extra piece. Everything is going your way. Feels good. And then suddenly one move, Queen G2.
Yes.
There's no reason for it. That's a panic move. Anything, rook moves, King E2, I don't even know. Peter, explain that to our viewers, because we've seen it. We know what it's like.
People are tired, and we've played 16 rounds of Blitz in 2 days, and 9 difficult games of Rapid before that. it's a mistake none of them would ever have made. And even in Rapid, and even in a bullet game, I think, when he is fresh, he would never have played that move. As you say, it is a very panicky backwards move that shouldn't even have been considered, to be honest. It just doesn't look right. It's heartbreaking when you throw away a full point like that. And I think a signal, a kind of a very nice sign of what kind of event he's having. He's just not really having a particularly good last 2 days.
We have a replay. MVL was doing incredibly well in cruise control. He was up against Wesley So through the magic of television. We missed it, but here was some moments of that game.
It's a lot of extra pieces for white on the board.
I'm counting.
A rook and a knight, and it all comes down to Wesley finding a safe spot for his king.
Where is it, Tania?
Managed to do just
that. If you go
that.
to G2, then there's E2 and H5. So what, we have to slip our king to the queen side? It's exit stage right?
A little hesitation there by Wesley. The good news for him, he had those extra seconds to find the path for his king, and he decides, Yasser, to walk towards the queen side.
Exactly. It's funny, Peter, you're up a rook, you're up a knight, and you got to kind of slalom your way up the board. And there you go. You saw
these handshakes, though.
They're not the.
They are not the crispest handshakes I've seen in
And
my
this
life.
last position, if you give a check on B1, I think King A3, and that is the end of it. And there we saw the handshake there once again, a bit lukewarm. But the others were definitely rooting for Wesley in this one.
Exactly. I'm just catching my breath. I'm sorry. It was just, wow. Big stuff coming up. And I'm looking at this pairing of MVL, Sam Sevian. MVL will be very aware that Sam just blundered his head.
I'm not sure how many of the previous games they actually see, but he just knows he needs to win two and hope something happens to Fabi. I mean, he actually he gets to play Fabi in the last one.
Yes.
So he needs to win this one and then beat Fabi in the last round.
In his hands.
And one thing I wanted to mention is Fabi being in pole position with 2 to go spells kind of doom for the Grand Chess Tour for the rest of the field. If he wins this outright, he'll be on 33 points.
Yeah.
Going into the Syncfield.
33 points going into the Syncfield Cup.
Probably finish in the top 5 and secure first.
Yeah, and an amazing cushion there if he does win it. Even if he ties for first, he's in a very, very good spot. But if he wins it outright.
Yeah. Remind me, Tania, coming into today's game, today's tournament, where was Fabi? He was like 2 points behind MVL, was he not? Yes,
and he's always been in that top 5 mix in the Blitz, but the Rapid was not that much of a happy start for Fabi. And I've met him a couple of times during the tournament after the day's play, and he's not been happy with the way things have gone for him. So it's really interesting to see that despite that, he finds himself, after his performance yesterday and today, leading the field with a point. And of course, this has major ramifications for our Grand Chess Tour standings as well.
That's what Peter was just mentioning. But wow, talk about landing on your feet. 2 points behind and suddenly 1 point ahead. Something's gone well for Fabi in this final day of Blitz.
He needed MVL to play, let's say, less well than yesterday. But he is doing everything that's required of him. He can't really influence MVL's results, but he is winning every game that he can.
But it felt that things aligned for the players with MVL's start today, losing the first 2 games, slipping up on that big 2-point margin, and now it comes down to this big board. Can Fabi take this important win? If he does, he keeps a full point lead going into the final battle against MVL in round 18.
At least a full point lead, because it will be required from NVL to win to match him. By the way, Ray stealing a page from the playbook of Alireza, D3 and D4. This has become the trend.
Yeah, and I'm honestly curious. I'm honestly curious why Fabi chose to take with the knight, because I think this tends to become quite symmetrical, and comparing this to a tempo up Taras.
Yeah.
In a game you are probably playing for a win. Well, I think I would have taken the Taras, but maybe he feels that a draw is not really such a bad result.
The Ray Robson game, it is not the Ray Robson game that we're looking at here. So somehow it's like it's different players.
We are going to get that fixed, but till then, let's
Here we
stay with
go.
the live action, and there we have it.
They're calling it the Nepo game, but it's actually it's wrongly done on
yes.
my site. But it's not the Alireza game. It is, in fact, the Ray Robson Fabi game that we're seeing on my analysis board.
And on the
I'm
screen.
not sure to be, because those seem like they are maybe Jan's arms. Can we? Yeah, there's a tattoo. It's actually we're actually watching. Okay.
We have the wrong.
The tattoo gives it away. Yeah.
Yeah, the tattoo gives it away. We've got to go to Fabi's game.
This
Wesley
is,
So.
in front of us is Alireza Firouzja against Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we're seeing the knights have been traded off, but we are going to go over to our tournament leader.
And it's a Queen's Indian variation with the pawn on b6. As we'll go away from this current board, we're on the wrong board in the playing hall. We need to go to the game between Ray Robson and Fabi.
But while we do that, this position that we have, a knight trade, has been offered here. If black was to take on b3, white would be happy. So you don't even have the option to go knight c4 because b7 is hanging.
Right.
Do you have to trade on b3 then? And there we have our board. We will keep an eye out on Jan's position as well.
Exactly. Last move, rook f8 to e8, and we see Fabi, how much time? 4:20. Ray.
About
already,
30-second lead there for Fabi.
Right
Ray
on the opening already, 30 seconds. That's something is seriously wrong with Ray. He just always in his time trouble, regardless. Well, what are we looking at? We're looking at a bishop eyeballing our rook. Instant move that you could make, rook e1, because there are ideas that black may play b5, b4. So you just sidestep such ideas, and this feels like it should be better for white. I want to say, Peter, I've got the central pawn duo. If I can play rook e1, I can play rook c1, knight d6,
Absolutely.
and life is good.
Unpinning that knight creates, I think, a very annoying positional threat of knight d6,
Correct,
which needs
yes.
to be addressed. I think Fabi has gone for a line against the Catalan where there's a lot of pieces still on the board, there's a lot of play, but objectively, I'm pretty sure this doesn't fully equalize. This doesn't look like, you know, a very
Something you'd
strict,
volunteer for, no.
strict solution to the problem of equalizing in the Catalan.
If you told me that Fabi chose this line because he needs to win with black, I couldn't understand it. You want to keep all the pieces on the board. But it feels, I mean, Fabi, as we know, is not in a position where he's desperate or something to win. He could have played something a lot
Having
less.
said that,
Yeah.
imagine how comfortable it is playing MVL in the last round, knowing that even losing doesn't lose you the first place.
He's clearly
Provided
had a
you
good day.
don't lose.
And now do you go
And by
e5?
the
Yes,
way-
I was just about to point this out, that this is such a thematic idea in this position where you trade on c4 and you break in the center with e5, forcing white to give up control of some very key squares here.
I'm just coming
I think that
to
we've
grips
been a
with
bit
this.
critical about it.
No, this is a
Bishop
massive
to
improvement. Yeah, this was a
bishop
very
to
good
E-
sequence.
Bishop to e3. I think I probably would drop back with bishop to e4.
Takes on
E3 here.
d4 and jump with the knight to the center of the
Sure.
board, but
He
he does.
is captured. Knight takes. And what are we playing? Queen b3? Yes.
Well, he's not worried about knight d3. I'm not sure. I guess rook c to d1 is completely fine in reply to that.
Because of the pin.
Because
That's
of the pin. So this is a very sharp structure in which you can imagine some endgames being maybe even better for black, but currently it's not an endgame, it's very much a middle game. And alternatively, if you imagine the white center actually, getting on the move.
Marching.
And,
Bishop e5, f4, e5, all
and
with
bishop
the
c5,
tempo.
I think, is a very good indication that Fabi is aware and wants to stop that from happening.
Right.
I like
Do
that.
not unleash the pawn on f2. I'm thinking rook c1 to d1.
Absolutely. I would
E1
be
to
using the
D1.
other rook. I
And
would.
Queen e7 now is.
Was
the
he
square
worried
I want
about
to
knight
put.
d3?
Potentially, you have to worry, but yeah, he's worried about knight d3. He wanted to play knight to a4. I think against
I absolutely
anything.
agree with this. I would have just done it with the other rook, and I'm
Right.
wondering why he chose the rook that he chose.
did. Okay, bishop to d6 on the board.
Maybe he wants to
I'm
play
kind
c5
of-
now.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined myself to throw a little monkey wrench in there. If I play c5, b takes c5, I guess it doesn't work. Bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, f4. You do have bishop d4 check. He did play c5. Okay, just the intuitive player likes this idea of taking away c6, c5 for black.
Well,
How do you like this, Tania?
I like it because, one, you can just take on e5 and take the pawn back on c5. You don't have to rush with the f-pawn expansion on the king side. But also, if you don't immediately grab the pawn on c5, it still is clear that you have enough compensation because of what you've done to the black pawn structure.
Exactly.
Keeping the
compromise.
bishop pair and now threatening to take on c5 with the knight.
Right. Also, that trump, that trump of the majority, White's majority, is still in White's pocket. It's not that I'm going to play bishop takes e5 in the next move or two.
Will you if I play c4, though, is my question.
That's what I mean. It's always kind of in my pocket, right? I can play bishop e5 with the idea f4, e5, all with tempo. c5, c4, Peter, you think... you don't want to see knight take c5.
No, and I don't like knight fd7. I think allowing bishop h3, everything suddenly starts getting very pinned down.
Very
and he goes c4,
point.
and yeah, the bishop is chopped off. And now an interesting point, and c6, c5 by Fabi. I thought maybe he would play.
By the way, this is the first time I'm really seeing a very confident playing Ray
Hang on,
Robson.
f4. F4 wins the piece, no?
That's what he's done.
Because
F4.
bishop d4, rook takes d4.
Yes,
And
he
the rook
has.
is hanging on c7, and if bishop d6,
my
that's
goodness.
e5.
That's a piece. And Fabi
It
has
had to be given up, yeah.
Fabi, the one thing Fabi didn't want to do was give his opposition, his rivals, a chance of getting back into the tournament.
Knight h5 is a good practical choice. I like this.
That's actually brilliant. I mean, it's amazing, but that's actually serious compensation.
It might be, but White needs to be quite careful for the for the next few moves because it seems like the pawn on the 4 is going to get picked up, and then your king on g1 isn't really doing all that great.
Okay, tell me again. If I play f5, you play knight f4.
I'm very
bishop
reluctant to play f5 though because I think it gives queen
h4,
queen g5. I don't know. Maybe f5 is playable. I feel that it's a difficult move to make because you want to start bringing stuff closer to your king. Like
of course.
You want to play, I don't know, knight c3 or queen f1 or something. But maybe f5 is playable because preserving that pawn might be very valuable down the road if we're not getting mated.
By the way, Ray just Ray's in his own. He knows, materially speaking, he's got this game won, but he can also realize that remarkably, there's some real play against his king, and he has to be careful as well. He's looking as like he's in disbelief. Dude, you blundered a piece.
I have to be. I got to be winning this one.
You blundered a piece.
It's really interesting how Fabi, materially down, is able to find this play against his opponent's king. He did that against Alireza
brilliantly,
yesterday,
by the way,
in a lost position. And by the way, f5 is on the board, expecting the queen to jump into to join the party along with the knight. For Fabi, it's a decision. Does he start with knight f4 or he does start with knight f4, a tempo, but he has this ability to find his play against the opponent's king.
Exactly. It's a little coffee house, but sometimes when you blunder and you're presented in these situations, you just find your best resource.
And that last move, rook
King
c6, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that rook jumping onto f6.
Yes.
A rook lift, bringing it closer to your opponent's king.
Look what he's doing. I mean, you're absolutely right. It just has a serious echoes of the Firouzja game. But by the way, I mean, as long as White maintains these defensive pieces, knight takes c5, and, well, I will bring my knight back from a4 to d3, and that'll be the end of the attack. So whatever it is, it's now. G6.
That's an interesting decision, a committal one.
Ooh, well, you're weakening your own. Well, now you said it. Knight to c3, Peter. Knight
Let's
to d5.
start returning them home, yeah.
Yeah, just tucking things away. Knight d5 I see as a massive, massive threat.
This has to be winning for White now. There's just not enough attackers. The rook on the 8th is not participating in the attack at all. And yeah, we're going to have an interesting last round if Fabi actually loses this.
By the way, how is MVL doing?
MVL is pushing. He's not winning, but
who is he playing against once again?
He is White against Sam Sevian.
Very good. Rook h4 on the board. Tania.
Pieces are getting traded, and that's bad news for Fabi. His only hope was to try to create play against White's king. That's gone, but in the bargain, he picks up another pawn. C5 is weak. It feels like now it's not going to be enough, though.
Not at all.
And
there goes c5, in fact. Queen takes c5.
17 seconds, though. These positions are trickier to play than you would think, with the king as severely weakened as the white king on h1 is. You still have to win them.
You still have to win, and you've got little time on the clock, and Fabi is refusing to trade queens. Very important.
Of course.
I would have actually taken on a7, I think. And I would have taken on a7 again.
And just asked the question, where are you going, mister?
Because it just makes winning all the positions in the future so much easier if you already have a passer on the queen side.
Not getting that pawn anymore now.
And by the way, that, just covering up the king, and look what Ray has done. He's brought his queen back, his rook. He's got everybody at home. He's ready to play rook g3 and rook c2 to f2. He's played rook to c4.
He wants to get that rook to f4 now, as you mentioned, tripling up on the f line to target a black's f7
I love it, by the way. I really think that...
And of course, Fabi repeating the first chance he gets, with Ray declining it. He's up a piece just for a pawn.
It's 7 seconds versus 14, Tania. This is where nerves play such a vital role.
And Viala is not going to win his game, though, but he will be half a point behind with a game to play.
With this move, queen f4, Ray is eyeballing queen f6. That forces the queen trade, makes things so much easier for Ray. King g1, Ray? What took same move faster, better?
And you can go rook d2, but that would have gone rook f2 anywhere.
No, I was about to say, put the bishop on b3? No.
Fabi is playing on the clock. He's trying to somehow swindle this one. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that one finishes in a draw, and that's a bit of a good news for Fabi.
That is absolutely great news for Fabi. Rook check.
Anish saying hi to us there.
Yes, thank you, Anish. Good to see you too.
Looking a bit skittish, was very worried about being on camera.
Nice word, skittish.
The g6 pawn is defended, attacks the f5 pawn. You've got to step away from...
King h6.
Bishop f7, though.
Oh, king h6, bishop f7.
This
well
is why
spotted.
It wasn't played,
h5 coming in.
Ooh, h5.
Then there's a check.
That was missed, and now we have 2 pawns.
Oh my gosh.
I think he might save this.
Split.
They're split, and the good news for white is that a2 pawn is on the right square with the bishop. Looking far ahead, any endgame where the rooks get traded
should be a win.
A8 square is the same color as the light squared bishop.
Should be a win. Okay, king f4 on Wesley, please.
Jeffrey?
Oh no, it's about the clock.
And Ray Robson with a shake of head there. He's not happy with his technique.
Not at all. I mean, a full piece up. He's playing as if he's a piece down. It's remarkable.
He's really down on the clock, though, Yasser, and he's made things complicated. It almost feels like he's panicking. The nerves that you're talking about.
So it's rook and bishop. It's going to be a rook.
The a2 pawn is gone, so this is now a theoretical draw if Fabi holds it. And with MVL not winning...
Oh, my goodness.
He will preserve his full point lead with a round to spare.
Ray Robson just let go of all of those pawns.
It's an extra
What happened there?
Oh my gosh.
And now if there are no pawns on the board, black loses the a pawn and the f pawn. It is a theoretical draw, but Fabi will have to show the defensive technique there.
I was about to say, I might have left the f pawn on the board and tried to hide my king behind the f pawn. You used it as a...
In other news, Alireza Firouzja has beaten Jan Nepomniachtchi, completely derailing my Fantasy Peaks tournament, finally.
It's still not over, this one. You have to defend this position. Rhea is always playing on 2 seconds on the clock. Fabi's at 15.
And Fabi is kind of pressing, Fabi is gaining space.
Fabi playing confidently there.
Making progress towards the winning square.
Okay, rook d5, rook into bishop was a big threat.
Well, we have chased the king all the way to the borderline. Why do you...
You lose the a pawn now.
But he's actually picked up the a pawn, which I think is better for morale if you actually get to do that.
And now the big question is, will Fabi hold the ever-famous rook bishop versus rook endgame?
I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to also say that time could easily
be a factor here.
Be the decisive factor.
Yes, absolutely, Yasser, because you need to make those critical rook moves when your king is on the last rank, which actually it is. So Ray Robson has managed to get Fabi's king.
He's got the optimal position, in
yes,
fact.
and now Fabi will have to he made that move with 1 second.
Did he make it with 1 second? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And now the white king wants to
look
go.
at that hesitation.
I know. And bishop will come to d5, setting up a discover check that Fabi says you can have. Okay.
King defended. Fabi wants to get out of that last rank. That is the ideal position for Ray Robson to try to checkmate the king and makes defense that much more trickier.
King c3? No, he didn't play king c3. Don't like that decision.
But I would think that Fabi has studied this endgame, of course, a million times, but especially around the World Championship match of 2018, you just revised this anyway.
Fabi flagged. Oh my word.
Half a point lead. Half a point lead with 1 round to spare.
Rook bishop versus rook, never over till it's over, and Fabiano doesn't lose on the board, but he loses on the clock.
Oh my gosh. If MVL wins this final game, the commentator's curse is nobody chose MVL and everybody will be upset.
And you know who he's playing, right?
And
let's do a quick
Let's see the
action
flag, because
replay.
I wasn't so focused on the clock as I was about the moves. I was thinking that Ray was really putting some challenges, but here we go.
It's
Bishop
a check.
E5, and it's 4 seconds, right?
Fabi reaches out, he makes the move, king, and presses the clock, and it was at this moment, he's got 4 seconds now.
So all he's got to do is move his rook.
He does it this time, he gets it in time.
Brilliant.
Doing everything right so far. This is
then,
the ideal defensive setup.
Right, 5 seconds, and now you move your king.
And it's the moment. It's the moment. He pauses 2. He misses it. He misses it. He misses it.
Yes. And there you go.
And that was it.
And
Fabiano Caruana flagged.
By the way, with the final position might be
I'm not
winning.
sure it's a draw anymore.
Yeah,
Let me check.
exactly.
I don't trust myself on these things. Still says it's a draw.
Even in the final
Yeah,
position.
it's
if you after rook e8.
Yeah, he got himself into a situation
A
where
little bit tricky.
Only moves will have to be found for a while, but it's still a draw. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Elsewhere.
Wow. Okay. Break down two of the other games.
We actually
for us.
watched the beginning of this game thinking it was the Fabi game, but no, it's Alireza continuing
Yes.
to press his.
I was saying Ray Robson stole stole Alireza's
tempo
opening
down
book.
credentials are being very firmly established, and this is very, very close to equality. And somewhere around here, yes, the white rook is slightly more active, but the black rook is about to come in as well. You generally don't expect to actually be able to win these types of positions.
Right.
And they got to this rook ending, which is still a bit tricky, but should be a draw. But Alireza tried playing it as ambitiously as possible.
As usual.
As usual, as he always does. And eventually, somewhere here, the engine suggests it's very much time to switch to active defense. You go before, you put the rook on c2, you start pushing your own pawns, and it says it's just completely fine. But what Jan did was perhaps slightly more passive, but also completely fine. And they continued in this fashion with the rook, as you can see, getting driven away from the pawns. And white making some progress, attacking the one serious weakness on e6, as you can see now, e5 check, king g7, rook e7. And in this position, Jan started going wrong, because a very, very simple draw is available here with the move c3, allowing white to take on e6, and now occupying a very beautiful square on f5, following it up with rook d3 check, kicking the king away.
draw.
You're not even worse. Like, it's just, black isn't even struggling here.
Not at all.
Instead of that, he went rook d3 check, king g4. This is still a draw, but you can suddenly imagine how this goes wrong, because the king will now, after the pickup on e6,
passive.
it will be kicked away, and 5 moves later, this is the position.
Wow.
And Alireza ends up winning. Whereas MVL played a kind of a cagey game for somebody who absolutely needed to win it. In the Spanish, he played d3, which I think maybe indicates he didn't want to allow the open. And after bishop c5, knight c3, d6, he played bishop takes e6, and then there was a trade on e3. And Black very quickly pushed for counterplay in the center. MVL replied by taking and playing d4. And pieces continued coming off. And by move 25, 23 even, we had this reasonably dry endgame, which should be completely fine for Black. Black has the bishop on a very open board.
Sure.
Yes, White has a majority, but it shouldn't really matter that much. But MVL came close. It feels like, I don't know, somewhere around here, in particular after the move Knight f8, the pawn on a6 is vulnerable, also the pawn on h5, and I thought the pawn on a6 will get picked up. But what MVL actually achieved is he managed to put his pieces on such squares that after Knight f2, the pawn on h5 had to be given up, but in response, Black is in time to attack the White queen side, and eventually Sam gave up the bishop for the h-pawn, but picked up everything on the other side, and the game was drawn.
Two knights versus knight. Okay, standings, if you please.
I'm still, yes, thinking about what we just saw. Fabiano Caruana doing everything right in that rook and getting flagged.
Bishop, wow.
And with that, this is what we set ourselves up for.
Slim half-point lead.
20.5 points for Fabiano Caruana going into the final round. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drew his game, so now it's just a half-point margin. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, half-point behind Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And it's clear, Yasser, we look at the standings, that
no playoffs.
There's going to be no tiebreak, no playoffs, because we've got a dream final, the championship game between Fabi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
That will be our ultimate blitz, but first we're going to toss it over to Anastasiya to break down more highlights of this round. Anastasiya, over to you.
Yeah, what a game it was, Yasser. I mean, it was just incredible, and I think I scared people here in the building screaming like, make a move, Fabio, just make a move, you know. And then he lost on time. It was just amazing. I couldn't concentrate on my games after that. But still, let's get a close look to the game of Wesley So against Jeffery Xiong. I must admit that despite the fact that Jeffery is having a really bad tournament, he still fights in every game, and he gets winning positions. In his game against Wesley, he opted to play Petrov defense, but Wesley decided, no, let's play 4 knights game, and this kind of a little bit known as a drawish variation. But I think Wesley was trying still to trick his opponent and to go into the position which was a little bit more complicated, and he pushed d5 here, maybe was not so necessary. And after that, Jeffery played a very good game and managed even to overplay his opponent in the middle game and got really good position. You can see after bishop d5 and as well after bishop f3, ruining pawn structure of his opponent's king side. Looked so nice for Black, and he was winning, let's say, for next, I don't know how many moves. And I just want to show you one very nice moment when he created a very nice checkmate net around the White's king. And here he made a mistake. He played the move rook e7, which missed the whole advantage. And after that, the game finished in a draw. But instead of it, there was a very, very nice move, rook a1. And then after rook f7, just king e4, and White has to give the rook on f3 because the rook g1 is coming, and if bishop h2, also very, very nice move, like rook h6 would have finished the game here, and Jeffery could have won it, but instead he played this move rook e7. Understandable, he was trying just to stop the pawn in some lines, but look at this very, very tricky move of Wesley. Rook g4 came, and Black after king g4 has this move rook g8, and queen is coming after that. And you can see that after all these exchanges, it's just a pawn up for Black, and game finished in a draw after that. So crazy game. Kudos to Jeffery for keep fighting in every round, as well as Wesley So. And the game between Anish Giri and Liem was not that eventful. They played 52 moves, but I must tell you that there was not even one moment that somebody had an advantage in this game. It was like really, really well played for both players. Like grandmaster game, we would say. Like still, they were trying to look for some chances, and after they ended up in this ending, let's say Anish was trying all these maneuvers from all the sides of the board, but nothing really happened here, and the game finished in a draw. Looking forward for the last round, I think we couldn't ask for a better situation, and really, really feel excited about the last round and what it will bring to us.
Thank you, Anastasiya, the ultimate professional, not being distracted by Fabi's game, but keeping an eye on the 2 games that she was supposed to monitor. She gave us the breakdowns. I want to say, Tania, we have an Armageddon. But Fabi has white and draw odds.
Ooh, interesting way to look at it. And there's a little bit of an increment in this one.
And but it's an Armageddon.
It's an Armageddon.
It's
This is the final destruction of either Maxime or Fabiano Caruana. Whoever wins takes it all, Peter.
Faulty Armageddon, though, because you're giving no odds whatsoever. You're not giving time odds, you're not giving color odds. It's just...
Well, you even get, Fabi gets the color odds.
Yeah. So the rich get richer kind of situation.
That's the situation. So
let's break this down. If this ends in a draw, Fabi wins the whole thing.
End of story.
Fabi wins the whole thing. Maxime has only one path to championship of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
He needs to win with black.
But Maxime is one of those players who enjoys a challenge. So he reaches across the board and says, I'll tell you what, you can have white and you can have draw odds.
Yes.
Let's play for first.
And this is the first time in this entire event that I've seen Maxime walk in so much ahead of the starting of the game. And he was waiting at the board.
Yes.
It all comes down to this one. Look at that focus. Both these players know. For Fabi, it's been a successful event. The way it started, the way it's ended, I think he's surpassed all expectations he's played phenomenally well in the Blitz.
Well, he is nothing but happy. He came into today 2 points behind. He knows that this has been a fantastic event for him. He's going to get a lot of GCT points regardless of the outcome of this game. And he's done everything to put himself in pole position for the Sinquefield Cup, which is what it's all about, the Grand Chess Tour.
But now he wants to win it all.
But now he wants the 40,0and as well.
He wants the 40,000. He wants the full GCT points. He's white. He's half a point ahead.
Right? Why not?
And we see smiles before. It's going to be no smiling very soon as the play is about to start.
The knives are going to come out in just a minute, and not the butter knives either.
But what are we expecting here? Fabi with 1e4. Will Maxime go? Will there be 1e4?
It's going to be some Sicilian, right, Peter?
I'm not sure he goes e4. He only needs a draw. I think he has plenty of I mean, unless he wants to go for glory, I think you can definitely play something more practical, because there are plenty of force draws against the Grunfeld. And Maxime's other repertoire against 1d4 is, I mean, he plays the Queen's Gambit accepted, as we've seen in this tournament, to which you say thank you, and you swap everything down.
Right.
So I tend to think 1d4 is slightly easier to control in must-draw situations, but Fabi might disagree. I mean, it's not that important. The important bit is just to play a normal game.
Tania, when you need to draw as white, what do you find to be the most comfortable way? I think e4.
Regardless, I play d4. I'm a d4 player. So for me, d4 and I'm
That's
happy.
That's it.
It's an easy choice for me. But for Fabi and for all these top players who play everything under the sun, it is all about the tournament situation as well. But I'm hoping for a 1e4. Peter thinks it's going to be 1d4. Yasser, your prediction?
I am going to go for e4. E4.
You're almost willing it to happen right now.
Let's see it. And to our audience, get ready, because this is it. For first place, all the marbles, and so many points of the GCT. Somebody's walking away with 13 GCT points. And Nepo's looking across and he's going like, man, that should be me.
And he was so close as well, yeah.
I should be playing for first.
He would have been on this table. He would have been the one fighting it out, and he knows it. It can't be a happy round for him, and it's go time. And what has Fabi played? It is 1d4, Peter.
And
you
look
were
at
right.
this, a Nimzo.
No Grunfeld.
Whoa, Queen's
Gambit declined.
So we got to play Bishop G5 and not allow a Queen's Gambit accepted. No.
That's interesting. I think that allows options.
It does allow d5 takes c4 followed by b5, right?
And the semi-Slav.
Slav.
I like the semi-Slav as a choice. Keeps pieces on the board. Very difficult to completely vacuum things off the board in the semi-Slav. Positions are very dry.
We're not going to see a Murano, though. We're going to see a Bishop d6.
Bishop d3 is actually a very good choice in this spot.
Right.
you're forcing either black to not equalize or to enter some very forcing variations with it.
And how much of the Murano variations does MVL know? Somebody's bluffing somebody. I just don't know who's the better bluffer here, Peter.
And in the Murano, you absolutely play a6 on after the, let's say if the bishop goes to d3 here, you don't play bishop b7, which probably equalizes, but no more
bishop
than equalizes.
e2, also a line of play. But you're saying a7, a6, and then you go for the quick c5 business.
You have to play
for
those positions because
you don't go for the b4, bishop b7.
No, those are very, very dry.
Yeah.
Against bishop e2, I think a6 is supposed not to be any good. I'm trying to remember the exact...
Why?
It might be e4, b4, e5, which becomes... And d4, c5 is also not that great for some... I guess, this is the point. The difference is, while he's thinking, a6...
Yes.
e4,
and he's done it.
He has not done e4. I'm a bit surprised because this...
a6, e4, b4, you were about to say e5?
Yeah, e5 is good there, and after c5, the fact that we can take queen takes d4 in some positions compared to the positions with bishop on d3 is massively important.
And we do have a c6, c5 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
d4, d5? He's played it. It keeps...
we take and go bishop b7. I don't think we're unhappy about this.
Well, you go bishop b7, we play e4, I assume.
I take on d5, I play bishop b6. I think Fabio will take on f6 and play a4. I think he'll go into endgames. Those endgames could be... hang on, maybe we take with the queen, considering the tournament situation.
Bishop b7, by the way.
But I'm voting knight takes f6 here. I'm not voting for e4.
Knight takes f6, queen takes f6, and...
Throw in an a4?
Throw in a4 somewhere.
Yes, very nicely put, Tanya. That a2, a4 comes perfectly timed. You hit the b5 pawn, you get to trade a pair of rooks, maybe, and he's done it. Knight takes f6.
I think Emil has to take with... Whoa,
he takes with the knight, so queen trades on offer.
But now we definitely we play a4. I think this will be very difficult to, or even the immediate a4. This actually shocks me a little bit because I think it just makes white's life so much easier.
Totally.
Is there a way to avoid queen trades? Because you can go queen b6, but then you anyway take and go queen... take the rook and then go queen b3 at the end of it.
That doesn't look good at all. Queen b3 right away. You put your queen on b6, queen b3 right away, c4, bishop c4, ooh, b4, uh-oh.
c4 is a juicy square.
It certainly is. I mean, I would be making a beeline to that square. Knight e5, bishop f3, knight c4.
Even bishop c4 here looks very good. b3, bishop b2 looks very good. I have a feeling white is just much better now.
Much better.
Yeah. The one thing you have to watch out for is if you play b3, you have to be very certain the knight from f6 doesn't just land on c3 very quickly.
Right.
So that's the one source of counterplay you need to be constantly on the lookout for.
But it looks like a very good play by Fabi. He's got his bishop on b2, and everything's still looking very nice. I'm anxious to play knight c4, Tanya.
But the one good thing for Maxime is that the queens are still on the board. Needing a win, I think there was an opportunity for white to trade and go for the exact idea that you're pointing out with your arrows. But with the queens on the board and the two bishops lined up towards white's king side, sure, you get your knight to c4, and all of us would pick white here, but there is still a lot of game to be played. Queen e7, rook d8, rook e8,
and
or queen c7, as you're pointing out.
3. Showing remarkable composure in not jumping to the c4 square. h3.
Black is jumping in with a knight towards that c3 square that
like
you were
well,
pointing
because as
like
Peter mentioned, the one thing that you have to be mindful of is a knight landing on the c3 square when you're not ready for it. By the way, queen c2, queen e7, just as you'd like, rook d1.
Bring the rook to d8.
Everybody's happy.
You want to play knight g2 here with white, but you might be blundering knight g3.
Ooh.
So very careful now.
Knight d2, knight g3.
Might work.
Idea.
Might
F
work.
takes, queen takes e3, check, and I'm in your business, as we say.
Yes.
Yes, because rook f2 runs into bishop takes pawn on g3, and your rook on f2 is pinned.
Exactly. No knight d2s, and suddenly, okay, I'm not saying it's completely ridiculous, but don't forget the tournament situation. MVL has to win. And he's...
Bishop c4 is correct, I think. Yeah,
he's setting the stage.
Yeah, it really feels like that. In a must-win situation with black, this is the outcome that you want out of the opening.
Truly, truly. Now, I'm not threatening bishop d5 because there is a bishop h2 discovered.
Yeah, knight c3 is... knight g5, interesting. Takes on f4, though. I think this makes Fabi's life much easier.
I was thinking knight c3.
Yeah, but it's probably not more than a perpetual. I think the reason he hasn't done it is that we can actually accept the sacrifice. And you have the perpetual, but you don't have anything more.
Okay, Peter, you said this makes White's life easier. Why?
Well, we've completely protected the g2 pawn. Our bishops now are actually better than black's bishop. The bishop on d6 is completely cut off from the game. We can even maybe launch some of our own play, like queen f2 g3 here is a very legitimate source of queen e2 g4 as well, yeah.
Our pawns are a bit more mobile, while this pawn on c5 is nicely blockaded.
I feel like Fabi is now
like Fabi
controlling this nicely.
Is doing really well suddenly.
It's really interesting.
That move knight g5 kind of spoiled black's attack.
Yeah, just one traded pieces and how much it changes the position. It's completely taken away the chances that Maxime had, because notice how now it's White's bishop, the one on b2 and c4, which looks so much more powerful.
Agreed.
The pawns can start moving forward when the time is right, but first it's about piece activity, and I'm liking White now. It would have been very different a few moves ago.
I have a feeling queen g4 might be winning, but you never play it in Fabi's tournament situation. You just never play.
Wasn't there the ghost of Ray Robson with f5 and f6? Didn't somebody do that? f5, bishop e5, f6.
Was also very playable, yeah.
And sacrifice your exchange.
Yes.
That would have been fun. But
and White is the one enjoying the proceedings. We have king h8.
Yes, and now the e3 pawn is guarded, so the queen can jump over to g4.
But MVL prepared f6 now.
I was wondering if we were eyeballing the a6 pawn.
But then you lose something in the center.
Probably.
You lose
well, no,
something
with the rook on e1, I was going to take on d8.
But then bishop takes f4 in the end.
Oh. And also rook d1 and e3 was hanging in lines. He goes queen g4.
Threat of mate in 1. f6.
That's a very professional decision there by Fabi. Gets queens off the board.
Needs only a draw.
By the way, that's checkmate to the queen.
Absolutely.
There's no, that black queen is not escaping. There's a forced trade. Okay, but MVL says, let's play on. Let's march soldier on. I've got bishop c2 on my agenda. What are you going to do about it? Bishop c4, a5. King f2.
We're not getting distracted from this, but the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri ended in a draw, meaning that MVL cannot lose the second place, at least.
Yes, and also meaning that perhaps the players are more interested in this game than any other game.
Yeah.
than the one they're playing themselves. It is the championship game, let's remind everyone, and Fabiano Caruana needs only a draw
to clinch clear first.
To clinch clear first, and 13 GCT points. An additional 13 GCT points, being already the leader of the tour.
By the way, the last move, King G2. Just to take away some of White's flexibility, I might be inclined to play Bishop G2 here, trying to provoke the move H4 so I don't get, I don't have to deal with G4. But okay, he's played King to G6, playing for King F5. By the way, I think it's really, really, really justified that MVL get at least a clear second, because he's played such a very impressive blitz event that sometimes you lose the last round game and you drop the shared third.
I think if he loses, he will tie for second. But
tie for second?
I think so. I think he's only half a point ahead of Jan. So
okay.
And no question of that. Both these players, whoever wins it, is a deserving winner. They've played fantastic chess in the Blitz. Just amazing, amazing games. This endgame, while the bishops have been traded off, who are we picking here? Is it completely imbalanced?
No, I still like White because this pawn on c5 is not, it's not brilliant, right? Whereas this pawn on e4, like...
I'm not sure. King f5 now. I don't think you can play king f3 because rook d3 is extremely strong. Rook c1 maybe is strong though. Black could consider throwing in c5, c4 here just to create a passer, but it's a hell... Yeah,
guess what, Peter?
And he does that, yeah.
Nicely spotted. So the idea, it's a positional sacrifice. The idea is to put the king on
And
a
he
good day.
instantly
and he
returns
instantly
it.
returned it. Wow. Okay, both of the memberships into the Pawn Grubbers Club has been canceled.
Revoked.
Revoked.
Denied.
License revoked. Rook C1.
It's really
Now,
instructive,
Tania,
right? That pawn is more useful to white off the board than on it because you want some more piece activity.
I may be flipping. Suddenly the queenside pawns have become meaningful.
B3, but I thought there was a good rook C3, rook B8 though. So B3 is a very important
Bishop B4, rook D2 is your idea.
Yes, absolutely.
That's on my
Rook C3, you'll have to play rook B8, but rook B8 is perfectly serviceable. And now rook C4. The bishop endings are completely equal after rook B4. That's not a winning attempt, so it's very unclear how.
How is Black's rook getting into the game
I'm
here?
back to
That's
rook
the
to
big
D8 to D2. That's my only inroad.
That's the threat now, rook D8 coming in. He's
Well,
taken
wait
away
a
the
minute.
C3 square first.
I do have rook
H8.
H8.
Very nicely done by MVL, spotting the geometry.
There's
You would like to play
invasion
bishop
squares.
C3 here, but that loses maybe to rook
Comes
H2.
back.
and
Does he
then
want to go
B2.
rook to B1 and start targeting the B3 pawn? If rook H2, rook B1, and then you move the bishop, king C4.
Hold on.
That's
so
very clever by Fabi, actually.
Are you sure? Rook H2?
Rook B1.
Rook G2?
Yeah, just bishop D4 and take on B3, and we should be okay.
It's still level material.
It's still level material, but I'll have a passed G pawn.
Eventually, you'll have to spend some time developing it. By that
Agreed.
point, I'll play bishop C3, trade the bishops off,
And when you do, white will have a passed E pawn as well. It's so far away that we're looking at maybe
10
slightly.
against 25, by the way. Down to very,
Both
very
players
low
playing on
time.
seconds.
MVL has
H4.
always been such a marvelous blitzer. I mean, he manages to keep ahead 10, 30 seconds.
Whoa, is
sometimes a
A4
minute.
pawn fall? He's
Rook
just going to give up.
Rook
He's just
H2?
going to give up the A4 pawn. Is he making a
He
draw
wants to
here?
go
It's
E5?
not convincing.
Yeah, this
MVL is the one with the best chances suddenly.
And maybe he had to go with his king to C4 to grab B3, so A4 could have been defended. But
He even reached for it and then somehow thought
Changed
better
his
of it.
mind.
Yeah, thought better of
Check
it for some
and
reason.
rook F3. Rook F3.
Bishop D2 very strong,
Ooh.
attacking the F4 pawn,
Be
forcing
careful.
white to put pieces on
King
awkward
E6.
squares.
King E6. No.
do you go E5 and try and create play? He doesn't want to do that because it also gives black an additional G
I think he would
passer.
like-
Hold on. What's going on? Bishop
Now
takes.
you've got a passer on the G passer. Yeah,
Whoa. What
Rook
just happened?
A3. Rook A3.
Ooh!
Oh, he missed it. He missed an opportunity for Rook A3.
Was that just a pin and you win
Yes, the bishop. You would win in
my
exchange. That would have been
And now
an
the
easy
pawn on
draw.
E4 is in trouble. He has to play E5. This is no longer a draw.
Oh,
We
why
might
didn't
have
he
another.
play?
4
Oh my
against 9,
goodness.
by the way.
Oh,
This
no.
will be decided on
Oh, did he?
Whoa! Oh my
The rook
god!
was
He
trapped on
blundered.
E2.
He played rook E2 and lost.
The rook.
Oh, this is a draw now.
Yes, Fabi will
He's
be
gonna.
our
Oh my
winner.
goodness! And Fabiano Caruana is the winner of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Drama to the last drop.
Congratulations
I
to
wanted
Fabi, but yeah, that was quite something.
say. Do we still have one game remaining? Let's just check in on Sam versus Wesley. I don't see a result.
And we see
yes, by the
Maxime
way, but-
Vachier-Lagrave congratulating Fabi for his
Wow.
performance there. What a game!
Wow.
What a finish!
Wow.
Rookie 2 trapped in the center of the board.
You got to give MVL credit. The chances came at
Absolutely.
the very end. when he had-
Props to MVL for continuing to search for ideas and
Right.
actually getting very, very. If he puts
Very
it on
close.
maybe any other square, he's probably objectively winning.
How close was it?
We can
How close
take a
was
look.
it?
We can take a look.
Maybe start with
It
that rook
doesn't lose
A3
before
moment
that.
because that was a big miss as well.
-2.
-2.
Which is quite obvious. These are the two that,
Yeah,
he is
the two
minus.
fine- yeah,
that
right.
he is minus.
Peter,
Something
can
like
you point out that rook A3 moment for a second? Because
Yes.
that would have been tournament over.
Right?
Yeah. And Fabio obviously missing a very, very big chance here. Rook A3 ends the tournament on the spot because you have to take on D4, put the bishop on E5. Yes, it's a draw, but you have to win with black.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was a
So
miss.
that was the first miss.
Yeah, and then after bishop C3, somewhat thematically, the same thing happens on this side of the board. And actually, rook A7 check would have preserved the pawn. He could have given this check, waited for the black king to vacate the vicinity of the E7 square,
Right.
and then put the rook on the E file. But he didn't find that, played E5, and now he's in a massive, massive trouble. But then came the final twist in the tail. rook e2, and suddenly
and
there
the
are
rook's trapped.
no more squares.
And he could have moved anywhere on the third rank, as long as you're not
Absolutely.
losing the rook in one move and you're just pushing
You're two
for...
pawns up.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Extremely dramatic
My
finish.
goodness. And we do have a trophy ceremony coming up at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Let's go to Tony Rich at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Well, the tournament was fast, and it was definitely an exciting event to watch. A big congratulations to our tournament victor, Fabiano Caruana, who takes home the first place prize and the beautiful Singfield Cup trophy. Fabi, congratulations.
I thought it was the full thing.
There is our winner. Kind of expecting a speech, not just
not
just a pretty picture, but
I was thinking the whole thing was about to be picked up and handed over.
Right.
That's still a really lovely trophy. And
really, I
Fabi's gotta be
expected him
feeling
to
good.
say thank you to the commentators for the wonderful job that they did. And,
The fans watching
for
all
the fans,
across.
and there he is, 13 GCT
Oh.
points in his pocket. That's really, he is looking gold for the Grand Chess Tour.
Puts him at 33 total GCD points, $40,000, a lot of earning there, adding it to his purse of his Grand Chess Tour winnings. And for me, yes, so impressive the way he made his comeback from the Rapid.
Truly, 2 points down coming in today. He overcame that. And
it actually required for MVL to have a nightmare. We thought mediocre day for MVL might be enough if somebody has a fantastic day, but if my mental math, which is never particularly good at this time of day, is correct, Fabi only, in this field nothing is only, but he only scored 6 out of 9. He didn't have like an outstanding day with like a near 100% score.
He had
He
5 out
scored-
of 9 yesterday, 6 out of 9.
Yeah, he scored 6 out of 9, and that was
Impressive.
enough to overturn a 2-point deficit. So MVL scored 3.5 out of 9?
Yeah, subpar. As we just take a look at the end of the game that we just witnessed, this is where the rook got trapped.
On E2, that's the last square you expected to get trapped, and
Exactly.
Maxime immediately realized it, but he had to make a move with just a second left on the
Right.
clock. And then Fabi knows he's done it.
He's got the draw on the
The king
bag,
comes
yes.
in, the rook sacrifices itself for the pawns.
Exactly. And as we close our show, I just want to give thank out to the wonderful people at the World Chess Hall of Fame who hosted this Rapid and Blitz. They do such a great job. They make the people feel at home. To the arbiters, our arbiter team for I didn't hear a peep from the arbiters. That's always a good sign, except for the clock
Just
malfunction.
forget
We got to remember the clock malfunction,
That was
right?
Fabi's loss in a rook and bishop versus rook.
Well,
oh no, he
that
got
was-
flagged.
No.
He got flagged.
No, it was
was
the
different.
Firouzja.
This is
It was the
Firouzja and
MVL.
Fabi.
No, MVL.
MVL. And Maxime getting the full point.
Exactly. And, well, ladies, you got a lunch. You got a lunch.
I thought it was lunch and dinner. If
I think it was tacos.
Anastasia and I know what's up. Fabiano Caruana
Fabulous
does
lunch
it.
is
Absolutely
on us. And Peter, I just wanted to say it was fabulous working with you. Really, I enjoyed your
It's been
company.
a pleasure. It's
Tanya,
my
I
first
enjoyed
time.
your company as always.
My first time doing the board, and I think my interactions with the board provided an additional layer of hilarity to the show, which I was very happy
the
about.
board actually liked you.
I don't think it does.
And
But
somehow it worked to perfection during the analysis with live play.
Like what happened? What was up with that?
With what?
I mean, it worked at the end.
Yeah, I got a
perfectly.
tip from a close friend who figured it out from a long way away what I was doing wrong
what
and
was
told
it?
me. It doesn't like the engine being switched on. With the engine switched on, it seems to be behaving much worse than with the engine switched off.
Well, you're such a good engine. So
You don't need one
you
switched
don't
on,
need
Peter.
one. I also want to say a big shout out to the St. Louis Chess Club, Scholastic Center for all of their hosting and everything that they do. Thank you, Tony Rich. Thank you, Ryan Chester. Thank you to the entire staff there. To our production
Everyone
team
behind
here
the
in
scenes.
studio, Silverback, Tom, Megan, Tyler, Mark. You guys are terrific. Vachier-Lagrave keeping us on our toes when we miss things.
So many people
really
working
good.
so hard behind the scenes.
Wow, and it's not over. We
It's
have
not.
more coming, and I think the Incr Cup starting Monday. Is that right?
Mark your calendars. These are the dates. November 21st, the action resumes, and Fabiano Caruana, who's leading the Grand Chess, the winner of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, will be fighting it out. This is the final event of the 2023 season.
Exactly, as we get ready to go through our list of the players and how they completed themselves. Again, Tania, I want to say it's been years. I know COVID messed everybody up, but you got to promise to return. We
It
love
was
your energy.
so much fun calling the action, and really, Yasser, everyone who works behind the scenes to make our jobs easier, and
Truly.
everyone tuning into our broadcast. A big shout out to our audience, and we've got Anastasiya with a very special guest. Congratulations, Fabi.
Yeah, congratulations, Fabiano. I have hero of the day today, Fabiano. Yesterday you were telling me 2 points, I'm fighting only for the second place, and here we go. Now you won the tournament. How did it happen?
With a lot of luck.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, the last 2 games were terrible, but before that, I think I won some very important games, 3 in a row. These were really important, and okay, last game I was just incredibly lucky against Maxime. What can I say? I mean, he was winning. Okay, it was kind of equal but unpleasant for me for a long time, and then he played rookie too, but he kind of like, I think, dropped it for a second, and then he realized that, and then he picked it back up, and then I don't know, I'm not 100% sure if he dropped it, but he said he did. So of course,
So you had to play a rookie too after that, yes?
Well, rookie 4, and he's 2 pawns up. I mean, I wouldn't resign yet, but yeah, I'd probably lose this. Of course, like this moment, rook a3 is very simple. Like many...
You realized it after.
No, I realized it now.
Yes.
No, many regrettable moments in the last 2 games, but overall, yeah, it worked out.
So what this victory, I mean, you have won so many tournaments, but what particular victory means for you, this one?
This one is really important because also for the Grand Chess Tour, it's I don't know if I'm like almost securing first place in Grand Chess Tour with this, but it's very close to securing, I think. So this one was really important because I really wanted to win Grand Chess Tour this year, and I don't know if I'm have yet or anything, but it's definitely a big step towards that. And also, I've never won Rapid and Blitz Grand Chess Tour event. It's the first time. So I've won some like Blitz and Rapid events, but never in the Grand Chess Tour. So this is. But the thing is, I've had better tournaments than I've done here. Like I remember one time in Warsaw, we played a tournament, and I think I finished 24 points and I got 4th place. So here I finished like 21 points and I got 1st place.
So it depends on how your opponents are also playing, right?
Yeah, this is why I'm lucky. But that's what it's better to be lucky and bad than unlucky and good. That's the thing.
You're probably meaning this previous game. Like, how did you feel going to the last round after losing against Ray Robson? This absolutely crazy position.
Yeah, it was a draw in the end, I believe, but I had already kind of made it difficult, but I ran out of time in a drawn position. I believe it was a draw at least. But I was down a full piece at some point, like literally full piece. Maybe I had 1 pawn for it or something. So, of course, this was a bad game. I think I have to say I'm very proud of my games against Jan, against Alireza, and against Anish. I think those 3 games, I'm very proud of the level I showed in those games.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a very tiring tournament, 5 days, but it's not over. In 2 days, we are going to have Incr Cup. What are you going to do during those 2 days? How are you going to celebrate?
Oh, celebrate. Well, I'll try to celebrate tonight.
Okay.
It's, of course, a very good feeling. I mean, I couldn't have hoped for better. Like, if you told me yesterday that I would even be fighting for first, I wouldn't believe you. Because 2 points, and Maxime, I thought, would be in very good shape today, but he wasn't in his best shape. And yeah, so this is, of course, a dream that I actually managed to win this tournament. It's like completely unexpected. And now we play classical chess, so it's a bit more stable, let's say, usually less, well, always there's less action. Still, I hope to play well, but at least I won't have so many emotional ups and downs like here.
Exactly. I mean, by the way, I was still believing that you can win the tournament as well as Tania Sachdev, who is one of the commentators here. And we won lunch with Yasser because of that. So thank you, Fabi. It was really amazing.
Do I also get lunch?
That's a good point. Yasser, are you inviting also Fabi?
No.
Okay.
It's commentators.
That doesn't seem fair.
Only commentators. But in any case, I mean, 5 is such a great result. I mean, such a great tournament. Thanks so much for this drama, for everything what happened today, even for the fact that you lost this in the previous round. It was really amazing to see all this. Thank you, and all the best of luck for you in Single Cup. Yes.
Definitely.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Definitely our congratulations to you, Fabiano. Really just outstanding. Just outstanding. Final standings for our tournament. If you please, Tania, take us through the list of winners.
And there we have it. The winner, Fabiano Caruana, with an additional 13 Grandchester points, $40,000 victory with a final round draw against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who finished at second place. Both these players clearly the best performers in the 2 days of Blitz. And as Fabi said, that he needed a little bit of help from Maxime because he was in such a good position at the start of the day with 2 extra points, a 2-point lead, but it was not meant to be. And then we see Jan Nepomniachtchi and Liem tied for third. Jan Nepomniachtchi gets an additional 7.5 Grandchester points. Right. Alireza finished 5th, the world #1 Blitz player, and that just shows how difficult this field was. And with this, of course, we've got one more event, and we've got Wesley So in 7th place. And this is after all of that where we stand with our Grandchester standings. Fabiano is not only really happy with his result of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but this puts him at such a great spot for that $100,000 bonus at the end of the season.
No question about it. 33 Grandchester points. That's a whole 11. That is simply, that's going to be impossible to overcome. As we have our Rapid and Blitz champion, he said it's the first one he won. Peter, final thoughts of today's broadcast?
What can you say? It was fantastic to watch, and we also got exactly the denouement we wanted for it. The 2 best players of the tournament facing off in the last round game with everything to play for. So from the viewer's perspective, I think more or less an ideal tournament to watch. Nobody running away with it. And a deserved winner in the end, somebody who played very solidly, played very good chess almost throughout. He is, I think, understandably critical of his last 2 round games, but still, very, very good tournaments by Fabi, and congratulations to him, deserved winner of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
And Anastasia and I deserved winner of the lunch there, Yasser.
We were having a very nice conversation.
I don't care. You know, you signed up for it. Fabi did it. Like I said, it was
You got it, baby. You got Tania.
Gonna take
it was
you up
wonderful.
on that.
Peter, thank you so much. It was great. And thank you all for joining us. Don't forget, in 2 days' time, we will have the granddaddy of them all, the Sinkville Cup. We'll look forward to seeing you then. In the meanwhile, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.